Well, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, I had to check for a second. I was like, wait, did I bring my water over here? I did. We're good. Hi. We're back. I don't fully remember. Oh, whoa. Wait, no, hold on. Sam's on screen. Oh, whoa. Wait, no, hold on. I'll hide your imposter while I figure out my cowboy voice. What in tarnation? What do you mean you want me to ooh-woo? I don't think I'll ever understand these newfangled kids. Close enough. Hi y'all. Hi Maya. Hi Kayla. Maybe this will remind me what we were doing. Here we go. I didn't just right. Last we talked to Edmund. Obsessed with the audience. Disqualifies possibly on the other actors. Right. Stage of salvation. Blah blah blah. Right. Acting for himself as opposed to everyone else. Yes. Okay. That's where we left off. Which means our next session, I think, is with Medi. You know, the one who wants to turn us into a mouse. The little pet.
Well, time to dish with Crimson a little. I gotta talk to some more folks, though. Andy's mainly my teacher, so I'm starting to feel like Crimson's my only friend.
Yeah, and I don't know if Maxie... Would you consider Maxie and Reinhardt his friend? I'm gonna say probably not. They're definitely, let's say blood buddies. I'm gonna call them blood buddies. That sounds about right.
Hey, only friend.
Excuse me?
What? Oh, yeah, Crimson. Hey, Crimson.
Are you blushing, vampire?
No, that ain't possible.
I really feel like sound is off. Turn music down a little bit more. Voice back up a bit.
It's all right. It's nice to hear from a vampire who's younger than Jesus.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought, that the main vampire that she knows and hangs out with is Andy, who's older than Christianity. And we have no idea how old Bert is, or how much he talks.
Now, let's hear how this week went before you go out there and find friend number 2.
All right, real quick. This client of mine, he had a real bad time as a kid. Well, worse than I did, it sounds like.
Well, bloodies. Oh my god, that's really good. Yeah, the bloodies. Yep, that'll work.
But he found fame early, and now he's talking about fate and how he's destined for greatness again.
Met plenty of destined for greatness folk in D.C. I lost patience for it. How do you think you handled him?
Same way I handled everyone else. I'm doing okay.
I learned my lessons from the last session. He didn't threaten to jump off a cliff this time or anything.
That's always a good sign. You know, I feel like your client deciding that they don't want to, not saying anything about jumping off a cliff and whatnot is a good thing.
I gave him an assignment to film himself doing something he loves doing. He seemed excited about that.
You were either brave or adorable, Sam Walls.
There's nothing brave about it. As for adorable, well, some have used words to that effect before.
Okay, now I know you're confident enough to get out there. Giddy up.
Time to go. Okay, time for this old cowboy vampire man to make friends in this German dance club, full of goths. A lot of horny
Here we go.
goths.
Right to the edge of the dance floor, but not on it. Don't want anyone getting any funny ideas.
It's like he knows the rules.
Once more alone, I see.
Penoptabella, it's good to see you. I bet you've always seen me at all times.
You scared the shit out of me.
But you can't shit. You're a vampire.
Oh god, I love that this game doesn't shy away from certain aspects of vampirism that just, yeah.
Know that I see much, vampire, and that I like what I see.
Okay, look, this could go about 10 different ways. I'm pretty sure you mean this in the, you see my future? Or like you see my soul, if that's a thing that exists, especially for vampires, and or you see my personality. But like considering the locale and the situation, I don't know. Wait, hold on. Considering the biology of vampires we've learned up until this point, you would think that sex isn't a thing that they can do, and yet we have fucking Dr. Dre's other half, fucking Lord Luridus or whatever the fuck his name is, constantly talking about fucking. So I was like, wait, but no, that shouldn't be possible because they don't have. Whatever. Maybe it's the one biological function they still have.
Oh, it's her again. Well, I was hoping to find a mortal friend, or at least Will and Nick.
Well, I don't know if she's gonna be either of those.
Now, what do mortals at this time talk about?
Sam, I'm gonna be real. If you look at her, I'm like 85% sure she's not a mortal. I don't think she's a vampire. She might be, but she's very likely not a mortal. I love these options. This is the exact same goddamn whatchamacallit options that I see every time I talk to someone. Are you gonna be awkward about the weather? Gonna be awkward about everyday annoyances? Gonna be awkward about music? Let's be awkward about the weather.
Cold this week, ain't it?
But you're always cold because you are dead.
That's right. I'm dead. I'm a dead man, as I like to say.
Sam, you're adorable. You're trying so hard.
I see.
You see a lot, don't you?
Why don't you tell me what you see?
I see an interesting mortal. Someone observant. Someone who isn't afraid to have their own style.
That is what you observe. It is not what you see.
Ooh, now we're getting philosophical.
Well, fine. You tell me what I see.
You see the long vein across my throat. It looks very juicy, doesn't it?
You know what? I think this is working. You know what? Sometimes girls do love the awkward.
Well, now that you mention it, it does.
Then consent is given. Do not hesitate, vampire.
Oh, are we not going to the kink room for this? Are you immortal?
I see that it is my time to die.
I'm trying
since
not
you
to-
are biting my arteries.
I wasn't trying to kill you. Let's try that again.
Sounds always weird.
Shucks, that was something else. You got good circulation there.
I see. And what do I taste like?
This is an interesting. Answer this very carefully, Sam Walls. Like, I know that she doesn't actually care about pride or whatever. It seems like she's very, I don't want to say emotionless. Nonplussed, maybe?
Kinda earthy. You could use some iron. What do you eat most often?
I eat a lot of carrots. They're supposed to be good for one's eyesight, and I like to see. I see now that you are tired and wish to enter your state of torpor.
Well, maybe I'll see myself out then.
I don't know if she didn't get the joke, or if she does think it's funny, but she just can't show emotion. I'm like, okay.
That's offensive.
Oh no! Oh no!
I'm going to leave now.
Oh!
Something I said. Well, at least I got a full belly. And now, time for some shut-eye.
Oh no, I wasn't expecting that. I'm so sorry, Penoptabella.
Good evening, Samuel. I believe you are seeing the Ancient One tonight, aren't you?
Ancient one. She's 1,200 years younger than you, Andy.
I suppose I was engaging in a bit of labeling myself. You are, of course, correct. Still, her age presents a unique challenge.
Oh, and don't I know it.
One lives for 1,000 years. History seems less a line than a fixed point. Speaking of which, I imagine you can guess what distortion an old one such as Medi might fixate upon.
Overgeneralization?
It's gotta be overgeneralization. She really is basing all her opinions on her experiences when she was alive.
Very good, Samuel. I heard tales of her island in my time, but they were never peaceful tales. I am not surprised she finds safety in her narrative. What other distortions do you think Medi might exhibit?
Okay. Probably emotional reasoning. Assuming I can remember what any of these things mean, because it's been a bit. Probably control fallacy, maybe? Because Medi's whole thing is that if she steps outside, she's gonna get fucking hunted and killed immediately. And that's what she's afraid of. Maybe personalization. Because, like, well, no, maybe not personalization, because I don't think everything was, well, no, a little. Oh, control fallacy, yeah, I think we had a little bit of that. Labeling, probably. You thinking in the black and white, maybe? Let's just go with
Good to
personalization.
go, boss.
She seems a little bit, you know, not necessarily full of herself, but
Good luck, my friend.
a lot of things are about her. And why shouldn't it be? She has millions of
Hello
followers on
again,
Glitch.
Strange cowboy man.
It's good to see you again, Mitty. How's the past month been for you?
I went for a walk, just like you suggested. Didn't like it very much.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. What was so unpleasant about it?
It's very loud outside, and dirty, and smelly. Everywhere I walked, it smelled like mortal food, which is disgusting. If they knew how good it felt to drink blood, maybe they would not eat so much of this pizza food.
Alright, look, I know that you're vampires and you can't eat the mortal food, but as someone who enjoys pizza quite a lot and has had it recently, it is very good. Do not diss the pizza.
There's so many cars, too. I don't like cars. They have hateful faces. They look so angry all the time.
Okay, now that's a human thing called, I don't remember what it's scientifically called, but that's seeing patterns and things that aren't really there. Or
Except in we killed 7 men and got splashed by a bus. It's really quite awful.
You killed 7 men? How the heck did that happen?
other than he's not like, oh my god, he's just like,
That was inconvenient, you know. Normally I have my zealots do that kind of thing for me. They take care of the bodies. But I had to do all that silly work myself. And now there are always police sirens going off, which interrupts things and makes my followers very sad.
you know, Epiphania? Okay, thank you, Maya. You know, Maddie, maybe it's a good idea. You don't have to kill people when you drink from them.
Why did that all happen?
Because they found the bodies everywhere, silly. I don't know what to do with my rubbish.
Oh, classic problem of if you have too much trash, like, does this go in the burnable? Is it the non-burnable? Is this recyclable? Are human bodies recyclable? Maybe compostable. Probably compost. I say human bodies go in compost.
I meant why the killing? You didn't happen to make a few assumptions based on past experiences? Why kill a bunch of men?
Oh, well, they looked at me. I know what mortals who look at me are like. If I let them live, they'd probably try to burn me as a witch.
They looked
I
at
could do
her.
nothing but kill them.
Hold on a sec. You know what mortals who look at you are like. How do you know? Are you reading their minds?
I don't have to read their minds, sweetling. I have known manlings for a very long time.
I get what you're saying. But here in this room, at least, we gotta be honest with ourselves. Do you really know what they were thinking?
Silly mouseling. I do not need to know what a wolf is thinking to know what a wolf is.
Does that mean every wolf you see is gonna try to eat you?
We don't have wolves anymore. They're all gone now.
No, I mean, there are still wolves in places.
So maybe you can see where that kind of thinking can be a problem. It was scared people who killed all them wolves, right? Now I know that thinking doesn't come from nowhere. Old as you are, I'm sure you've seen some real awful stuff.
That's right. Haven't killed you, though. You are kind, little mouse.
Well, let's lay off the mouse stuff a little.
I'm sorry. I don't wish for you to scurry away into a little hole. Do you want to hear why I feel the way I do?
Once again, the voice acting in this game is great. And so are the, like, all the sprite work and the character designs. Love it.
I would appreciate it greatly, miss.
Let me tell you about men from my time, then. Let's start with me, Da.
Okay, I have a bad feeling about where this is going, so... Vampire Therapist is full of trigger warnings in general, so...
My father sold me and my mother to a chief of a rival clan for a golden necklace.
Not as bad as it could have been. Still real bad.
That is just horrifying.
Oh, don't fuss, sweetling. It was the most beautiful golden necklace. At least 2 girls' worth. My father got quite a deal, really.
Okay, I feel, there's a lot to unpack here, Medi. I feel like you're just kind of justifying.
You're using humor, but I'm sure that must have been heartbreaking for you.
It was common at the time. I suppose I should have been glad to be the possession of an old chief. I knew girls who did as they were told. They would have been thrilled to have been the concubine of a powerful chief. But, oh, he was so old. Cormac O'Neill, the oldest.
Oops.
How old was the guy?
I don't remember how. I don't know how to back up. No, go back. Back.
38.
Okay. I mean, I guess back in the year 200 AD.
That was pretty old in your time, huh? Wish I'd died at 38. Could have been a better looking corpse.
I'm gonna press something by accident.
Well, he left an awful looking corpse. His face was all.
You're an interesting person.
I'm guessing you had something to do with that, huh?
Not me. My boyfriend, Abertach. He told me he'd set me free. I suppose he did. He created a delightful poison for me. He said it would make my dear master die in excruciating pain.
We support women's wrongs here.
So, one night I lay with him, and that means I did sex, and when he was pleased,
Hi, my
I fed
beast.
him the poison mead. Abby did what I couldn't, and the old fool finally died.
Okay, hold on. Wait, which one of these is this? Because apparently that there's some distortion happening here. But I honestly, I don't necessarily see it. Can I have my, thank you, distortions. Okay, we have control fallacy, soul control or feeling completely hopeless. Right? Oh, did what I couldn't.
You're saying your
Yeah.
boyfriend killed your husband, but it sounds to me like you did the real work. He mixed up some herbs, sure, but you were the one that had to sleep with the old man and get the poison in him.
Abby made sure I knew it was because of him that I was free. He said it could never have happened without him.
Ah, yes. We call that, abuse?
He
And
didn't have to
lighting?
be brave to mix up a potion. I think the bravery was all you, Mitty. Don't disqualify the idea that the person who set you free was you.
You know, I think you're absolutely right, strange cowboy man. I did do all the work, but Abby never let me forget that he was the one who freed me. He wanted me to worship him.
Starting to sound a little very controlling.
A fella who demands to be worshipped is always going to be a dangerous man.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Dangerous men have always been drawn to me. Must be something about the way I am.
Now don't go blaming yourself for bad men being bad. I'm sure you'd rather be left alone.
Well, that's what I thought, but it seems I am a temptress. That's what the churchmen say.
Okay, look, especially for vampires, never listen to the churchmen. Especially the churchmen of 1,000 years ago. They're gonna be... Oh, nope, wrong one.
We're often given names.
Oh,
by
wait, no, that was
others.
labeling. Silly me.
And don't call yourself names. You don't want to prove them nasty fellers right, do you?
You are so kind. Oh, I wish to put you in my pocket and feed you breadcrumbs.
Look, you deserve to be yourself. If people are giving you the wrong kind of attention, that ain't your fault. It's theirs.
Thank you, Sam, for being a wonderful cowboy therapy.
Heck, I think they should be in the chair you're sitting in right now.
Probably try to sniff it. Repellent little blood bags. No kink shaming, of course.
So what happened after you killed Cormac?
The Neil clan came after me and Abby. They found him, took their swords and went, stab, stab, stabby, stabby, stab, stab, stab.
Ma'am, you look very happy for your boyfriend, being stabbed a lot. Which, you know, valid. I'm not gonna say no, but... Still trying to remember there's a way to see... the past thingamajig. The journal, I guess not. I guess there's no log, which in visual novels, I feel like if you don't have a log, what are you doing? People sometimes you need to see back at what happened and what people said. But
I
whatever.
just laughed. That's how I found out he was undead already. Gave me
Oh.
nice.
Okay.
When they couldn't kill Abby, they decided to kill me instead. And that made him very upset indeed, because I belonged to him.
That must have been terrifying.
I suppose. Mostly hurt. Lots and lots. Getting stabbed is much fun when you're immortal.
Once again, I say that the voice acting is very good because if you heard it, just like I could hear the how would I describe it? Like smiling, but like in a way that's like trying to repress pain.
I ain't too fond of it as a vampire neither.
Abby fed me his blood, though, and then I became like him. When I woke up, the Nail Clan who tried to kill us were all properly dead. Well, almost dead. They still had a lot of blood left, and I was hungry. The Nail Clan was ever so cross, though. They captured Abby and sealed him in a tomb with some forgotten spells. He's still there, as far as I know.
Cool. How about we just take that knowledge and forget it? Or how about you and I go on a little field trip, take some steaks. We don't have to do this if you don't want to, only if you're comfortable. Find out where he is, make sure he can't talk, and we just do our own little stabby. Yeah? No? Or, better idea, you and me, we take a trip to America, we get some blood from some Americans, you know, that real sugary stuff that's bad for you, but you love it anyways.
What happened to you?
I didn't have a future with my tribe. I insulted both my clan and Cormac's clan by killing their chief. My only choice was to be alone. That's the wisest choice.
Nope, wrong one.
Mary seems to think in extremes, not uncommon for one as ancient as she is. She had more power in her
I reckon you've always had more power than you think. I mean, being immortal's a pretty good start. Heck, you were savvy enough to get out of that whole situation with Cormac. I think you always had options, Medi.
You are kind to say so. I guess maybe it's better to say there was only one choice I wanted to take.
Then I think that was the right choice to make.
If you didn't have all those whiskers, I would pinch those cheeks.
Okay, time to stop teasing poor Sam. So you've been living alone ever since then? Well, let's focus on you, huh? You say you've been living alone ever since then?
Of course, my silly cowboy man. We aren't mortal anymore. We will always end up alone. Why waste my time?
Nope, wrong one.
Again, Medi deals in extremes. Long life often makes one's...
Of course, my silly cowboy man.
Come on, Medi.
There you go.
You're distorting a lot of reality there. All vampires ain't lonely. Some of us choose to be, but not all of us.
I mean, look at Andy. He's got a blood partner.
Sure, mortals
And look
have
at me.
had
I
to
have
die.
friends with
There will always be more of them.
Andy and his blood anyways.
Not to mention all the vampires out there. Heck, I used to be in a vampire gang. Cult. Well, kind of both. They weren't good company, but they certainly weren't lonely. I mean, ain't we talking? Well, there's loads of vampires out there who think like you do, and they're fulfilling their own prophecies of loneliness.
You're being a mean little mouse now, and I don't like it very much. Maybe I should have killed you after all.
I'm trying to help you, Medi. The world's changed a lot in the last 1800 years. A lot of it bad, but a lot of it good too. By and large, most people ain't burning witches and selling their daughters. That sort of thing's frowned upon by mortals these days. There are laws out there to protect folks now. It ain't like in old times.
Don't mention the part where where a lot of governments will probably very immediately, if they knew about vampires, say vampires ain't people. But also, some governments out there that probably know vampires exist and are like, well, that's fine, we'll work with them because they're powerful and dangerous and I don't want to die.
May I tell you a story, little mouse?
Oh, I have a bad feeling about this.
All right, tell me a story.
Once upon a time, there was a very pretty young lady. Pretty, but also crazy. Like me.
I don't mean to interrupt your story so soon, but you didn't think I was going to let you get away with that one, did you? Don't call yourself crazy. You've been around way longer than I have. You gotta know that sanity is relative.
I know I'm crazy, though. Everyone tells me so, even my zealots. They like that I'm crazy.
You're not crazy, you're just... what's the way to describe it? I wouldn't say that you're crazy. I would say that you have you have a unique way of thinking, which is incredibly true for someone 1800 years old.
You know, crazy ain't supposed to be a nice word. So why are you using it? Why are you creating a reality where what you are is crazy?
You are an annoying little mouse sometimes. Very well. I won't call myself crazy in front of you.
It's a start.
May I continue my story now? The pretty young lady Mary had moved in with her cousin, Mrs. Hultridge. At first they got along quite well, but one day Mary started acting naughty. She would shout, act unladylike, and even say that Jesus Christ wasn't very special.
I mean, considering the things that you can do, please don't burn me at the stake for being sacrilegious.
Mrs. Hultridge liked Jesus Christ very much and wanted Mary to like him too. When she didn't, this embarrassed Mrs. Hultridge. She began to think something was wrong with Mary. After all, who didn't like Jesus Christ?
Everyone who's not Christian. And also a lot of people who are Christian. But you know.
Mrs. Hultridge said that Mary had begun to vomit up pins and buttons, nails, glass, and bits of wool.
Well, it's like, okay, here's the thing. Jesus Christ, good dude. His followers can be good people. Some of the people that act in his name, not good people. Very simple. Doesn't mean I'm going to worship him, though.
Instead of being grateful for the free gifts Mary was vomiting up, Mrs. Hultridge said that she had been attacked by 8 witches in spectral form. Now, it just so happened that all 8 of those witches lived very close to the town where Mrs. Hultridge lived. Despite their magical prowess, the 8 witches were captured and put into the stocks, and all the people of the town were told that the women did not like Jesus Christ at all.
Oh my goodness, the heathens. They don't practice our religion in the exact same way that we do. We need to burn them. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, told us to love thy neighbor. These people aren't loving thy neighbor the way that we say they should love thy neighbor, so we're going to kill them.
So the Jesus Christ-liking people threw rotten vegetables and poo at the witches. And, just for fun, they gouged out the eye of one of them. Then they kicked the witches out of town and lived happily ever after. The end.
Well, that ain't a pleasant story.
Oh, it was very unpleasant. It hurts very much to have your eye taken away, but I like my new eye. It's fun.
I'm gonna be real. I wasn't expecting that part. The heterochromia kind of makes a little bit more sense here, but still wasn't, expecting her to just kind of plop. There it is.
I was 1,500 summers old or so when that happened. The world hadn't changed much then. I don't think it's changed much now.
So this was about 300 years ago? Which would have been 1700s. Was that the Salem witch trials? That sounds like the Salem witch trials.
I'm sorry that happened to you, Meddy. You're right. Folk can be pretty awful when they get riled up. That ain't changed.
Oh, don't be sorry, little mouse. I like my new eye. Also, the story has a happy ending.
Oh yeah? What's that?
After I had my eye taken away, I took Mrs. Hultridge's parts away too, one by one until she died. It was so much fun.
It's like taking a puzzle apart. Or Lego, or like a, Lego set. The fun part of a Lego set? Destroying it.
That's a little morbid, Meddy.
Morbid Mary? Oh, I like that. That's very clever, little mouse. But you see why I'm careful now?
Yeah, I get it. But look, there's one thing that's different now, and that's...
UN. What we're doing. Liberal democracy. Okay. The UN existing. Yes, that's different than 300 years ago. Maybe not the thing that's helpful. Salem witch trials were around 6. I mean, that's still approximately the right time. Because she's not very precise and we don't know precisely what year this is. So if it was around 1700, and she's 1,800 years old, she was about 1,500, give or take, and she's about 1,800 years old, then just over 300 years ago, it would be 1,700, which would be around the time of the Salem witch trial. So maybe. Who knows? Anyways. Also, this part has absolutely not solved everything. God, I wish.
It's what we're doing right now. In all that time up till now, therapy ain't never existed. We only just started looking at ourselves in the way we think. Before recent times, we only looked at gods, government, and society. The self is a new frontier, and we're learning stuff we never considered before. The frontier can be kind of scary, but being on that frontier means moving forward. Come with me.
Silly mouse. If something feels scary, that means that there must be something to be scared of.
Ah, but herein lies the problem.
Now hold your horses there. Yeah, it might be true that sensing something scary means there's actually something scary out there.
That is also the what's it called? The reasoning for many a bigot.
But that don't make it necessarily so. If fear keeps us from exploring, we can't experience new things, good or bad.
Suppose that's true. But good things are temporary. Bad things can last forever.
No, bad things are also temporary. I'm gonna be real.
Would you like to hold my eye?
Okay, except for maybe that. Maybe that's technically permanently. How do I combat this?
That's all right. You keep it. I get what you're saying, Medi. I ain't saying not to be careful. Just acknowledge that a feeling doesn't make reality. I know you've been through a lot and you got damn good reasons for being careful. But there's a reason you came to me, right?
Yes, but it wasn't because I wanted to go outside. It's because of my fans. They're very demanding.
Right. That's why we were talking about your going for walks and went down this rabbit hole.
Or, in your case, a mouse hole.
Anyway, therapy usually ain't about just one thing. It's about lots of things. If the problem is your fans, we gotta imagine unlife without them, right?
Don't want to lose them all. Some of them are gentle. They're too weak to hurt anyone, which is why they don't.
You really think weak people would hurt others if they were stronger?
Little mouse, I've been alive for a long time. I believe what my eye shows me. Yes, if one is capable of hurting another, they do.
They can, but they don't always. You ever seen them capybara animals?
I wasn't expecting the way he was going to pronounce that. I will never not call them capybaras anymore. That is what they are.
They're dang massive rodents and could do some damage if they wanted to, I reckon.
Oh, yes. Oh, they're very cute. People like to share animated pictures of them in my community.
Some folk are like that. They just want to sit around and have someone scratch their bellies.
Is that what you want, little mouse? Do you want me to scratch your belly?
What? No, I'm just saying, don't assume everyone's out to hurt someone. Yeah, it happens. Of course it does. But that kind of thinking ain't giving folks their fair shot.
Don't know what I'll do if I don't have my followers. I can't live the way I used to before the machines took over. Oh, they expect so much of me now. They send me messages all night and all day. They need content.
This part, I don't know this feeling personally, but boy, does this sound way too real these days.
God, if I don't give them their content, they'll all leave. Their attention spans are like those of little bugs, but they're not as cute.
Nope, wrong one.
Medi has millions of followers, yet she expects the same of all of them. This does not compute, as I hear the children of the sun say.
Andy, that's a very funny reference. Thank you. Anyways.
God, if I don't give them their content, they'll all leave.
Oh, overgeneralization.
Okay,
That
I
one.
think we need to talk about moderation.
Oh, I already have moderators. Silly nice. Any major content creator has to have them.
Okay, yes, good. I'm glad. Okay, maybe talk to your moderators a little more. Kind of, have them settle some new boundaries and rules.
I don't know what that stuff means. I'm talking about moderation in your thinking. What if you gave your fans only what you felt comfortable giving?
Doesn't matter what I want, silly mouse. They just want me to overreact to video games.
I mean, based on YouTube thumbnails these days of the past 15 years,
Medi, you're thinking that mortals want only one type of content is forcing you to make only one type of content.
I love that the content is in quotation marks. Like, stop calling it content, please.
Your assumptions are keeping you from doing things you like, and you deserve to do things you actually enjoy.
You're very kind. I thought cowboys were supposed to be tough.
I can be both.
Who says I ain't? I just don't have nothing to prove no more. Here, why don't we try something new for next time, since going out didn't go so well last time?
Here, play the games that you want to play, or just do the things that you want to do. Just be yourself. Minus anything that would get you arrested and or cause vampires to be exposed and or, you know, maybe cause an international incident and or, you know, other horrible... Anyways.
I want to challenge you to take a day off. Don't answer any messages, don't post no content. Just do something for you and you alone. Take a sick day.
But we never get sick. We're dead people.
Yeah, but they don't know that. Just pretend.
They don't know that, do they? One day. That's all I'm asking for. You need to give yourself a little space.
Very well. Since you've been a very kind mouse, I'll do it for you.
I'd prefer it if you did it for you, but we'll work toward that, huh?
Oh, I wish I had a big piece of cheese to give to you right now.
Okay, I feel like this is another aspect of therapy that, you know what, maybe we'll just touch on later, but...
A lactose intolerance is kind of a side effect of death, but I appreciate the sentiment. I'll see you in a month then, okay?
I feel like we're getting somewhere with Medi. I really like her. I want her to feel better about herself and her situation and the world at large.
Great. I'll see you then.
Bye.
You are doing well, my friend. I know we old ones can be rather inscrutable sometimes.
She's human. We all are, ain't we? The way I see it, we all got the same problems one way or another.
Your wisdom never fails to impress, Samuel. I believe it is time for you to follow your own advice to Miss Medi, however.
Take a sick
All
day.
work and no play makes for a dull vampire, as they say.
Yeah, you're probably right. I might hit the hay early and do a bit of reading.
If you must take out some aggression on hay, then please do so. I shall see you soon, my friend. Rest in peace.
Okay, are you making a joke, or do you just not understand that, you know what, that's fine either way? It gave me a good laugh. Thank you, Andy.
Good night, Andy.
What a good vampire.
Dang, I wonder how I'll feel about humanity when I'm 1800. Heck, I wonder whether there'll even be a planet.
Okay, let's not worry about that quite existential problem at the moment, Sam. Although, I guess vampires have a better reason to worry about climate change than we do. Maybe they can help. Maybe vampires would be a good thing. Especially since so many of them are
I guess
could be
it's
rich.
time to drown my existential woes in blood. Howdy there, Crimson.
You're sounding a little weary there, cowboy. You getting enough to drink these nights?
Oh yeah, that ain't it. Just existential ponderings.
That's just my specialty. What's eating you, buckaroo?
It's this old client I got. She's been watching humanity hurting itself for 1,800 years. Every time she expected better, she got hurt. She ain't wrong to mistrust mortals.
That's a tough one. What do you do with someone like that?
Well, I tried to guide her to look inward like I do with everyone. People are people, but so is she.
still the... You know what? I'm just gonna say it. Hottest character in the game still. No doubt.
How do you think she took it?
I think she appreciates.
Like, I don't
the
think there's
focus
any
on
contest there, right?
Can't answer for all humanity.
Andy's
but
pretty good
maybe
too,
she
though.
can get answers from herself.
Noctabella, Medi. Crimson at the top, though.
I think you could stand to listen to yourself, Ranchero. You could have been a mean old Dracula, and nobody would expect anything different from you. Reckon there have always been people like you, no matter how bad it's been in history.
Dang, Crimson. I can see why Andy respects you so much. You done some living, sounds like.
Death at the door can put things into perspective. I get where your client is coming from. Changing the world isn't gonna happen, but we can at least change ourselves.
I don't think that's true. The country I left definitely ain't the country I was born in.
The wheels turn a little slowly for us mortals, cowboy. Back in DC, I was trying to push policy to do something about our poverty problem, but the kind gentlemen across the street were pretty happy to make things worse.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds too real.
When I got my cancer diagnosis, That was my wake-up call to stop getting disappointed and start living with the little amount of time I had left.
Working at a bar is more rewarding than being a member of the bar, huh?
Not bad, cowboy. It's got its charms. Here,
That ain't half bad. Got a refreshing taste.
rose hips. Just a little something extra. Been experimenting with some herbals for Andy.
It is nice that as long as it's mixed with blood, the vampires can still get a little bit of extra stuff.
Guess old dogs like us can still learn new tricks. Thanks, Crimson. I think I'll hit the hay now.
You hit that hay, Desperado. I'll see you later.
Got a lot on my mind tonight. I think I need some rest. Now, what should I do to relax?
Reflect on the day with Emerson. Watch a man. Wait, hold on. Watch a man get his butt burned with a hot iron. Should we take a look at whatever? Is this a Three Stooges
I
reference?
sure am grateful that Andy has some classic cinema to watch in here.
Yep, it's the Three
This is
Stooges.
a good one.
I remember Three Stooges was like still old when I was a kid, and I saw it every now and then. But I feel like mainly just the cartoons that I watched as a kid were definitely took a lot of inspiration from the Three Stooges. It feels like. Then again, I guess the kind of slapstick stuff has been around for a very long time. I'll let that go for a second while I get some water. Can we zoom in? Oh, you can do that. Drink some blood. No, drink some blood. I want to look at these photos. Wait. Is that a photo of Eddie? Oh, it's the signed photo he got from Eddie. And a picture of...
That is the toughest spot I ever tackled.
I'm not sure what that is. It's a picture of him in
Give me a hand, will you?
a full royalty movie in it. I can't actually. I don't know. Also, I wouldn't call this a movie.
Gentlemen, that ain't for us.
It's his TV, but yeah, close enough. What is the other one, Kayla?
This is to inform you that unless overdue payments for tailoring equipment are made within 24 hours, we will repossess said equipment. Balance now due $321.86. Skin and Flint Finance Corporation.
I didn't hear the number. I assume whatever it was is a lot in it with inflation.
Business, what'll we do? You guys worry about that. I'm too young to worry and get wrinkles on my pretty little face. What we need is a little music to cheer us up. News flashes.
Title goes. You knew what it was and you lost it. Oh, I know that feeling all too well.
Has robbed his 18th consecutive safe in 9 days. A large reward is offered for his capture. Does your car have indigestion? Does it burp in the morning? Try No Burpoline, the only gasoline containing bicarbonate of soda. Hey, Mo, why don't we capture Hagen and collect the reward, then we can pay our bills?
That's enough for one night. Time to visit Dreamland. Maybe I'll see my princess there.
Morph Girl? Okay, I need you to tell me more about this Morph Girl.
Samuel, my dear, I do look forward to our chats. How are you feeling tonight?
I gotta confess, boss, I'm a little down. I love helping other vampires, but getting therapy myself sometimes ain't much fun.
I understand. Looking in the mirror is difficult for any human, much more so when they don't cast a reflection.
Attack of the Giant Leeches in the brain. That's really funny.
You ain't kidding. It just seems like there's always work to do, you know? Like my walking in the woods for 90 years wasn't nearly enough time.
I dare say you are correct. I believe that we must never cease our walking in the woods. There is no mystery deeper than that of our own existence.
Sometimes I think about his walking in the woods for 90 years. I'm just like, if I was immortal and I didn't care about anything, I wonder how quickly how much time I could spend walking in the woods before I just lost my mind. Or if I'd find peace like Sam did. So on the one hand, it's also like, what woods were you in? Were you just in like a tiny little woods like outside of some city, or were you in like the Amazon rainforest size? It's a bit depressing, but it's not bad. You know, well, still one of those things that could be interesting. I wouldn't necessarily call this one the most happy. A Mountain Witch legend, that's also true. That's also a good point. It's like, how close to civilization was he? Like, were there legends about someone or something in the woods. Are you the origin of Slender Man? No, you're too hairy for that and too cowboy. Maybe another vampire is.
Well, Samuel, when two vampires love each other very much,
Come on, boss. That's not what I'm asking. Where do we come from?
the answer to that is much older than recorded history, my friend. But let us focus on you.
Yeah, like Andy looks more. Well, Andy is way too handsome to be Slenderman. Let's be right. Let's be real here. He's also very broad. But he was definitely probably a legend somewhere.
We should start with some meditation and determine what thoughts are most important to you right now.
Also, a question of like, if you were in the woods for 90 years, were you like naked after like a couple years of like the one pair of clothes, or did you like have a cabin and you wash your clothes regularly down by the stream? These are questions I wish to ask Sam, but I can't because he's not real.
Close your eyes and envision your place of comfort.
All right, everyone, settle in. Get to your happy place.
I ain't good at being a therapist.
Oh, right, we're
Is
doing
my
this.
hat weird? Ich bin Sam. Ich bin ein cool man. Election looks real bad back home. Dr.
Oh,
Drain
right.
thinks I'm brain damaged.
Right, I forgot that. It doesn't like when my controller's plugged in.
Why'd my mama have to marry that asshole? When's the sunrise? The Senora hates my guts.
I don't like this one. Election looks real
Wish you
bad
were
back
still
home.
here, Jeb.
Like, that one's a bit too real. Once again, way too real for me. Thank you.
Actors need help, that's for dang sure. Wish I had more book smarts. Bet he scares the heck out of me. You're an idiot, Sam, hurting all them folk. Why'd I join up with a gang in the first place?
Come on, let's move on.
How
Here
are
we
you
go.
feeling, my friend?
Pretty good. I gotta say, my head's been a mess of thoughts lately. I think I was afraid of therapy today.
It's upsetting how many games released a few years ago are relevant again. I mean, you're not wrong. But we're here to not worry about that.
Why is that, my friend? What thoughts came up?
Well, after last time, I think I was stewing a bit. Just being real angry at myself for joining that nasty cult in the first place.
They preyed on the vulnerable, as cults tend to do. If you had been a man of means with a robust support system, I doubt they would have noticed you.
Yeah, I know. And honestly, I'm mad about that too. I mean, my country did me real wrong and put me in that sorry state to begin with.
Yeah, welcome to... Some things have changed in a few hundred years. Some things haven't.
This sounds like a proverbial can of worms.
Yeah, you could definitely say that. After we talked last time, I kept thinking, what could I have done differently? And the answer amounts to horse shit. All that law-breaking I did, all that murdering and stealing and doing no good, that was my country failing me.
Let us slow down, Samuel. You are making a bit of a logical leap. I have great admiration and empathy for you, my friend. But it is disrespectful to those you hurt to blame anyone but yourself.
I mean, I guess I could have died. Suppose that would have been kinder. But that's a lot to ask a boy to do.
I am not suggesting that you should have died. And I do not suggest that your country was without fault. However, your country had its role, and you had yours. You are using a cognitive distortion called blaming. When we engage in blaming, we ignore or wipe away our own faults, attributing them to someone or something else.
We have a new distortion. Hooray! Oh boy, more things to remember.
Our faults are precious, Samuel. We cannot be ourselves without them. Do not wipe them away.
I mean, I just wish things hadn't been the way they were. If my country had taken a better trail, maybe I would have turned out different.
Differently. I am sorry to interrupt, but Senora Deste might correct you less gently. Now then, perhaps it would help to put blaming into perspective. It is always humbling to see ourselves in the mirrors of our minds, is it not? Let's try some examples. See if you can tell when I am blaming. I turned into a bat the other day and flew right into a tree. Who put that tree there?
George of the Jungle, is that you?
I was unable to perform in bed with Crimson the other night. It must have been her fault.
Oh god, don't ever let her know that you use that as an example.
Dang, that is some blaming. Takes two to tango, boss. Maybe there's some bad blood brewing between you two, and I wish I hadn't heard about it.
Do not worry, my friend. Crimson and I bring each other great satisfaction.
Okay, maybe I don't know if I want to know that either.
All right, I get it.
Ah, the embarrassed cowboy.
I said nothing lurid, Samuel. Why are you so distressed?
Singing great satisfaction. It's like hearing your parents talking about their sex lives. I mean, not that you're. I mean, forget I said anything.
All right, Samuel, let us move on. The interface on this widely used new vampire dating app is so modern. How do they expect anyone to use this cursed thing?
No, that feels right.
Did you see the football game the other night? My preferred team played with great skill and should have won. The referee was clearly an agent of the Dark Lord.
Yeah, no, that doesn't...
It is the fault of the cursed sun that we must live in darkness.
Maybe?
The sun can't help being the sun, so don't go blaming it. The way I see it, we got our place. That ain't nobody's fault.
Well done, Samuel. Perhaps the sun is even more brilliant in our memories, and seeing the real thing would spoil it.
I mean, it kind of would spoil it because you'd be dead 2 seconds later. Or maybe that's just exactly how you want to go out. Maybe it's beautiful. Maybe it's like, you know what? I'm finally ready to leave this mortal coil. Well, I'm gonna just watch the sunrise. Beautiful. Dust in the wind. That feels like the ending to a vampire's... Well, actually, that...
Well, that's one way of thinking about it.
There are some blaming distortions you missed in there, my friend.
Oh, I did?
Listen once more. I turned into a bat the other day and flew...
Blaming
Oh,
someone
I guess that one.
or the tree for you being clumsy, that ain't gonna do anyone much good. I smacked into my fair share of trees back when I was a youngster, but that was definitely my fault.
Of course, there is no shame in being a novice flyer as a young vampire. But we can be insecure creatures. That's our humanity at work. I was unable to perform in bed with Crimson.
Dang that.
Okay, I have to do the whole thing over again. Eh.
The interface on this widely used new vampire...
Come on now.
Oh, really?
boss. Not every app out there is designed too good, but we can't expect machines to run themselves. Well, that's some blaming right there.
You are correct, Samuel. It was only hypothetical, of course. I do endeavor to keep up with the times. By the way, thank you again for teaching me Control-V and Control-C the other night. What a delightful trick.
Oh, he learned the copy and paste on his computer.
Oh, yeah. Way faster than going through the edit menu all the time.
You youngsters always find the latest tricks. Let's keep going, though. Did you see the football game the other night?
Now, hold on, Andy. I think I saw the game you're talking about, and you're just blaming the ref for your team's mistakes. You got a great tight end, but one that plays a little dirty.
Excuse...
I didn't mean it like that. Oh, heck, I can't talk right today.
Oh, fucking God, tight end. God damn it, Sam. I knew that was unintentional, but it took me a second.
It's quite all right. Isn't getting dirty the point of play?
I think I get it. I ain't trying to erase what I did. I'm just bitter that I felt like I had no choice at all. And it all goes back to the United States taking my daddy away for their manifest destiny. I'm mad at him, too. Dying for his country. What kind of nonsense is that? How'd his country pay him back?
Once again, this is too real?
But making my poor ma marry a drunk who beat the daylights out of her and his kids? Ain't no damn wonder I turned out the way I did.
That must have been devastating, Samuel. Countries are not human. They cannot feel. And stories such as yours prove it.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like the people who in the government aren't human either. Maybe they're vampires.
What
Anyways.
the hell, Andy? My daddy's corpse didn't give a shit about no United States of America. It's kind of funny when you think about it. He died fighting the British so the U.S. could say they own Missouri. Who the fuck cares? I'm telling you, Andy, the best thing about being dead is realizing how little that nationalism crap matters.
Hooray for...
Desire for identity can create monsters worse than we. What happened after your father died?
There is so much to unpack
But we
here.
didn't have nothing. The money was running out, so my ma got married to a hard man who drank even harder. He beat up my older brother, Jeb, for fun. And once Jeb started fighting back, dear old stepdad came for me. And that's when my brother killed him.
It sounds like a tragedy from my own country's mythology. I am sorry that such a thing happened to you, Samuel. Your brother was brave.
No kidding. We went on the run together, but he was the one who kept us alive and fed, mostly through stealing and begging. Once we stopped being cute, begging didn't work anymore. So we moved up to robbing and killing. Killed my first man at 12, and then it got a little too easy.
That is young. I cannot imagine how difficult that must have been, Samuel. My country asked me to kill at 20, and I still remember how devastating it felt.
Yeah, well, Nobody told me to do it. Like you said, that was all me. I don't think anyone was surprised either. When my brother and I rode into a town, you should have seen the way people looked at us. They knew we were trouble and we were determined as hell to prove them right.
Aha, a moment, Samuel. I believe this is an opportunity for some growth.
It's them distortions again, huh?
New one. What's it called?
To err is human, as they say. Do not be discouraged. There is something in what you just said that you cannot be sure of. Can you tell me what it is?
I stopped being cute. Maybe I am still cute. Maybe I'm great. Nationally, wow. Okay, maybe that's not something that we should. I want to say. Maybe we'll just skip straight to the.
Is it that I stopped being cute?
Well, yes, that is certainly a distortion. My patrons have told me they find you adorable. But I was looking for a different distortion.
That's okay. I picked that one purely to see what the response would be.
I guess there ain't no way of knowing that people thought we were trouble.
That's right, Samuel. There is one way of knowing exactly what they were thinking, and that would be to read their minds. Thus is the cognitive distortion called mind reading. Yes.
Oh, that's gonna be
it can
great
be
for
evidence
Medi
and
later.
predictions.
Next time we see Medi, we're definitely picking that one.
I was a dirty little thieving murderer. I don't blame him for judging me.
That's labeling.
First, that's labeling. Second, one of those people might have been patient and gentle, one that had an experience like yours. You cannot know. With your mind reading, do you see how you made everyone your enemy?
Just like Medi is doing, because she's the one we just saw.
Yeah. You're right. You're damn right.
No one expects a child to be perfectly aware of themselves and the world, Samuel. Remember, start with compassion for yourself. Here, let us do an exercise to help you recognize mind reading. Jesus Christ would have disliked the idea of anal intercourse.
All things considered, I'm gonna say that's wrong. I'm gonna say I don't think he would have at all.
I know that's mind reading right there. Unless you asked Jesus Christ himself and he told you, there's no way you'd know how he feels about butt sex.
Oh my god, sometimes this game just hits you with things that you weren't expecting.
Very good, Samuel. Many in my time have claimed to know the mind of Jesus Christ, and none of them have ever even met him.
You were there when he was kicking around. You ever meet him?
No, that part of the world was never really vampire-friendly.
That sounds about right.
The chair you're sitting in is one of his, though. Magnificent, isn't
Wait,
it?
fucking, I'm sitting in a chair made by Jesus Christ himself, the carpenter?
Jesus Christ made this chair?
I bought it cheaply before he became a big deal. He was certainly ahead of his time as a carpenter.
There's something so hilarious about a man who's 1,000 years older than Jesus Christ saying that he owns one of his chairs. Oh my god, that's really funny.
Dang. Now I feel awkward sitting in this thing.
Nah, it's fine. You're a vampire sitting in the chair of the Son of God. You're good. You're not burning up, so clearly he doesn't mind.
It's more than 2,000 years old, Samuel. It is still just a chair, and it's experienced millennia of past wind. Don't worry about it.
Are you telling me Jesus Christ possibly farted on this chair once? I don't care if we don't know the answer. I'm gonna just assume that it's true.
Crimson is upset with me because I forgot to take out the garbage. I know because she told me so. I sent my friend Vlad an internet message, and he left it on red. He must hate me.
That's some mind reading for sure. There's no way you know what Vlad's thinking. Maybe he wasn't ready to answer, or maybe he forgot.
Boy, does that happen to me a lot. Like, there's so many times where it's like, okay, I read a message, like, okay, I'll think about a response for this because I don't know really what to say yet, and I'll just come back to it later. 12,000 years later. Ah, shit!
Excellent, Samuel. That's correct. There are endless reasons why Vlad would leave my messages on red, and only Vlad knows them. Reading too much into an internet message is a massive waste of time.
Can we please tell the internet that? Can we please tell the internet that? Please? I know several social media websites that need to... Well, here's the problem. You try to tell them this and they're gonna...
The Pony
Anyways.
Express was a lot healthier, I think. This internet stuff makes people get real nutty.
Mortals are in more of a rush than we are, I'm afraid. Let us continue. One of the patrons of my club was having dirty thoughts about me. I know because I read his mind with my vampiric powers.
I mean, I suppose that is technically literal mind reading.
I told our bouncer Bert a funny joke the other day. He was quiet, but very amused.
How the heck would you know if Bert was amused by your jokes? That's clearly mind reading.
You are correct, Samuel. No one knows what Bert is thinking.
Okay, question. Is this just a literal no one knows what he's thinking because you can never know what anyone's thinking, or because Bert doesn't talk much?
I like to think he dreams of butterflies. But who can say?
I don't think he's thinking of butterflies.
Then you are mind reading, Samuel. Let Bert be Bert.
Yeah, I guess so.
I believe you now understand that mind reading may have closed the door on some opportunities for you.
Boy. Stop. Okay. Now that I think about it, I'm feeling personally attacked because I'm like, oh God, no, I've done this millions of times. Oh no. Oh no. Can't change the past though.
I suppose. I can't really know either way, but I guess that's the point of all this. Knowing what's real and what's not.
Exactly, Samuel. So tell me, what happened to you and your brother?
You don't know already. I thought we were famous Wild West outlaws. They called. I think we made as close.
They
to
called
the
them
as possible
the
while
handsome
keeping up a life
boys.
like
I don't
that
count
for
that they were so
75
young
years.
and pretty and handsome. Whatever.
They stopped calling us the handsome boys eventually. Mostly they just called us those two bitches. Jeb and I married a pair of sisters, even talked about settling down in some kind of fashion. I guess we got greedy though. One last big job, as they say in the pictures. Met this fella in a saloon who'd heard of us. Went by Ernie. He said he'd help us take down the Pioneer Missouri Bank. A take of $30,000, split 3 ways.
Okay, what would that be nowadays? Like $1 million?
That's about $1 million in today's dollars, but that kind of money was...
Okay, look, I was making a joke. I mean, no, I knew exactly what the inflation rate was. I'm just a genius like that, and I'm good with numbers. We're just gonna say that, right? And you're all gonna believe me.
We got the money all right, but my brother got shot in the head. Dead before he even hit the ground. I didn't know who did it. So in my rage, I killed every soul in that bank. Ernie and I ran off with that dirty money, but weren't nothing the same after that. When she heard the news, my sister-in-law was screaming so loud she scared the coyotes away. My wife left with her that night, and I didn't see either of them ever again. Not sure I wanted to. I had $15,000 and no interest in spending it. Just sat there in a sack. When Ernie invited me to join his gang, I saw no reason not to. I'm pretty sure I signed that devil's contract as soon as I started killing them folks in the bank.
I am sorry, Samuel. That is a truly horrifying story. I can hear the pain in your voice. Your brother was precious to you.
Yeah. He wasn't a good man, Andy. But he kept me safe. Without him, I knew I'd be doomed. I was certain I had no choice but to join the Mystic Bastards. Yeah, I know. Cognitive distortion.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but I definitely heard it. Because, like, I had no choice. I had to do this
I
thing.
know
Oh.
you know, Samuel. A new one, but I think you can identify it on your own. What is the cognitive distortion you are displaying now?
I was too sure of my fate. That's the one.
I was so sure I was right to join the Mystic Bastards. Ain't nobody could have convinced me otherwise.
Indeed, Samuel. This cognitive distortion is known as being always right. And when you are always right, your choices are limited, even if they lead to doom. We become so convinced that only we have the appropriate perspective. Even in a world of infinite possibilities, one would expect immortals to be immune to this distortion after seeing their beliefs challenged over generations. But we are just as susceptible to being always right.
And sometimes being immortal means that, sometimes you, what's it called? The, fucking, I know the word, hold on. Bias. It's a bias thing. Fuck, what's it called? When you only ever see and find things that prove you right. I don't remember. Fuck. But it's a similar idea. You have all the time in the world to constantly be proven right if that's the only thing you're looking for and
Let's try
remembering.
some examples so you can identify when I am always right. I have the experience of ages. My authority cannot be questioned.
Okay, Boomer.
Did you just fucking call Andrew Mahos One of the most ancient vampires in existence of 3,000 years. A fucking boomer.
Excuse me?
Just something I hear the kids say when old mortal folk are acting like they're always right. The folks born after World War II are real good at destroying the world, but they assume age leads to wisdom. It ain't necessarily so.
Oh my god. That got me so good.
You are always right about that. Well done, Samuel. With my multi-generational economic expertise, I am confident that market conditions will result in mass layoffs in the next quarter.
Okay, look. I don't even need economic expertise to know that that's going to happen. Why do I know that? Because that's all that's happened.
I know that turning another into a vampire inevitably results in resentment.
Now, that sounds like you're always right. I know a lot of us vampires ain't too happy with our lot in life, but we ain't always resentful.
That is correct, Samuel. Of course, we must be careful when choosing whom we turn and when. Choosing to live forever is not a choice casually made.
It ain't usually a choice at all.
But we will endeavor to break that cycle, my friend. We have enough clients already without having more resentful immortals running around. Let us continue.
Yeah, at a certain point, you feel like all these immortal people, it's kind of like the fairy godparents situation. It's like, well, if we live forever, what's the point in making more of us? We never die. Although I guess in this world with vampires, like, no, they die every now and then. Death happens. Maybe not as often anymore, but they definitely die. But still, you don't want to be making too many. Eventually, that's all you're going to
I know
have.
for a fact that vampires become misanthropic as they age. I do not need your perspective.
And now hold on, you ain't always right. You thinking we're gonna turn into misanthropes is limiting you from making new vampires, but that's just your thinking.
Although, that does bring up a very good question now I think about it. Has Sam ever turned anyone? The answer is probably no. And has Andy turned anyone recently? I'm just going to say recently because I'm sure when he was older and he didn't care about murdering and all this other stuff, he was just fine turning vampires whenever, turning people whenever. And like Crimson, what is a possibility? But she's like, nah, I don't want to do that. It's like, okay, cool. Kind of tells me that he probably has.
Very good, my dear son. Caution is warranted when bringing a new soul into the dark, but I must consider perspectives other than my own. I have not had much good fortune with my children of darkness, but I am indeed not the only judge of character.
Okay, now I'm wondering how many you've made.
You got kids, Andy?
I had many dark children before I recognized the gravity inherent in doing so.
I knew it. Oh, God. Well, okay, look. If this were a deeper, kind of more dramatic story, where everything is connected and all this, blah, 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 he would have been the one who sired Meddy's ex-boyfriend, the one who turned her. Andy, that would make you Meddy's vampiric grandfather? Grandsire? I'm gonna say grandsire, because that sounds cool.
I only wish more of my brethren could learn what a responsibility it is to begin the unlife of another. I know the internet is a passing fad. I have seen technology come and go, so I can trust my own expertise.
I think you're doing a little always right there, Andy. A lot of folks had unwavering confidence that the fax machine was going to stick around forever, but they weren't right neither.
Truly? I still use my fax machine. It is the preferred mode of communication among vampires here in Germany.
Heck, I guess that just proves no one is always right about technology. I think I get it, boss. If I had found folks to listen to other than myself, maybe I wouldn't have joined up with Ernie's gang.
Perhaps, perhaps not. You had plenty of reasons for making the choices you made. Reflecting on them is what helps us to grow.
Yeah, I'm a lucky fella all in all. I did some stuff with those vampires that I was pretty sure erased any humanity I had left. But I was wrong. Them transcendentalists I hold up with were ready to help me no matter how nasty I was. And I know I've done a lot of thinking on my own, but I owe them everything.
Congratulations, Kayla. Doing your taxes always feels nice when you're done and said with. When it's all done, when it's all said and done, that's the phrase. I remember. It's very good to just be like,
surprise, motherfucker.
ah! Hi, Delphi. Delphi, you missed the fact that Sam is currently sitting in a chair made by Jesus Christ and also calling Andy a boomer. Now when you have to, I mean, hey, Kayla, the good news is you're done. You don't have to deal with it anymore. How you doing, Delphi?
I've done a lot of thinking on my own, but I owe them everything. Is that so, Samuel? Can you point out your own distortion there? Samuel, you are discounting your own efforts in the incredible changes you have. I ask.
It's my old favorite sneaking up on me, disqualifying the positive. I did plenty of work on myself.
That's right, Samuel. And why were the Transcendentalists able to help you? We just went over it tonight.
I mean, technically all of these.
I realized I wasn't always right. I was ready to start receiving help.
Excellent, Samuel. Your capacity for self-reflection, and so quickly, is truly inspiring. I almost feel as though my blood is circulating on its own.
It's not, of course, but
Oh, come on, Andy. I'm just a fella.
which repetitive, yeah.
You have earned a reprieve from disqualifying the positive, my friend. Embrace it. I believe we have had a productive session today. Let us not press matters. This is difficult work, and you are handling it wonderfully. How do you feel?
Taxes are annoying and stupid, and I blame TurboTax and H&R Block and many others.
You know, I feel okay. Somehow it's better than feeling good. What happened is what happened. Some bad stuff happened to me, and I did some bad stuff. And none of it lasts forever. That's the nice thing about having all the time in the world.
Your trials have made you wise indeed, my dear Samuel. Now rest, my friend. You shall soon share your wisdom with your clients. I wish you a good night.
Yeah, I believe it's early coffin time for me tonight. Have a good night, Andy.
Do you think they have to drink a blood? I wonder how much they have to drink to survive. Because, like, we know that they have to drink blood pretty much every day. But, like, some people talk about, like, draining their victim. Like, okay, is it more like if you, like, the more you have all at once, the longer you can go without needing more? That's probably accurate, but... Which is why if you were to drain someone dry, you could last like a week or whatever.
Samuel, greetings. You look a bit pale. May I offer you something to drink?
Yeah, you got any drinker's blood?
I know you are joking. You will not dilute your blood before a session.
Okay. That's not what the subtitle... That's fine.
Yeah, I know, you're right. I just don't know who I'm meeting tonight. Is it gonna be Dr. Drain or that Lord Luridus fella?
You only met a single individual last time, and you will meet only a single individual this time. Do not let Dr. Drain's avoidance of accountability confuse you.
You saw the guy, though. Lord Luridus ain't nothing like Dr. Drain.
But here's the thing. Just like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Mr. Hyde was not like some monster created by the potion. It changed his form to the point where he was able to, like... He was able to release his inhibitions without worry or guilt because he wouldn't be caught. It's kind of a similar thing, although not
And
exactly.
why do you think that is, Samuel?
Well, maybe it's easier for Dr. Drain to blame Lord Luridus.
Correct, Samuel. A mild change in personality would be within Dr. Drain's control. Luridus is not, and therefore, Dr. Drain relinquishes control. Prepare yourself, my friend. Let us find the darkness that lives within Dr. Drain.
Okay. Definitely some disqualifying the positive. Control fallacy. Blaming is going to be important. And always right?
All right, I think I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
See, now we're at the point where I'm just like, okay, I have so many options. Dear God, I hope that I pick the right ones, and I hope that that doesn't screw me over.
Do not fear, Samuel. I shall not let Dr. Drain hurt you, no matter what he is calling himself. Do what you do best.
I will, I promise. And here he comes, whoever he is today. Doc?
Somewhat taciturn today, then. Well, don't be upset with me. I did warn you about that beast. At least now you recognize the urgency in being rid of him. Perhaps now we can stop beating about the bush and actually fix my addiction problem.
I'm here to help, but if we're gonna lick this thing, we gotta do it honestly. And that means getting to the root of the problem.
I tire of this self-examination process. There must be something efficacious that I can do. Perhaps some sort of aversion therapy. I am willing to do whatever it takes to make that villain just go away.
Okay.
You gotta be willing to address the big old elephant in the room.
And what is that?
The big old elephant in the room. It's right behind you. And how long has that been there? Lord Luridus ain't that bad. He's kind of hot. You're just the same goddamn person.
You and Lord Luridus ain't two different people. You keep talking about him like he's someone else, but you both got the same brain in there.
Complete and utter nonsense. You've met him. We share absolutely nothing in common. And what's more, I am fully aware that he hates me. Take a look at this note he left on my desk.
That's supposed to be you there with the micropenis?
This is such a terrible little drawing. I love it.
Indeed. Juvenile humor, to be sure. Certainly nothing I would produce.
Ain't he got the same penis, though?
Quite so. I have no doubt he does the most terrible things with it.
You currently have no elephants at the local zoo. Is there like a good reason for that or a bad reason for that?
So somehow he's got a
Maybe I don't
different
wanna
brain than you do, but the same penis. Something ain't adding up here, Doc.
There is. How many more times are we going to say penis in this
I resent
session?
what you are suggesting. I have no effect on what Lord Luridus does.
Nope, wrong one.
Dr. Drain seems to assign himself no
Oh, yeah.
responsibility.
I know you're a pretty responsible fella, but you're giving Lord Luridus more credit than he deserves.
To Australia for a breeding program? Aw.
What on earth are you talking about?
You know that old stereotype mortals like to spread about us where we can't go into a place until we're invited?
A ludicrous idea with no basis in scientific truth.
Ain't you giving Lord Luridus your permission to come in and do what he does when you take that plasma stuff?
I didn't invite him in the first time. I had no idea what I had created. That his presence would become an addiction was not known to me.
Dr. Drain, you're a scientist. Your stock and trade is in facts, ain't it? Let's leave thought out of this for now. You gotta be my scientist here and stick to what we know.
Very well. Yes. The genesis of Lord Luridus was in the actions and choices I took. Are you quite satisfied?
Doc, we ain't here for my satisfaction. Do you really think that?
Well, the fact that I am upset right now certainly lends credence to the idea that you are trying to shame me.
I won't lie to you, Doc. The people that Lord Luridus has hurt probably would have a bone to pick with you. But I ain't here to punish nobody. That ain't the way to help you. In this room, we're working together. You're doing the hard work, and I'm just
Are
giving you
Jekyll and
support.
Hyde also
Get what you're,
vampires?
partner?
Maybe. You never know. They could be. Maybe he is, and he just forgot that he was.
And so you do me even greater shame through kindness. I cannot win. Perhaps I should simply let that beast, Lord Luridus, have his way with me.
Come on now, Doc. You're jumping right to doom there. There are so many ways this therapy thing could go for you. It ain't we destroy Lord Luridus or Lord Luridus wins. Jumping right to catastrophe just ain't realistic. Already you're fighting him by being here. That means there's definitely something in the middle. And working together, we'll make things better. Maybe not completely better. This work ain't never done.
Of course, I am forgetting myself. I'm not usually prone to extremes. I shall attempt to be more mindful.
That's all we ask in therapy is mindfulness. Very important.
I ain't expecting you to be perfect, Doc. And I don't want you to expect perfection from yourself either. What I'm asking you for is self-compassion. That ain't erasing blame. It's just approaching yourself from a place of understanding. That's a scientific method, ain't it?
I doubt many in the scientific community would agree with such a statement. We
Nope.
cannot address facts if we mask them in emotionality.
That's exactly it, Doc. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Quite obviously, yeah. Don't.
Indeed. Thus my attempt to synthesize the thought properly.
And thank you for being so. No, what's the word? Not pedantic. It's the other one. Why am I losing all my words today? Or am I just trying too hard to think of the big words? Like they're on the tip of my tongue. Patronizing me. You don't have to patronize me, but whatever.
Well, thank the dark powers that made us. Someone in here's the smart one.
Very well. We shall take a strategic, scientifically sound approach. We will agree upon facts, develop hypotheses, test and validate.
Yes, I like this plan.
If I rely on the science, I will never be wrong.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Hold on a sec. Before we jump in, Doc, I gotta challenge you. Even science ain't gonna make it certain you're always right. The answers science gives you might not be the answers that are best for you. I just want you to keep your mind open, all right?
My mind is always open. I'm a scientist.
I'm just gonna reflect that back to you and see if you think that's true. You're saying being a scientist means your mind is always, without fail, open.
Well, I suppose that sounds a bit ridiculous. Very well. I shall endeavor to ensure that my thinking is flexible.
Well, sounds good to me, compadre. Let's start assembling them facts. Can I ask you some questions then?
You may. Let us begin.
All right.
This is gonna be
you told
super
me that The
interesting.
thing that makes your plasma addicting is how good it makes you feel when you wake up from it. From your scientific perspective, what makes it feel good?
From a chemical perspective, good feelings, or positive emotions, are the result of neurotransmitter action.
Yes, there are chemicals in the brain, the dopamine and serotonin and all that.
Considering the specific emotions felt in the immediate moment are contentment and satisfaction, it is certain that I am experiencing an oxytocin and dopamine release.
Okay.
It is a primal limbic response. In laboratory settings, we observe a constant drive in animals towards stimulating the release of amygdala-receptive neurotransmitters.
Okay, I'm still with you, Doc. Sam's probably long gone. I'm with you a little bit.
I think you're gonna need to boil that down for me, Doc.
He is in fact so he's trying to create a synthetic plasma so that vampires don't need to drink from humans. However, his plasma, for whatever reason, he's addicted to it, and because it makes him feel good, but it also turns him into quote-unquote Lord Lyridus, which is the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation from earlier, where he is rude and free and open and no inhibitions, and he drinks and kills and has sex and all this other stuff just willy-nilly.
I did not come here to teach, but so be it. Ask your questions.
Yeah.
So what's all this stuff really mean in the end, Doc? Why's this neurotransmitter stuff even matter?
An intriguing question. Naturally, emotion does not have a practical evolutionary application on its own. However, these emotions signal to the reptilian brain whether or not we are under threat.
Oh, well, dang, now I think we're getting somewhere. I think the answer's right in front of us. Oh?
And what is it that your rooting, tooting brain can synthesize that mine cannot?
I mean, you need a psychiatrist. That's you. That's us. He needs to live in the woods. I don't know. I don't think he'd be very happy there for more than 10 seconds. Sorry, more than 1 second.
You don't feel safe on your own. Taking that plasma forces you to get that neurotransmitter hit.
An intriguing theory. However, evidence stands against it. Like it or not, I am a vampire. The only thing that may threaten me is the sun or a more powerful vampire. I should not be experiencing feelings of mortal danger. I am not immortal. Logically, I should know such a thing is ridiculous.
There's them should statements again, Doc. It doesn't matter what logic says. You still got that part of your brain that says it's in danger, and that part doesn't care about logic.
Ain't that the truth?
An astute point, and an inconvenient one. That we should be saddled with such vestigial, primal concerns is most unfortunate.
Can't avoid the fact that we still got them human concerns. At least we don't gotta poop, huh?
Oh dear, and you are doing so well. At least I have nothing to fear from you.
It's true, though. We're still animals, partner. We gotta satisfy the animal. Just not through pooping.
Sam, why do you have to keep talking about pooping? It's fine, but why?
But we are immortal. Why do we have animal needs, fears, and emotions? What possible use do they have?
Nope, wrong one.
Poor Dr. Drain is diminishing the entire human, or
Oh,
rather
right.
animal
But we are...
Sometimes, Doc, you are just too smart for your own good. You're logicking away all the good things about being human. I mean, let's say we freed ourselves from those biological concerns. Got rid of all them fears and insecurities and quirks.
We'd be very boring people.
Why are we doing anything then? I don't know about you, Doc, but I don't want to turn into a computer. All them great discoveries and works of art came from our humanity.
Perhaps it is so. Do you know, I met Isaac Newton several times. The young fellow was motivated indeed, but it was his human vindictiveness that made him so effective.
From what I remember about Isaac Newton is this is not wrong. He had some ideas and he was a smart guy, and some other people are like, nah, fuck you. And he's like, all right, now it's out of spite, motherfuckers.
All those motherfuckers who called me a nerd are going to pay, mark my words, he would say. Or something along those lines.
So, he was making sure none of those motherfuckers could hurt him.
That was certainly part of it. It was not just the love of science that drove the man. It is such a disappointing notion, however, to think that we cannot transcend our reptilian brain, even when we are beyond death.
We're dealing in facts, though, and I think what we're coming to is that your reptilian brain doesn't feel safe.
Which is absolutely ridiculous, but I must admit that it is somehow true. Ugh, what a devastating revelation. Dr. Drain, for all his scientific achievement, is just an emotional little laboratory rat who bases all his decisions in fear.
Incorrect. I mean, that's also...
Man, you just jump right to that extreme. You're probably the smartest fella I ever met, Doc. You ain't a science god, but who is? I think there's a lot of room between being a lab rat and being the perfect logical being.
You are, of course, correct. I am letting my emotions get the better of me. Most unscientific.
I guess it just comes with immortality that this is just the most extreme version of this type of character I think I've ever seen. Outside of, extreme caricatures.
Doc, I want to go back to one of them things I was telling you about in our first session, and that's self-compassion. Let's say you had some vampire apprentice, a scientist like you, who didn't know nothing like what you know, and said they were down on themselves for all the reasons you are. What would you say to them?
Well, I would explain that progress is non-linear. The scientific method, in fact, celebrates failure. That which does not conform to theory still informs theory.
Correct. Even if failure is, as the Mythbusters said, failure is always an option. Because when you fail, that means that something went wrong. That means you know that something needs to be changed, and sometimes you can even kind of see what that change what needs to be changed.
Any chance you could put the scientist away and talk to their human side?
Well, I suppose I would say that it is fine, that all things are temporary, and the universe does not care to condemn them.
Let's go! This is also always a good thing. It's like, talk to someone else that would be in your exact situation. Basically, talk to yourself as if you were someone else.
So how can we get you to say them things to yourself, Doc?
My situation is not the same. I was trained in the age of discovery. I bear the responsibility for that age. But if this project of mine, to create the blood that will sustain the world, is not what I am here for, then what is my purpose?
Well, let me ask you. What's the purpose of a gopher?
Rodentia geomydae. Rodents endemic to North America, known for their tunneling ability and as agricultural pests.
Okay.
I believe they are the prey of owls, snakes, and coyotes, and are omnivorous themselves, consuming vegetables, insects, and small mammals.
Jesus Christ, why do you have all this memorized? For what purpose?
I wasn't expecting you to be so thorough. I don't think I knew half that stuff.
I have come to learn nearly everything there is to know about mammalian biology as a result of my research.
Oh.
Please get to the point.
I think I forgot what it was now.
That is not encouraging.
Hold on a sec. I think I've got it. Well, see, you're kind of like a gopher.
Am I now? Pray tell, how am I like a gopher?
Well, you live underground, and you're real alert all the time.
And science save us.
Hold on, I think I remember now. Gophers have a purpose. Driving people crazy, that's what. Used to wreak havoc on the farmland back in Missouri.
Absolutely ridiculous. That is not their purpose. It's an ill-informed anthropocentric philosophy defined and subscribed to entirely by said anthropocentrists.
I didn't know bugs could do that.
Sometimes it's just fun to react to the reactions that people have to each other.
Anthropocentrists, not arthropods. Humans. Homo sapiens. I am saying that you have created a purpose for the gopher that the gopher is entirely unaware of.
So, who made your purpose, Dr. Drain?
What? Well, I did, I suppose.
So if you made it, you can change it, right?
But how can I change my purpose? I have always been a scientist. So that's what I am.
All right, well, let's take that scientific approach and try to figure out who the man behind the scientist is.
That's true. We don't know anything about... Is it time to learn about your childhood, Dr. Drain? Maybe we can now learn about what made you the man you are today, and then we can figure out what that kid wants.
Very well. If we look at the behavior of our subject, myself, we can infer a few things. If we examine my behavior, one can draw comparison to a threatened higher-thinking mammal. I spend much time in ensuring personal safety and security.
What about your more peaceful moments? What do they look like?
I believe these feelings are only medically induced through my special plasma. However, Dr. Drain appears to be at rest when he is full and satisfied.
And your synthetic blood doesn't do that for you.
I am forced to admit that at present, it does not.
Dr. Drain, what do you think of drinking something a little more fresh and human?
I will not. I do not have to. That depraved vampire, Lord Luridus, is the source of all that is base and vulgar about my person.
Doc, you're blaming Lord Luridus for something common to all vampires, including yourself. We need blood. That's just how it is. Ain't Lord Luridus's fault. Now, I know you ain't comfortable with that need, but you can't offload everything you ain't happy with onto Lord Luridus. That just makes him worse.
You have not been listening to me at all if you believe I have absolved myself of all vampiric frailty.
I didn't say that. I'm saying you're distancing yourself from your needs by saying they're Lord Luridus's needs. Well, what if you indulge Lord Luridus once in a while? Maybe you could keep him from coming out.
Do you not understand what I have been working toward for the last 400 years? I will finally be able to transcend this thing that I am. I shall be a parasite no more.
Nope, wrong one.
It seems the Doctor aims to transcend his nature.
I will
Oh,
finally
control.
Come on,
Okay,
Dr.
that's
Drain.
what I was
You're a
thinking as well, but I was like,
scientist. You know mankind ain't got that kind of control over nature. Ain't you ever seen that movie where they bring back the dinosaurs?
That film was scientific drivel. Its simplistic understanding of DNA should have alienated its audience immediately. But then, who can guess with Americans?
I mean, yeah.
It was a good story, though. And in the end, it wasn't a story about DNA. It was a story about controlling nature, which I'm sure you know ain't never worked.
Your argument does not hold weight when your source of truth is a fantasy film.
Oh, they're 100. Look, this is not the first time they have referenced real media. Like, Senora d'Este, she lost her faith in humanity's ability to appreciate real beauty and art after seeing their inter-universe version of Rise of the Skywalker. Which I can't really blame her
Drain,
for.
We really got to talk about some kind of middle path here. Back home, we tried the whole abstinence thing a few times, and it didn't go too well. We tried to stop drinking, and that just made people only do bad drinking. We tried telling teenagers sex was evil, and that just made them want it even more while being ashamed of themselves. What if you just tried to do some of them things Lord Luridus does? Just don't do them the way he does.
I find the idea utterly repellent.
Yeah, but then you go and take that plasma, and Lord Luridus makes the decisions. We don't want that, right?
Fine. Fine. I'll drink some blood.
If you're comfortable with it, we have plenty in this room and downstairs, but we can get some brought up for you.
But I warn you, Sam, the price of failure is most dear. If I should lose my humanity, all of humanity will lose.
Doc, you really can't be putting the weight of the world on your shoulders. That ain't something you can control, compadre. Now, I know you're a capable fella, but the world is gonna turn with or without you.
You think so? I can't imagine someone with my highly rational mind feeling so strongly if my prediction weren't firmly rooted in fact.
I know it all seems real heavy right now. Just show yourself a little compassion and patience. Beating yourself up over a future that ain't happened yet isn't gonna help you. We need to go back to this thing I brought up before. You're a smart fella, Dr. Drain, but sometimes you're forgetting vampire commonality. We've all felt like the world was ending or that we're awful monsters, but them feelings are our perceptions alone.
Yes, I'm aware. Perhaps I've been a little too human in my foibles. However, you forget my training in history. I am not an average vampire. I was trained by the great Professor William Harvey.
You're gonna have to give me more information.
I have had 4 centuries to unlock the secrets of animal biology.
Look, I'm pretty sure 4 centuries isn't enough.
I have a duty to humanity and to my own legacy. A duty I should not fail in. Otherwise, what was it all for?
Hold your horses there, amigo. You say you've got a duty to humanity? Well, that ain't scientific at all. It ain't just anthropocentric, it's Dr. Drain-centric. Nobody said you had to do anything. Remember when we first started talking, I told you about them should statements? That's what you're doing, compadre. Just remember that them shoulds are yours.
Yes, I must be frustrating to you, Sam. I invoke the same delusions over and over again.
No, absolutely not. You are doing wonderful.
Hey, come on, Doc. You should be proud of yourself. You know what the difference is between you and vampires who never improve themselves? You're here. You've made a commitment to getting your head on straight. And you're getting there, my friend. Already you're making some big changes and investing in yourself. I can see it. So let's cut Dr. Drain a break. How about it, amigo? He doesn't need the weight of the world on him. There's only one thing he should do, and that's have a little understanding and empathy for himself. You get me?
Yes, I get you. Very well. I shall try to keep a clear head, and I will arrange to drink some real blood. There's plenty of it in the lab. I shall just liberate some of it.
Good man. We'll talk about how it's gone next month, all right?
Indeed. Until then, Sam, and thank you for your patience.
I think we're fucking getting somewhere,
I
y'all.
got nothing but time, amigo. You can thank me by being patient with yourself.
All the same, you have my thanks. I shall see you in a few weeks then.
Dr. Drain, I'm so proud of you. I hope to be proud of everyone in these sessions.
Well done indeed, Samuel. I think we are starting to see a new version of the good doctor in the making.
I hope you're right, boss. That fella's awful hard on himself.
That is normal, my friend. Being a vampire takes a lot of self-acceptance. He is only taking his first steps in discovering this.
What I'm hoping that next time he comes to us with is, well, when I drank some blood, I felt fine, and it was good. It was similar to how I feel after the plasma, and when I wake up. But this time, it wasn't too intense and crazy and insane. And I'm still here.
Fair enough.
Hooray!
It took other people forgiving me for me to forgive myself.
And now you pass on this gift of compassion to Dr. Drain. Now, Samuel, the evening is still young. See what the night has to offer downstairs.
That sounds good, Andy.
Rest in peace, my friend.
I still think that's a really funny way for vampires to say goodnight to each other.
I always come out of the doc sessions feeling dumber than ever. I'll check in with Crimson. She's always got some bartender's wisdom to share. Howdy, Crimson. Looks like a nice crowd tonight.
They're always a nice crowd, cowboy. We like to maintain an asshole-free zone.
Mwah. Steph's perfect. Love to see it.
I'll try not to be an asshole then.
I'm not worried about you, cowboy. You had a session tonight, didn't you?
Yeah, with the doctor fella. We had a hard talk about what being a vampire means. He's having a hard time coming to terms with it, even after 400 years.
I can understand that. I've stopped aging for the last 20 years and don't know how I feel about it yet. How do you think it went with him?
I think we're finally getting somewhere, actually. It's funny, a lot of vampires forget they're human, but he keeps forgetting he's a vampire. But just like we can't opt out of being human, we can't opt out of being vampires either.
Must have been a hard talk, cowboy. I sometimes wonder what I am. Staying the same age, drinking Andy's blood to live. Don't get me wrong, I like not being dead, but I still feel like I'm living on borrowed time.
Is this a good time to ask why you don't just join the dark side? It ain't that bad being dead.
Well, there's the whole sun will melt you to ash.
I'm just not sure what I do with forever, you know? Eternity's a long time.
Oh, yeah, it is. Hell, sometimes I feel like a week is a long time, and sometimes a week is no time at all.
I think a lot of us vampires can't answer that question either. And I don't think there's one answer anyway.
There you go. So I guess I'll keep putting off the question.
Not really. Basically, she has blood cancer, and by drinking Andy's blood, it keeps her alive, but it also keeps her from aging. So she's not a vampire. She doesn't have any powers. Basically, the only thing that her only power, quote unquote, is her longer lifespan as long as she continues to drink.
But nobody's rushing you, Crimson.
You think I'd let anyone? But thanks for listening, cowboy. Now, why don't you go mingle? There's a new fella in the kink room who's very interested to meet you.
I guess I'll go be social then. Thanks, Crimson.
Wait, why does someone know I'm here? I have a bad feeling about...
Sick, that ain't.
Greetings, my child.
Who are you? What's with the corpse paint? Hello?
Keep your distance, amigo. I know our kind ain't had good history, but I ain't in the mood for an exorcism or nothing.
Ah, my child of the dark. If I were to exorcise you, nothing would be left when I was done.
Okay, no, that's definitely Matt Mercer. Hi, Matt Mercer.
Only the good Lord is free of sin. We are all children of darkness.
You like death metal.
Holy smokes, what Bible have you been reading?
I know my scripture, my son. However, I am by scripture and dark metal ordained, not by any church of man.
So, you're some kind of freelance priest?
Yes, I suppose I am. It is the only way I can give succor to those who need it most.
So I gotta ask, seeing as we're in a kink room, what kind of sucker are we talking about?
I feel like that's a very good question to ask here, although maybe not to a priest, or maybe yes to a priest that has their vestments, who wears corpse paint and their vestments is covered in spikes and chains.
I follow in the path of the Lord. I share my body, and I share my blood.
Ain't this a little blasphemous for your kind?
To whom, my child? God is in everything, including you, sweet vampire. Can God blaspheme against himself?
That's a good question.
I merely
Maybe?
wish to give comfort to those who live in darkness. And so, I choose to live in darkness with them. Come, my son. I shall give succor to you.
I feel okay. Look, I feel more like I'm gonna wait. You're giving sucker to. I feel like I'm the one giving. No, I'm sucking. Wait, hold on.
Well, all right. Maybe if you stop calling it that.
Thou shalt not want, my son. Are you comforted?
Yeah, I guess I am.
I know those of my faith have hunted your kind. Perhaps we fear our own sin, so we seek the sins of others. I seek only the Lord in everything. As do we all, whether we know it or not.
You ain't wrong, I suppose. Hey, a little awkward, but what's your name, fella?
Yeah, I know I just like sucked you and everything, but like maybe now's a good time for the name.
I am Kieran. It means little dark one. The night always did call to me.
Well, Kieran, I'm Sam, and I appreciate the blood, but I'm gonna turn in. A little sleepy now.
Go with God, my child of the night.
You are probably one of the best priests I've seen in any vampire media ever.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
One week
Evening,
later.
Samuel, are you ready for tonight's session with Signora D'Este?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're making some good progress.
I mean, in a kink room in a German nightclub, I guess you're right. I guess that makes sense. From what little information I have on anything ever.
That is wonderful. Remember, though, that the road to inner peace is not a straight line.
True enough. I like to say I didn't make my path. Nature did.
Samuel, you have the makings of a poet.
Oh, I meant it more literally. When I was walking in the woods, I just walked where the land led me.
But you see, this is a wonderful metaphor. If there is a valley between two mountains, that is the path nature takes us on. We often choose to climb the mountain instead when the easier path is made for us. Your experience guides your intuition more than you might expect, my friend.
Guess it's that peasant wisdom the Signora mentioned.
Be careful with the labeling, my friend.
I didn't mean it in a bad way. I'm not ashamed of being a peasant. I'm just folks, as we like to say.
I'm just
I can
folks.
see why the Signora has become quite fond of you.
Oh, that's right. The Senora was flirting with us at the end of the last session.
Are you prepared for your session with her?
Yeah, I think with our progress, there might be some other distortions to focus on. Let me think.
Okay. Always right for damn sure. Probably some emotional reasoning. Overgeneralization was one for her. And we'll say Nosferatu.
All right, locked and loaded.
The people of your country have so many colorful phrases having to do with firearms. I do not understand the obsession.
I can't explain it neither.
I shall leave you alone with the Signora, Samuel.
Howdy, Signora. Good to see you tonight.
You are looking forward to seeing me.
Well, sure I was. You're an interesting person, Signora. It's a privilege to get to know you.
Don't take that in a flirting manner, please.
I suppose you have learned something of manners yourself.
Oh, no. Okay, we're good.
I thought a lot about the things we talked about last time, you know.
Oh, yeah? What about exactly?
About how foolish I was for wasting my time for so long fighting against reality.
Now, hold on, Signora. Maybe you were fighting reality, so that doesn't mean you were wasting your time. That fighting with reality is just part of what makes you human. It's your experience, your journey that you're learning from.
But if the aim was to control my family, I failed to achieve that aim.
Yeah, but that's real all-or-nothing aim, Signora. It's easy to fail when the conditions for winning are so narrow, right?
Yes. You are, of course, correct. Would that I had listened to the simpletons in my life earlier.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad
I feel like
you
that's a should statement, but
You were putting so much pressure on yourself to be the one keeping your family going. I can tell how much it was weighing on you.
I spent so long trying to fix them, trying to transform them into something that they were not.
you can't change people that much. You just gotta let them, like, you can be part of their lives and maybe help
May I
them.
talk to you about my ex-husband, Sam?
Of course you can. I know he gave you a lot of grief.
He hurt me deeply, in so very many ways. He was the start of all my delusions because I thought I could fix him.
Oh, I've seen a lot of media where someone says that.
I thought Frankie was the way he was because I was not an ideal wife. That perhaps
Okay, that's
he would have been
personalization.
faithful if I had been as beautiful or fertile as a Medici. I know I have been arguing with reality, as you have said, but the idea of a fruitful marriage, sanctified by God, this was the only reality I had.
We should probably not tell her that the chair that we are currently therapying from was made by Jesus Christ. I don't know how she'd react to that.
But that reality did not match with mine. God could not have blessed both our marriage and riddled Frankie's penis with French diseases.
French diseases?
We used to call syphilis the malfrance.
Diseases don't belong to any nationality. You sound like a certain politician from back home.
Too real. Too real.
Do not insult me. Have I not suffered enough with my husband's disgusting malady? It was a painful lie to live. I could only conclude from my sorrow that God was testing me. Endlessly.
Again, senor, going back to...
Thank you, Delphin.
And Frankie was Frankie. Your sorrow was natural. You mix fire and gunpowder, there's always going to be an explosion. And it ain't God or fate that's causing it.
I suppose it is true. I was merely unlucky enough to be an eligible duchess to a most ineligible duke.
I think this just needs a little reframing. I know you were dealt a rough hand, but it doesn't necessarily mean you were being tested. Sometimes we just gotta make do with the hand we got.
You almost burst out laughing.
What I'm suggesting is that then and now, a radical acceptance approach could have helped you.
What do you mean?
If it's not obvious, I feel like I can't control my laughter these days. You could have become a nun?
You could have become a nun, right? That would have been a way out of your situation.
Sam, you know me better than most at this point. Could I have been a nun?
Well, I guess you could have been the queen of the nuns.
That was not an available position.
Maybe it wouldn't have worked out then. You could have had some sort of secret arrangement. That was pretty common back then, right?
Oh, we did have a secret arrangement. The arrangement was that he kept secrets from me and I pretended not to know about them.
Had you ever considered talking about it?
I could not. You do not know what it was like back then. A woman, even one such as I, was always subject to her husband. I did not have a say in his affairs. I had to play the part of the good wife and mother. You must understand, I only earned my significant power by playing the societal game.
But he knew you were aware of his indiscretions, didn't he?
It was hard to deny when he approached me with that rotten thing between his legs.
So why not bring the issue out in the open?
He would have become angry, I am sure. Perhaps he would have beaten me and taken away the privileges I had worked so hard to earn.
That's mind reading, but also...
Perhaps it is pointless to tread over the past again and again. What has happened has happened. It has been nearly 5 centuries. I should not let the past haunt me so.
Should statement.
If I am true, Sam, I am still very angry about all the lies I was told. I may be harboring some resentment.
I mean, that's natural.
You don't say.
You will understand when I tell you of Frankie's greatest cruelty.
I feel like I don't want to hear it, but
I will tell you that the man, for all his fighting spirit, had very weak sperm. And he could not sprout a male seed in my womb.
Okay, first of all, that's blaming. Second of all, I don't know if that's how that works.
My first child was a girl. I could not have been more embarrassed. Or so I thought. Until
Like,
I
you
had
can't
my
really
second
control
child,
that sort of
who
thing.
was also a girl. I will tell you, Sam. I was a young woman in mourning. I did not
But did
emerge
you love
from
your
my chamber
daughters?
for weeks.
Did they have a loving
The
mother?
next time, finally, I had a boy. My beautiful Federico. He was such a charming child. He would entertain me so with his clownish behavior.
I do like that she remembers her children fondly, even if she was embarrassed at the time of her daughters.
May I show you a picture, Sam?
Well, sure, let's take a look.
Look at him.
Aw.
Isn't he beautiful? He could have been a movie star or a model today, don't you think? Admit it, he is the most handsome boy who ever walked this cursed earth.
I must admit, it's kind of fun seeing her actually be so happy about someone else.
Why am I asking you? What do you know of beauty?
Okay, there she is. There's the senora.
Anyway, I gave all of myself to him. All my guidance, all my wisdom, and all of my love. Everyone said, "You are doting on him. Give him some air." How dare they tell me my business? I am Isabella d'Este. I know what is right.
Senora, I'm sure you knew what was best for your son, but ain't it possible that those people might have been able to help you? It's lonely work when you feel like you can't listen to anyone else.
Are you telling me how I should have raised my son?
I got a better sense of self-preservation than that, Senora. But you gotta admit, this Nosferatu thinking of being always right is pretty exhausting, ain't it?
Oh, that is true. And as it turned out, pointless. It did not matter in the end. Frankie, in his supreme foolishness, managed to get himself captured by the French.
Okay, was he sleeping with someone's wife?
He ransomed himself out of prison with something more precious than all the gold in Venezia, more valuable than the Pope's seat.
His son. Your son, that you love dearly.
He sold my son, my beautiful Federico.
Yeah, that's gonna fucking hurt.
Dang. That must have been devastating, Senora. I can't imagine how painful that must have been.
No, you cannot. For you will never be a mother to a son so beautiful, so intelligent, and so pure.
Okay.
But that was not the end of my pain. It was not enough to take my son away. Not content to merely break me, the French, as always, needed to corrupt.
What do you mean the French always needed to corrupt?
They are a debauched people. I know what they are like.
Are you just... Apologies to anyone French? Or who knows French? Or is any French blood? I don't know.
Senora, you're too smart to judge an entire group of people based on an icky sample. Besides, we're vampires. What the hell does it mean to be French or Italian after a century? All the people that made France French back then are dead now.
Yes, of course I am aware. I speak out of anger and hurt.
I figured. But honest heads make for honest hearts, I like to say. What did the French do to your son?
They sent my sweet Federico to a den of filth, a place where chastity went to die, straight to the crossroads of Sodom and Gomorrah. They sent him to the Vatican.
That's not what I was expecting. That's not where I was expecting that to go. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love her just dissing on the Vatican so harshly.
The Vatican? Seems like that'd be a pretty boring place for a boy to spend time.
This was Rodrigo Borgia's Vatican. It was a city of prostitutes and perverts, and he was their mayor.
Okay, what I know of Rodrigo Borgia, the Borgias, yeah, never mind, that makes sense.
My poor Federico. He was a boy of a certain age. I could not have prepared him for the temptations he encountered. When he finally returned to me, he was no longer Isabella d'Este's child. He was the child of Francesco Gonzaga, an experienced whoremonger in his own right.
Nope.
Isabella's need for perfection caused her to no longer recognize her son.
Okay.
Hold on a sec. No longer your child? You can't think that's true. You raised that boy, and there's no way he could forget you.
Still, the way that she's just like a place of horrible debauchery and cruelty and blah, blah, all this other stuff. The Vatican. It's like, yeah, you clarified it a moment later with it being the Borgia Vatican, but still, it's very, very pointed.
Maybe he got up to shenanigans out there in the Vatican, but you're only hurting yourself by erasing your influence on him. Now be honest. Did he lose everything you taught him?
No. He still had an appreciation of art, for which he had some taste. And he had some political acumen, I suppose.
I'm not saying you should forget what happened to your son. That would be pretty unrealistic. But give yourself some credit for the influence you had, huh?
You are kind, Sam. Thank you. But it is hard to forget the child who returned to me. I am a man now, mother, he would say. I do not have to listen to you. And indeed, he did not. which is why he died of syphilis just like his depraved father. He did not even have the courtesy to wait until I was dead. Now do you understand why I prefer the illusion of truth and beauty I try to bring to art? My mother told me when my marriage was young, Isabella, you must pretend that all is as it should be. The truth is dark, but you must maintain your own.
That's still unrealistic. Do I understand what they're saying? Yes. Do I blame them? No, not at all. But like hiding from reality just kind of makes things difficult, as we have seen.
I hate to say it, Senora, but I think your mama was spouting a few should statements of her own. Keeping up that illusion must have been draining.
That is why I tried to create my own illusions. If I depicted love and chastity in their ideal form, I could make that illusion come true.
Well, Senora, if anyone were strong enough to change the world's morality, it might be you. But I think you know the truth is that you don't have that kind of control. No one does.
Then why am I here, Sam? Why are any of us here? Are we here to eat, sleep, fornicate, and die?
I mean, that's pretty extreme. We're here to just do whatever the fuck we want. I'm here to say hi, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying your day. And later I'm going to go pet my cat. Where is he? Biscuit, there you are. He's sleepy in his little bed. Look at it. Well, you can't look at him, but I can look at him. My little baby.
I know a few folk who might say that's why we're here. It's one of them existential questions, ain't it? Here's my take, Senora. I think you're here to be you.
I certainly hope you have something more intelligent to contribute than that.
I don't really. Here's the thing, Senora. None of us is going to change the world overnight, or even in a millennium of nights. But our being here, being ourselves, swings the pendulum in a whole bunch of unknowable ways.
You never know how that fucking butterfly's wing beat is going to affect the world. You really don't. The world is changed not by one person, but by millions and billions of people, all just living their lives.
That is a dark interpretation of reality. Are we truly so powerless?
Nope, wrong one.
Isabella sees imperfection as helpless.
That is a dark interpretation.
Nope, wrong one.
Isabella sees
What I'm saying, Senora, is not that we're powerless. I'm just saying we ain't going to change the world on our own. Not everyone's going to buy what we're selling. But some people are going to get it. People are still out there talking about the art you brought to the world. Maybe fellas like me don't know who you are. And I bet that nasty Pope from your time wasn't your biggest fan. But you can't help but be an influence on people. Just not all people. Ain't that so?
I do not know if that is enough for me, Sam.
Well, here's what I think we should do, Senora. All them efforts of yours are always facing outward. How about we spend some time on you?
What do you mean?
I mean, let's work on the things Isabella d'Este likes. Forget about the rest of the world. What are you putting in your art that's for you and not for anyone else? Is it a little embarrassing?
Hush. If you must know.
This is gonna make me laugh a lot, I'm sure. This is gonna throw me off.
It is centaurs. I like centaurs.
Oh, that's that's really cute. I like the way she said that. Like, she's a little embarrassed, but she's happy. And it's just, I don't know, maybe just the monster fuckery and all that other stuff that I'm so used to. Then I was like, oh, that's so tame.
Hey, I ain't gonna judge. Sometimes I like horses better than people too.
Yes, well, they are pleasing to look at.
Now, how about this then? Why don't you pick up a brush and paint yourself up a centaur?
I have not attempted to paint for centuries.
This is just for you, Senora. No expectations. How's that sound?
I cannot believe I revealed this thing to you.
I'm glad you did. I'm a lucky fella. I get to know an Isabella d'Este no one else knows.
And no one else will know, or I will make you suffer. Capiche?
Me looking to the chat. No one says a word. We are keeping this secret. Shh.
You got a deal, Senora. I'm here to be supportive, that's all. I
It
hope
is
that when you
sometimes,
come
I think
back next
sometimes.
month, we'll be having a nice
So cute.
conversation about you finding your muse.
Yes, perhaps. Very well, Sam. I do not understand your ways, but I cannot deny you have a certain untamed wisdom.
Centaurs are good. Not my favorite, like, human-animal hybrid, but they are good. Kind of like Lamia are nice.
I shall attempt to paint a centaur. This is not what I expected from therapy, but I shall do as you suggest.
Art therapy. It's very powerful. It's wonderful. And something that I need to do some more of.
I shall see you in 4 weeks then. Arrivederci, Sam.
Oh, yeah. See you soon, Senora. Arrivederci.
I feel... It's always funny.
Goodbye.
Well, well, Samuel. You never cease to impress. Centaurs.
Okay, don't let her know that you know, or else I'm dead.
I don't think you're supposed to know about that, boss.
I am 3,000 years old, my friend. Horse people are somewhere at the very tip of my kinky iceberg. It is already forgotten.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. That's, like I said, that's very tame for monster fuckery, and they're vampires.
Well, the Senora's pretty embarrassed about it, so I'd appreciate it if you kept it to yourself.
Senora Deste is wise to put her faith in you, Samuel. I will gently remind you that relationships between therapists and clients are highly discouraged.
Oh, come on, Andy. It ain't like that. Senora Deste is just...
Oh, you're fucking with me again.
You're messing with me.
You didn't hear this from me. This is a secret. Don't tell anyone. But Senora Deste likes centaurs. I could. I feel like that would take some time. Maybe. We'll figure it out. But anyways, Kayla, that is what you missed. You missed that Senora Deste is gonna go paint a centaur for herself over the course of the next month.
Of course I am. Unless...
All right, you know what? I'm going downstairs. I could use a drink.
Well earned, Samuel. Please, rest in peace.
I feel like Andromahos would be a cool dude to fucking hang with every now and then. Like, not for anything crazy, but just, like, chat. Just hang out and talk for a bit. Like, not even as a therapist. Now, Crimson we could party with.
He's holding on to a lot of anger. Reminds me of myself as a young vampire.
Although, I guess, based on what we know about Andy, he actually probably could party if he really wanted to.
Pretty hot in here tonight. I think I'll get some air. Maybe I can get to know Bert a little better.
I want to meet Bert. See Bert.
How's the crowd tonight?
Growls indifferently. I love you.
Same old, huh? So, what do you think of Leipzig, Bert? Real fascinating architecture here.
Boredly.
Hey, not everyone's into architecture, I get it. So what do you do for fun here?
Non-committedly.
More of a homebody, I guess. Yeah, I'm a little introverted too. Spent 90 years walking in the woods, you know.
Bored. Aw.
Yeah, there's nothing I like better in nature. The trees, the plants, the animals. The cities just seem so dead at night. I can tell I'm interrupting. Well, nice talking to you anyway, Bert. I'm gonna head inside.
Have fun, mate.
Oh, that's right. He does talk. Just not very often.
Hey, Crimson, how's the crowd?
Hey, cowboy. Bit busy tonight, but how'd your session go?
No, I think this lady's starting to realize what she can't control, which is a lot. She's still mad as hell about it, but I think we're getting closer to acceptance.
I know how she feels, cowboy. I feel like I wasted years of my life in DC trying to make the world a better place. But it sounds like you're making progress to me. She's got time to make her peace. That's what Andy says about you vampires.
Yep, that's true. We can take 40 years or 400, but that's up to us.
In the meantime, I'll whip something up for a hot
Ooh.
summer night.
That one actually looks real
What's
tasty.
this?
Like, I know it's blood, but
Blood margarita.
yes,
A hot-blooded
God,
desperado like you could use something cold.
look, I don't drink alcohol a whole lot, but when I do, I love a good frozen margarita. Like a regular margarita, that's fine too. I prefer the frozen kind. I don't know why. It's just something about the texture, maybe. I don't know. Good stuff. And I like the little salt rim. I'm also a sucker for the little salt rim.
Oh, mighty kind of you, Crimson. I'll let you get back to work and take this up to my coffin for a quiet night.
Night, Sam.
Now let's see, what'll help me reflect on the night? I think there's something Omar Khayyam once wrote that I can look up. Or I could watch Buster Keaton almost get himself killed a bunch.
A cranberry apple slush. Ooh, enjoy.
One of my transcendentalist friends told me about this one. I ain't too good with poetry, but this piece always stuck with me. The moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on. Nor all thy piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all thy tears wash a word out of it. Funny how people in far-off places and times always had some similar perspectives. Omar's right. You can't change the past. Life moves forward. I think that's enough for one night. Better get me some shut-eye. Got the feeling my work's gonna get harder before it gets easier.
All right, so up next should be Eddie? Edmund?
My dear Samuel, greetings. How are you feeling tonight?
Like an actor's gonna come in here and be super overdramatic soon.
Honestly, I'm feeling a little like a horse who's about to be ridden by a big old fella.
Okay, maybe don't say it like that.
I am not certain I comprehend your meaning. Have you met a special someone, my friend?
What? No, it ain't that. I mean, I'm feeling a little on edge. Edmund's coming in.
Aha, our actor friend. What about him has you nervous, Samuel?
He's just a lot to deal with. I find myself a little drained after our sessions.
He's very
challenging
dramatic.
The reality distortion fields of those with narcissistic tendencies is taxing.
I know, but if I'm here doing this therapist thing, I should help him one way or another.
Remember your own distortions. You are under no obligation to help Edmund. If helping him drains you, remember that you do not have to aid him.
Yeah, you're right. I still want to try, though. I want to see if I can help him.
I shall not stand in your way then. Have you an idea of what distortions he might be exhibiting tonight?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Let's find out. Okay. Edmund's probably gonna have... Just because it's new... Oh, no. A mind reading? Because he's gonna think that people don't like him. Personalization. Where is it? Oh, no. Personalization is his main one. Right. Haha! I remembered something. Probably not labeling. Disqualifying the positive. Probably... Hello? Okay. There we go. Broke for a second. What else? Probably that he has to always be right, because he's, very... It's all about him. And we'll put in blaming.
I think that should cover it.
I wish you peace.
Let's hope that works.
And patience, Samuel. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, Andy.
I wonder if this game has multiple endings for all your different clients.
Edmund, amigo, how's it hanging?
To the left and most proudly, my dear boy.
Oh, that's right. I wanted you to film your own TikTok stuff. I remember now. I asked you to film yourself.
Indeed, tonight I sit before you victorious. Thy gentle prodding hath guided me back to the womb of creation.
Do I want you to spell that out for me?
The stage, good sir, the stage. For if all the world's a stage, then the stage is where humanity is born.
Yeah, I guess that must be true. So what are you saying? You nabbed some kind of juicy role?
Not just any role. Nay, I have been given the opportunity to once again subvert the audience's expectations.
Why do I have to worry about this?
Though it was thy tender words that cleared the mists of doubt from my mind and reminded me that I belong to the stage, not to the audience.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Eddie. Tell me all about it. What's been going on?
Do you remember the advice you gave me when last we met?
I told you to film yourself doing some acting, right? How'd that go?
I did as you suggested. I set up a camera, and for no one but myself, I became the Dane.
You're gonna have to...
Marmaduke?
Okay, I was thinking Scooby, but,
Hamlet, my dear boy, Hamlet. I watched the great Edmund Kean inhabit the bard's greatest role once again, and in him I saw humanity pure, naked, and true.
Did you film yourself naked?
It was akin to pornography,
Okay.
albeit far more revealing. That Edmund Kean, I told myself, he and only he could produce something so beautiful.
Wait just a minute there, Eddie. You're an incredible actor. Everyone agrees on that. But it's a big world out there, and everyone's got their own experiences. We all got capacity to do incredible things. It's a combination of luck, perseverance, and being in the right place at the right time.
To me, that last part is also luck, but okay. He filmed naked. I mean, that's what it sounds like he did.
You ain't a great actor because you're Edmund Kean. You're a great actor because of the things that made you Edmund Kean.
It sounds to me like what he did is he stripped himself naked, or it's also possible that partway through his acting out the monologue or whatever, or soliloquy or whatever he did, that he just stripped naked in the middle of
You
it.
toy with the fates and flirt with pedantry, my dear boy.
Slush obtained. Congrats, Kayla. Hope it's good.
Oh, it is oft said that an infinite number of monkeys with an infinite number of typewriters and infinite time could produce all the works of Shakespeare, but such a thing is infinitely unlikely.
I mean, infinite does imply... To be fair, an infinite number of monkeys would probably do it immediately, but...
If you will permit me to continue, to watch myself act without an audience was simply rapturous. I am not ashamed to admit that I did weep. I wept for the stage, that I deprived it of my greatness on account of my own misplaced dread. I have been a cream-faced loon.
Okay, that's...
coward and most religious.
That's labeling.
Why should Edmund Kean fear any audience?
I mean, that's labeling, but, that's fine. We don't have that one at the moment. We've done that enough.
Truly. Edmund Kean bared his chest to all the slings and arrows of an unappreciative audience and was somehow surprised when they hit their mark.
Okay, once again, I can only imagine that you're just performing naked all the time.
The Edmund Kean that you see before you is armored in love of the craft that no arrow may penetrate, and so casts aside the cloak of cowardice.
Okay, look, this is great. This is fantastic. I'm actually really proud of you and happy for this. However, this stuff takes more than a month. Like, you're gonna kind of relapse, and this thing's just gonna keep happening. You just gotta keep remembering.
To think, I feared mortal directors. I feared the audition, and the criticism that would come afterward. I feared the cast list, bereft of Edmund Kean.
I mean, yeah, because that's just a thing that's gonna happen.
But to you I give thanks, for can a mortal director know my brilliance? Nay, they're all clay-brained guts and mouldy rogues. Their disrespect for the craft makes fools of them.
I mean, well... Nope.
I believe Edmund's view of his critics may be a bit narrow.
I'm sure it is.
I think you're painting them directors with a broad brush, Eddie.
I don't have
I get that you've got more
overgeneralization.
experience with acting than mortals, but all directors ain't the same. Hell, I'd even go so far as to say you could learn from some of them. They know they're gonna die, and that's perspective we vampires need sometimes.
Thou hast cut me to the quick, my friend. Perhaps some of what you say is true. However, I know in my damned soul that the stage is worse off without Edmund Kean, and nothing any mortal director can say will disabuse me of this. Ergo, I did ask myself, Edmund, what is an audition? Is it a trial to overcome? Is a director a god dispensing holy judgment? And I replied, Edmund, do not ask such foolish questions, the answers to which thou knowest well. An audition, my dear boy, is not an opportunity, but an invitation to display the craft before another. So I told myself, why not act, dear boy? And so I did.
Once again, I'm really proud of our clients. I think they're coming a long way. Because that's a very important thing to learn.
So you did an audition, all right, that's great. Did you have fun with it?
You speak so simply, my friend. Fun does not adequately describe the feeling one has when the muse takes over. It is transcendence, an affirmation of purpose, to condense humanity within oneself, if only for a moment. It is an orgasmic experience.
You did it. You know what? I don't want to ask that question.
That sounds intense, Eddie. Having an orgasm in front of someone else is pretty brave.
That's okay. Thanks, Sam. You're not acting the way I expected you to.
But it is freeing. A true actor hides nothing.
Wait, no, you didn't literally, did you?
The director, she told me she had never witnessed such a thing in all her years, few as they were.
Wait, did you audition for porn?
I am certain that she thought to herself, is this Dionysus reborn?
Now I'm just thinking that you auditioned for pornography without realizing it. Or maybe while realizing it? I don't know.
So, how do you know she was thinking that, Eddie? Directors usually just thinking about how they can put on a good show, right?
Oh, thou sweet babe, how little thou knowest. The poor lady has only seen a parade of mortals cross her door. How could she be prepared for Edmund Kean?
Well, maybe she couldn't be. I'm just saying you're going to be a lot more content if you're dealing with truths. If you go into this assuming she thinks you're a god reborn, how are you going to work together? You both got your jobs. Hers is putting on the show, and yours is lighting up the stage. Reading her mind ain't letting her speak it.
You must ever play the mirth-destroying ninny, mustn't you?
Yes.
Yes, I could not read her mind, I admit it. Art thou satisfied?
It ain't about my satisfaction, Eddie. I'm just making sure you're going into this thing with a clear head.
If you must. But allow me to continue. This time, my friend, I did not have to wait for a cast list at all. You are looking at a leading man
Okay.
once more.
Okay. Raise your hands if you think he auditioned and got the part for a porn movie.
Hey, congratulations, Eddie. That's great. See, I knew you'd get your mojo back if you remembered what made you love the stage in the first place.
For this, I am eternally grateful, and indeed, I do have an eternity to be grateful. Now I can already hear the calls resounding through the theater. Keen, 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 give us Keen!
You may want to pick a different name.
Nonsense! They will say Edmund Keen has returned, and be none the wiser as to the accuracy of their statement.
I mean, he's kind of not wrong. Be like, wow, you have the same name as a famous actor from a long time ago.
So what's the big role, Eddie?
Ah, we get to the meat of it. Onto the very sinew.
Oh, here we go.
They say that every story is a circle. That we were. 'Twas tragedy that made me.
Oops.
Tragedy that formed me. Tragedy that raised me to glory. And tragedy that shall do so once more. I shall play the part of Piero. Piero, the clown who...
Never mind, it's not a porn.
Piero, the mask of the tragedy that is life.
I ain't familiar.
I believe you are, though you know a far inferior version. The one made famous by that ludicrous creature, Grimaldi.
Grimaldi who?
Splud, my dear boy. Do you know nothing of late 18th century English theatre?
Not a clue.
They must have skipped that subject in frontier school.
Grimaldi was the other influential actor in London. But whereas I drew out the soul and laid it bare on stage, Grimaldi, in comparison,
Labeling
was a
again.
clown, a jester, a funny man. Grimaldi was an artist, like myself. But where my canvas was the soul, his was the latrine.
No, that was, oh fuck, what was his name? The Dadaist. The one who literally wrote his name on a latrine and called it art. Fuck, I remember, damn it, I don't remember his name anymore.
When I strode upon the stage, my audience saw all the acts of life play out, in all their woe and joy. Oh, but Joey Grimaldi, the great clown himself, could create bottom noises with his armpit.
I don't remember how to do that anymore. That's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, I used to be able to do that, then you don't do it for like 5 years and you don't remember how anymore. Nope, okay.
Yet whose name was on the lips of the adoring public? Not Keen's, no. Not the bard's emissary. Give us the farting clown, they cried. Give us Grimaldi.
I mean, look, you can have both.
So you see, my dear boy, for me to play the tragic clown Piero, this is my opportunity to take what Grimaldi stole from me.
What did he steal?
He stole my audience.
Eddie, from what you've told me, I don't think you and this Grimaldi fella had the same audience. I don't think anyone showing up for a farting clown show and getting Edmund Keen is going to be too happy, and it'd have nothing to do with you.
But if Grimaldi had not peddled his base filth, my audience would not have waned when it did. They would have been mine.
Eddie, I think you're blaming Grimaldi for something that wasn't in his control. Was Grimaldi really trying to steal your audience, or was he just selling something they were buying?
Of course he was jealous. Why would he not be? If I were a middling actor and saw a young genius rising in the ranks of the Thespian Order, I would be much afeard of him.
Yeah, that's your thinking, Eddie, not Grimaldi's. You can't know what he was thinking.
Then you are a fool indeed, dear boy. For Grimaldi was the middling actor and I the young genius. It is my insight into character that allows me to see his mind.
Okay, look, we had some good moments. I was proud of you. I am still proud of you for some of the progress we've made, but look.
Grimaldi wasn't a character, though, Eddie. He was a person. People are real complicated.
He was a thief and a fool. If not for his cheap entertainment, I would have had the whole of London hanging on my every word.
And if the sun didn't shine, we could go out during the day. Come on, Eddie, the world ain't waiting on you. Grimaldi had his audience and you had yours. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Perhaps, though I weep bitter tears to think the people so base. And I weep for myself, my dear boy.
You're sounding a lot like Senora d'Este back in the first time we met her.
The riches and fame he received should have been mine. and would have been had the fates not cursed me with his birth.
Watch out, Samuel. I think
Good,
you're
that's
losing.
still working.
Edmund truly cannot see a universe without him at its center.
The fates cursed you with Grimaldi.
Thank you for the slow clap.
I don't think baby Grimaldi was thinking too much about you, my friend.
Well, no, he wasn't. He was 11 years my senior.
So maybe he was cursed with your birth then.
You delight in making me play the part of the fool, don't you?
The point I'm trying to make is that making things about Grimaldi versus Keen ain't doing you any favors.
There is some truth in your words. Why should I lower myself to his level? I am no flatulent jester. I am Edmund Keen.
I mean, okay, not exactly the point I'm trying to make here, buddy.
And mark my words, my boy. I shall cast Joseph Grimaldi from the Thespian Order. When I play Piero the Clown, Wikipedia shall forget all about that fool.
I love how many times they replace the names of certain things. But then Wikipedia is like, no, Wikipedia is just Wikipedia. That doesn't change across the universes. You can't change that.
You see, my dear boy, I have already calculated my triumphant return to the stage. Every move, every word, every expression shall be unassailable. You see, Edmund Keen is never wrong about matters of character.
I'm glad to hear your confidence, Eddie, but I just want to give you a word or two of caution. Acting's all about humanity, not just Eddie Keen, right? If you don't give yourself a little room to bend, your audience might not see themselves in you.
Ha! Let them dream their filthy little dreams. If my body is that which draws them in before I spring the theatrical trap.
Okay, maybe I need to rephrase that. Maybe we need to rephrase that statement.
I didn't mean that. I just meant that you're drawing some hard boundaries acting-wise. Giving yourself some middle ground ain't a bad thing.
I know you play your part, therapist, as I must play mine. I have heard your cautions. They need not be repeated. Indeed, I doubt our meetings will be necessary any longer. I must confess to some strong misgivings about you, therapist. There are times when we speak that I feel exposed, diminutive, and weak, and I can only conclude from those feelings that you are trying to hurt me.
Nope, wrong one.
It is no surprise that Edmund sees his feelings reflected.
This one.
There are times.
No? Oh, this one.
How do you know I'm trying to hurt you, Eddie?
Actor's intuition. The heart knows what the head doth not.
But the heart ain't always right, Eddie. I'm asking you what your head knows. How do you know I'm trying to hurt you?
I find thy mental games tiresome, therapist. Regardless, opening night is a month from now. I doubt you shall see me again, for I shall not need your services.
Okay, he's gonna come in like the day after opening night and be completely upset because it didn't go as he expected. But it's gonna go well, but he's gonna say it wasn't perfect.
And only Keen's clown will remain.
Because that's what's gonna happen. Is I know that he's gonna come in and be like, it went, and he's gonna be like, oh no, it was terrible, it was horrible. It's like, what, did it go bad? No, they loved it, but well, blah blah blah, all this other stuff, and it's like, no, you did good. Thank you for the key.
Love that I am due, what need will I have for a therapist?
I don't know if they can do. They need to be careful with light, because the UV light, then they go burn. They go ah.
Hey, if you don't need me, I'm happy. There's lots of folks who can use my help.
I was hoping you would lament my loss more than that.
Of course I'd miss you, Eddie. You're as interesting a fella as they come. But if you don't need me, I've done my job pretty well.
Yes, well, I must admit, your suggestion of filming myself was rather brilliant, and I do owe you my thanks. Do you have any final words of wisdom for me then, dear boy? Theatre has lost its popularity because of my absence.
Nope.
When the public...
I just want to remind you, Eddie, that even if you give the greatest performance of all time, people ain't waiting for you. Think about how you felt when you were acting for yourself and not for the audience. Your most important audience member is you, compadre.
Ever the nemesis of mirth art thou, Sam Walls. But there is a little wisdom in what you speak. I shall remember Edmund Keen.
It's funny how many of these people that are older than Sam are just like, all right, look, you're a bit of a buzzkill, but I have to admit that what you say is a little bit right. And meanwhile, we're over here like, yeah, damn right, we're fucking right. I'm not gonna say it out loud, but you're goddamn right.
I suppose then that this is goodbye, dear boy.
All right, we maybe won't see you in a month.
You sure you don't want me to keep your session slot open for next month?
There is no need. As you are so eager to help others, please do so, and worry not for Edmund Keene.
I'm gonna keep that slot open anyways.
Tell you what, I'll keep it open just this once. I'll take the night off if you don't show up. Sound good?
Then I beg you enjoy a night of simple peace. You shall not see me.
We're gonna see him.
I give you thanks, and please, send me a V-mail. I shall arrange theatre tickets for you if you are ever in London.
I'll do that, Eddie. You take care of yourself, you hear?
I shall be Edmund Keene's greatest advocate. Farewell, therapist. May fortune favor you as it has me.
Adios, Eddie.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this stuff
Well,
is
Samuel,
like kind of extreme and hyperbolic, but also like the cognitive distortions are very real.
Yeah, I guess so. If he thinks he doesn't need me, I guess I'm doing something right.
you are unsure.
I don't know, Andy. I think that fella's got some more work to do, but he ain't ready to do it yet.
I believe you are correct, Samuel. I did warn you that this was likely to happen with our dear Edmund Keene.
But we'll see what happens.
Do not consider it a failure of yours. Remember that we are all on our own journeys, and some of us need a little extra time to reach the next stage of that journey, or in my case, a few thousand years. We cannot control the mind of any other.
Yeah, I suppose that's the way it's gotta be.
Go downstairs and have a drink to fate's whimsical turns. It is that which we cannot control that makes the world so rich and interesting.
All right, Andy, that sounds good right about now.
Go then, my friend. The night awaits. Rest in peace.
I mean, he's not wrong. Like, the thing that makes life interesting is also what makes it so terrifying. Life is terrifying because we never know what's going to happen.
I guess it always is with Edmund. Half the time I can't make heads or tails of what that feller's saying. I'll go check in with Crimson and see if she's got any of her wisdom to share. How we doing tonight, Crimson?
The drinks are flowing and the blood's pumping. Can't ask for more than that. How are you, Sam?
Looking for one of those things.
Well,
Or maybe
had my
both,
first
technically.
client graduate. They did therapy today.
Congratulations, cowboy. Helped a vampire see the light, huh? How do you feel about it?
I swear this fella's just doubling down on the stuff that's making him unbalanced. He thinks he's gonna make the whole world admire him. I'm afraid he ain't nearly born enough for mass appeal.
I mean, here's the thing. Sam is 100% not wrong. Just the way he put it is so beautiful, so perfect.
Sorry to hear it, Sam. I'm sure he must have gotten something out of talking to you, though.
Well, even if not everyone loves what he's doing, at least he's doing what he loves.
Hey, I'd call that a win, cowboy. Not everyone gets to do what they love.
Yeah.
Sounds like you got some feelings about that.
All right, I'm gonna let you in on a big, dark secret. Maybe even darker than the fact that I drink blood.
I mean, then look, considering the company you keep,
I'll hold it with high honor, Crimson.
I liked being a lawyer.
I feel like that's fine. That's great. You enjoyed what you did.
Oh, you're right. That is dark.
Oh, shut up. I was good, Sam. I fought the good fight, and I knew case law like the back of my hand. The law just moved too slowly for me in the end, and getting cancer made it seem meaningless. Now, I love this place, and I love Andy, but I know I wasn't born to bartend.
Couldn't you practice law in Germany?
You try learning German and tell me how it goes, Desperado.
That, you make a great point.
Oh, come on, it ain't that hard. I've picked up some German already. Ich spreche Deutsch good.
Sam, have I told you that you're wonderful and I love you?
Hold me, Maxie. The cowboy is being once again too cute. I believe I shall burst.
Hey, it's these two.
Cowboy, come with us and we will teach you how to speak sehr good Deutsch.
I think I hear my dinner calling. I'll talk to you later, Crimson.
Be gentle with him, you two.
Now we will teach you the German that is most important for you to know.
You're gonna teach me. Are you gonna teach me some horny shit?
It is important to ask politely when you wish to drink from someone's neck.
Okay, you're saying the word neck, but I don't think that's the word that you're gonna use.
Tell them, your neck is beautiful. May I drink from it?
Ihr Hals ist wunderschön. Darf ich von Ihnen trinken?
Okay, look. But here's the thing. They're also, like, legitimately good people. I don't think they're actually going to trick Sam like that.
Now ask Reinhard if he will let you drink from his neck.
It is very important to get the declensions correct in German.
Hals ist wunderschön. Darf ich von Ihnen trinken? Was that it? I don't remember. Hals ist wunderschön. Darf ich von Ihnen trinken?
Your Hals ist wunderschön. Darf ich von Ihnen trinken?
Sehr gut, mein Schnittchen. Ja, wunderbar. Du kannst gerne von meinem Haus trinken. Oh, Maxi. Now I'm feeling very disoriented and euphoric. Oh, so I've done many club drugs.
I will take you home, Knutkugel. Now what do you say, cowboy?
Oh, Dankeschön.
Dankeschön, sexy.
Schön.
We must practice together so.
Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
I must take this hot little man home now. Tschüss, tschüss.
Oh, yeah, see you later, you two. Well, it's about time for some shut-eye anyway.
If we were... Well, let's see here. I know a little bit of Spanish, I know a little bit of Japanese, and that's all I got.
Good evening, Samuel.
I barely know
believe
English.
You're seeing your elder vampire tonight?
That's right. I hope she's making some progress. Well, the world sure did a number on that.
That's right. What did we ask her to do last time? Oh, right. Take a day off. We told her to take a day off.
I am hopeful. One does not live so long without being very resilient. I have had a number of near-final death incidents myself, and I had been trained to fight since childhood.
That's true. She's clearly got a few tricks up her sleeve. I don't even know how she plays them 3D video games.
Based on her last session, you probably have some idea of her current concerns. Would you like to prepare your distortions?
Yeah, I guess I better do that. Now, let's see.
Okay, we've definitely got some overgeneralization. Oh, right. Duh. Silly me. I always forget that we already know that that's their core. Anyways, mind reading is a big one. Disqualifying the positive. Oh, so many possibilities. Nosferatu and emotional reasoning.
All right, I think I've got what I need.
Very good, Samuel. I shall leave you. I believe I hear the flapping of ancient wings.
Greetings, my most favorite mouse.
Good to see you, matey. How's this month been for you?
Oh, it's been ever so tiring. My Glitch channel hit 100 million followers.
Jesus Christ.
And they are all very hungry.
I can't even remotely imagine that many people.
What do you mean by content? Is it like making a TV show?
Oh, no, silly mouse. Do you know how we're hungry for blood all the time? Mortals are like that too, but for content.
I mean, you're not wrong, but also...
And it's constantly putting up new things on the internet. If they don't get content, they get frightfully bored.
That's why well, I mean, to be fair, that's what a backlog of 10 million video games is for. And also books and books and more books, TV shows that I've already... Okay, never mind, I'm starting to see her point.
I can see why that'd be exhausting.
It's alright, silly cowboy. It can be very nice. They're always very excited to see me. And they give me ever so much money. I don't know what to do with it all.
Well, sounds to me like you can afford to take a break, huh? Did you take that day off like you promised?
I did.
I'm sorry to hear that, matey. What was bad about it?
It was very quiet. It was just me, alone, with no one to talk to but the voices in my head. And those voices are very unkind.
I know that feeling. It sucks.
What do they say?
They say, Maddie, you're being a very naughty vampire. You should respond to your zealots. You should be planning your content.
Yeah, I gotta confess, I got almost no idea what you're talking about. I didn't get much past Vimeo.
I don't know what I'd do without the internet. I'd probably be a pile of ashes. Or maybe a desiccated, bloodless corpse.
Nope.
Many survived for nearly...
Well, that's some pretty extreme thinking there, miss. You've lived without the internet for a real long time. I don't know why you'd turn into a desiccated corpse without it.
I suppose I could live without it for a little while. But, you know, I don't belong here in this world, right?
I mean, that's kind of true of all vampires. We don't belong here, but you can make yourself belong here.
No, I don't know that. That's that extreme thinking again. There ain't no such thing as belonging perfectly, and there's a lot of space between thriving and being dead. I mean, look at us. We're both alive and dead, so I think we do a pretty good job of proving extremes not to be true.
Yes. I suppose you must be right. We're very bad at staying still like proper dead people.
I gotta ask, how'd you get so good at all this internet stuff anyway? I can't keep up with all this modern technology.
When you've lived for well over 1,000 years, you probably just learn how to pick stuff up real fast.
Well, back in the before times, I didn't need the internet very much. I used to live.
You're
in
still
the
young.
wilds.
You'll understand.
No one knew to look
It's like
for
when
me.
you're really young, you're very good at picking up on new things. Then you get too old, and then it's like it's hard to pick up new things. Then after a certain point, you just have to get good at it again.
If any silly mortals came to visit me, I would eat them. And if no one came to visit, I could go hunting for them on my own. But now there aren't any wilds. Now there are motorways and nasty machines. Now there are suburbs and shopping centers.
Okay, unfortunately, she is somewhat right about that. There's not as much wilds.
So what did you do when the wilds went away?
I moved into the city, but I never liked it very much. People were very upset at me for being able to come
That's
out
their
and
fault,
meet
not
me.
yours.
They started to whisper that I was a witch. And I know what mortals like to do to witches. Pop goes the eyeball.
I can't tell if you're making light of something serious because you're okay with it now, or if you're doing the humor to ignore the fact that it still hurts you after 300 years.
Oh, right, yeah. Funny. So, how'd you manage?
Well, I found out I could get mortals to do things for me. In exchange for a peek at my naughty bits, and for their miserable little insect lives, they would clean up after all my messes. Realised that mortals only ever wanted one of two things from me. To kill me, or to do sexual things with me. As long as they think they can have a chance of sexual things, I can control them.
I think you're shooting fish in a real small barrel there, miss. You're judging mortals based on your experience, but there are about 8 billion of them out there. There are mortals who hate killing and hate sex, or don't even care about either of those things. Some of them just want to watch TV and they're happy with that.
Cheers to all those asexual people that don't like killing, which I imagine is hopefully more than the asexual people who do like killing. Cheers.
Those are even more disgusting, because they are cowards and liars. Most of my best friends over the last millennia have been insects. Do you know why, little mouse?
I mean, shout out to a lot of people here. Kind of me too.
Insects never lie. They kill, they eat, and they make babies. Sometimes they eat their babies. They don't pretend to be intelligent and chivalrous. They just are. They never surprise me. That's why I don't let mortals surprise me either. If they were honest, they would eat their babies too.
Well, that conversation took a kind of dark turn, but I think I get what you mean about not. You're protecting yourself, and that's a sensible thing to do. That being said, you seem pretty convinced that danger is a sure thing.
That's right. If I let myself feel safe, that's when they'll come for me.
I think you might have that in reverse, miss, if you don't mind my saying so. Your being on the defense assumes that mortals are always going to be on the attack. But they ain't always going to go for it, not even on fourth down.
Okay, now the question is she going to understand this American football reference?
What is fourth down? Is that a place where mortals go before they die?
It's a place they try to avoid if they want to make the playoffs.
Okay, that's a dumb joke.
I think you are strange as I am. I like you.
I like you too, Maddie. I'm just saying, you're right to protect yourself, but don't assume everyone's on the attack because of it. But don't let me interrupt you. You figured out how to get mortals to help you, and then?
Well, my devoted little perverts were very helpful, but they had a very nasty habit of getting caught disposing of bodies.
Devoted little perverts.
Policemen would shoot them into little bloody giblets. I don't like policemen very much.
Welcome to the club. Literally, there's a club downstairs, but also welcome to the ACAB club.
I haven't had a good track record with lawmen either.
That's why I don't use them as my helpers. I can't trust them not to take their guns out and go, pow, pow, blam, 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 blam. Ugh, oh, I'm dying. My guts are falling out. Oh, why, policemen? Why? Ugh.
Continues death sounds. Very funny.
Anyway, if my blood bags died, it would mean I couldn't get a fresh supply of blood without doing very risky things. I realized that the more blood bags I had, the safer I'd be. That's why when I found out about the internet, I knew I had to get online.
I guess that makes some kind of sense.
Oh, it was so exciting though, little mouse. All of a sudden, I could make people do whatever I wanted without having to leave my flat at all. I had so many fans, and they would disappear, but then they would be replaced by even more, just like insects. It was very easy back then. All you had to do was say you were a girl and the grabby little grubs would come out of their holes. Ah, we want vaginas.
I'm not gonna say you're wrong, but...
So I ain't exactly gonna defend how menfolk act on the internet, but going back to what we were saying before, using these funny labels of yours probably makes it easier to fall into the overgeneralization trap. If you label people on the internet grabby grubs, well, that's all you're gonna find, know what I mean?
Sometimes I think maybe you're a fun vampire. You take all the fun and go...
I ain't trying to ruin your fun, Betty. Just asking you to think about the words you use and why you might be using them.
But then people realized they could say that they were anything on the internet. It was all like a big game. And what do you suppose I said I was, little mouse?
A vampire. A wizard.
Did you say you were a wizard?
No, I don't like wizards.
Yeah, I guess I don't either. Always cheating at cards. That ain't right.
I guess it makes sense that magic exists in this world, so there's more than just vampires.
I think you're thinking of magicians, little mouse. I said I was a vampire.
Well, that sounds kind of dangerous. I'm surprised you were so open about it after all you've been through.
Oh, but as far as they knew, I was only pretending to be a vampire because you could be anything you wanted.
Would people really do that? Go on the internet and tell... Would people really do that? Go on the internet and tell lies? Just go out and say you're... Well, I mean, she isn't lying, but... People think that she's lying about being a vampire? Just like some people probably think that I'm lying about being a robot? Wow.
Sometimes they would come to meet me in person and they were so surprised when I drank all of their blood. But I don't think they minded very much.
You honestly think they didn't mind being killed by you?
Of course not. It was their greatest dream for a pretty young vampire to drink all of their blood.
Betty, you've been dead for what, 1,800 years? Somehow, I don't think you've got enough in common with a mortal in the 21st century to know what they're thinking.
Suppose you must be right. I don't think it matters, though. Their lives are so very short. Nobody asks what insects are thinking.
This feels like a dangerous path of thought.
Yeah, but at least you ain't presuming to know what an insect is thinking.
Oh, you're a very smart, funny cowboy, man. That's a very good point. It was certainly a much nicer time to be online, though. I think that was my favorite time of the internet. There was a little place there for everyone. Even me. I ran a web ring for vampires. We had our own websites where we would invite people to come let us drink their blood. I suspected some of the others were actual vampires, but even I didn't know. That's what made it so special. We would send V-mails to one another and talk about vampire things. Oh, of course, it was nothing more than silly games.
It sounds like it was maybe more than silly games. Seems to me you had yourself a group of friends.
I suppose it must have been. How strange. Never really thought about it that way. Yes, I liked them, and they were my friends.
Oh, I don't... Once again, the way that she delivers these lines, I'm like... it hurts my soul. It's like, oh, I had friends. Yeah.
And some of them friends were probably mortals.
I was friends with mortals? How bizarre. Anyway, I think for the only time ever in my life, I had a community.
Gosh, you actually make it sound pretty nice. Maybe I should get a little more into this internet thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're too late for that internet, little mouse. It's all gone now.
The internet is a big and scary place, and things have changed. But now we have Discord servers full of people that we can talk to and hang out with. And also Discord servers where people are assholes, but, you know, we just avoid those.
Well, dang, what happened? Where did the whole internet go?
It went to social media.
Ah, yes, that's the problem.
Friend and Gibber and Stumbler and all those. Instead of looking for people like us, we just started asking the entire world to pay attention to us instead.
Microphone, please. Microphone? Why must you be rude to me? Anyways, she's kind of right. It's much harder to find your specialized groups these days. That's why if you just kind of be your unabashed self, you'll find people like you.
Well, that don't make too much sense to me. Sometimes when I was walking in the deep woods at night, I just used to have a good yell, but I didn't expect nobody to answer.
But that silly little mouse. The darkness is always listening, and something will always call back. We just don't know who or what.
I'm having a little trouble following. So it sounds like you had a group of people you trusted, and then just anyone?
That's right. I didn't know who they were. They just started following me. Some of them followed me because they thought I was pretty, and some because they thought I was strange, and some because their friends were following me.
That sounds about right.
Suddenly, I had 1 million mortals who would do anything I wanted them to do, and believe whatever I wanted them to believe.
Ah, you became an influencer.
It's easy, you know, little mouse. They want to be controlled, and I can control them all.
They want to be controlled? How do you know that?
They live such short, confused lives, full of uncertainty. I'm doing them a favor, Mouseling.
Even if that's true, you still can't read their minds. Maybe they don't want that favor. Maybe they don't know they're uncertain. Heck, maybe they even like uncertainty.
Oh, silly cowboy. They don't know what they want or don't want. You know that. The only problem is that I have so many of them to take care of. The problem with having so many followers is that I have to feed them so much content. Even just playing video games all the time can be a lot of work.
Stares at camera.
And you said that taking that break didn't do much for you, huh? You were just thinking about all the work you have to do for your followers?
That's right.
It sounds like you might have a bit of an addiction, Betty. I gotta question whether having all these followers is a good thing for you. Having friends is nice, but these fans and zealots, well, it sounds like you've taken on a big task.
It is. But I can't help that they're so very needy. If they weren't so hungry all the time, I wouldn't have to feed them. At least there are some that need a little less attention. It's the zealots who are the most demanding.
Remind me again, who are these zealots?
The one on the OnlyFans?
From my Only Zealots page.
That one.
The website where I show my breasts and vulva.
Oh yeah, that one.
Don't be scared, little mouse. You're acting like a mortal. It's just squishy parts, we all have them. They're not special.
Asexual vampire.
Oh, fair enough. I'm just not a very European vampire yet. So, these zealots, they take up a lot of your time?
Yes. It's frightfully bothersome. But they're ever so reliable. And someone has to go deal with my landlord and my computer upgrades. And go to prison for me if necessary.
I mean, well, yeah, because if you go in prison and your face is out there, and then that's a problem, because it's still going to be there.
Dang, it sounds to me like you're asking way too much of each other. This can't be healthy. Isn't there a better amount of interaction on these websites?
But I always know best when it comes to the internet. I have more followers than just about anyone, little mouse.
I'm going to be real, because this is exactly what Sam said about Eddie, is he's not boring enough to have mass appeal. And you have mass appeal. Which isn't to say rude. Wait, that came out wrong.
About the internet and how it works. secret, though. Can you keep a secret, little mouse?
Nothing you say leaves this room.
Well, the secret is that the internet is changing. Because of me.
I don't have the control fallacy.
How do you mean?
I discovered something. Do you know how I told you that the internet used to be a nice way to meet people who thought the way I did?
Well, yeah, I think I got that.
Well, something there in the darkness is helping me.
Oh.
It makes people think they know me and want to follow me and be close to me, even if they wouldn't normally like me.
That's called being parasocial.
It has been watching everything the mortals have been doing for a long time, and
also the algorithm. That's literally just called the algorithm.
Or small.
Again, that's not some dark forest, that's the algorithm.
It counts every second, it remembers every click, it can tell you what you want before you even know it.
If I know anything about the algorithm, it don't know shit about what I want.
Well, you gotta be kidding me. Is it some kind of elder vampire?
The algorithm is a dark force? Yeah, you're right. Hi, Sif.
I don't know, but it's growing very quickly. I learned how to speak with it.
How do you speak to
it
the...
It calls itself the algorithm. And it's hungry. Even hungrier than we are.
Oh, God, she's made friends with sentient AI. And by sentient, I mean not even remotely sentient.
It's the creature that told all those mortals to follow me in the first place. It decides what and how much content I need to make. It's probably listening to us right now. It says, I told you, the darkness is always listening.
Okay, you all have to agree with me that if we ever see the algorithm, we beat the shit out of it. We confuse it. We do weird things. We just go and break it. Best way we can. Whatever that means.
Mitty, if what you're saying is true, I think this is some really dangerous shit. This algorithm sounds like it's trying to turn humanity into a big formula.
I love how neither of them know what the fuck they're talking about, and yet Sam is 100% on fucking point.
But it's doing it. What if all mortals really are just the same?
Mitty, I don't think that's true. You said it yourself. People used to find each other because of their similarities, right? Now this algorithm, I don't think it's proven humanity is all the same. I think it's trying to push humanity all in one direction. It's trying to make them all the same.
But why would it want to do that?
Money.
I don't know. I just got a bad feeling about this.
It feels so natural. Like, obviously, the writers have an intent in what they're saying, but it feels so natural with what they're doing. Being different isn't marketable. Exactly. Mass appeal. If everyone's the same, then that means you just make one thing and everyone sees it and you make all the money. Hi, Biscuit. Hi, baby. Hello, my darling. Did you come over here just for pets?
Didn't you say that feelings don't make something real?
I know. I don't know. I think I don't know enough to say yet. Maybe.
Kitty in my lap.
But Mitty, one thing I am sure of is that this algorithm thing is hurting you. It's telling you what content to make. Who the hell is it anyway? I gotta ask you to think about what you want. Pretend there ain't no zealots and there ain't no fans. What would you be doing if they weren't around?
Are you alright, little mouse? You're going quite pale, which is impressive for a vampire. I don't wish to worry you.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just tell me you're gonna do something for you this month.
Well, I used to make my own clothing. I could try to do that if it would make you feel better, my sweet little rodent.
Why do I feel like we've been saying this to everyone?
What'd make me happy, Mitty, is you doing something just for you. Does that sound good?
Alright, I'll try then. I will see you next month?
Of course. You take care of yourself. I'll be looking forward to seeing what you sewed up next time.
She can become a cosplayer. She can make her own cosplays. And that would still kind of be the problem with, all the content machine, but still. I think she might enjoy it.
Farewell, little mouse. I hope you find a nice hole to scurry into.
Hey, did you get that stuff about the algorithm? You ever heard about anything like it?
I am not eager to reveal such things to you, but There are sleeping terrors that could certainly consume us if we are unlucky enough for them to awaken. But this, no. I am not aware of any such creature.
Okay, you're talking about some eldritch horror shit. We're talking about just the internet being the internet.
What Mehdi described, a creature that takes note of every small change in nature, sounds like a force of nature itself.
Jesus Christ.
I will make inquiries. Do not fear, Samuel.
Look, 100% tonight he's gonna go to bed and he's gonna go to his coffin with Crimson and he's gonna ask her about this horrible beast known as the algorithm and she's gonna laugh in his face and it's gonna be funny.
Even if such a beast truly exists, it cannot change our nature as long as we are true to ourselves. This only proves how important our work is, does it not?
Yeah, you're right. I guess I got a little spooked, but we'll be fine.
You know what might make you feel better? Dancing.
I ain't that shook up, Andy. Maybe I'll go down and get me a drink, though.
I will not probe, though I am curious about your aversion to dancing.
I want to learn more about
When
this
you are ready
too.
to speak of it, I am here.
I want to know more about the dancing.
You're gonna be waiting a while, boss.
As long as it is less than eternity, I will be here.
Okay, you go do your wise old vampire wizard thing, and I'll go drink some blood. I'll see you later, Andy.
Rest in peace, Samuel.
Okay. I think there's 1 month left of...
Another night, another soul canceled.
I think there's 1 month left. We've been going for 3 hours. What time is it? It's 5 o'clock. Trying to decide if we should end it here and just finish next. You know what? I think we can finish. If I don't go on too many tangents, I think we can finish.
Can't believe someone as old as Medi's letting anyone control her. I guess some problems don't disappear no matter how old we get. Well, time to get some bartender wisdom. Howdy, Crimson. Think you could whip me up one of them bloody Steves?
Sure thing, cowboy. Tough night at the office.
Oh, just got some of them existential questions lingering on my mind. Can you believe someone can be 1,800 years old and still let society tell them what to do?
I can believe it. Folks can get real uncomfortable when someone shows up and does things differently.
Oh, no kidding. My client's a weird one, but I think that's what makes her special. Just wish she saw it the same way.
Think you're making some headway, Chief? How's your session go?
I'm getting somewhere with her, slowly but surely. She does a lot for other people, but not a lot for herself. Now that makes her real popular, but I think she's realizing that popularity ain't what it's cracked up to be. She's got her own strengths, and I hope she'll lean on them.
You're a rare one, Sam. I get where she's coming from. Lawyers like rules, even about lawyering. My colleagues didn't care much for my style, so I had to adapt. But they'd get so bogged down in doing something right that they'd stop getting anything done.
Do things then.
It's too real. Too real.
I told you how case law is my thing, right? Well, I studied the worst cases. The ones where injustice prevailed because some corrupt judge invoked some ancient precedent. I used their tools against them. Made them look like fools. What goes around comes around.
Crimson,
right?
you are my favorite kind of lawyer.
And your colleagues weren't into that.
Hell no. No one was gonna listen unless I was polite and civil. But power never listens to polite and civil.
You got that right. Well, that's a shame,
good.
Crimson. Sounds like they lost a hell of a lawyer.
They sure did. Now, I got that drink for you. Sorry, no bloody Steves this time. This one's a Gunther.
I'm sure I'll love it. I'll take it up to my coffin for a day cap. You have a good night, Crimson.
You too, cowboy.
Do you think
There we
she...
go. Nice and cozy.
Do you think she just stays up? Do you think that she also sleeps during the day like everyone else, or like somewhat just during the day? Night owl.
Now, let's see. I can read Emerson. I think he's got a piece that'll help me reflect on the night. Or I could watch Charlie Chaplin make lawmen look like fools.
Oh, I want to see Charlie Chaplin, but I also want to
always
get through this.
Whoso would be a man
My bad.
must be a nonconformist. He who would gather immortal palms must not be hindered by the name of goodness, but must explore it if it be goodness. Nothing is at last sacred but the integrity of your own mind. Absolve you to yourself, and you shall have the suffrage of the world. I like that. Exploring is its own goodness. I learned that lesson hard in my quiet years. Just observing the world taught me more than all my years of living. With 1,800 years, who knows what good Medi's found. Well, I think that'll do it for me tonight. Time for some shut-eye. Think I've got some tough battles ahead.
First thing, I think this is the final month. I think that 4 sessions with everyone is probably going to be the end of it.
There
including with
is
ourselves.
Samuel Walls, vampire therapist extraordinaire. How are you feeling tonight?
Oh, come on, Andy. I'm keeping my hat on, but that don't make me an ace therapist.
No, but your progress with your clients does. I must confess, I think you are a more fitting therapist than I am. Your clients are quickly comfortable with you.
Hey, Biscuit, I'm just... There you go. Just cleaning you up real fast. Your claws need to be trimmed, and you don't let me trim you.
I believe my clients are afraid of disappointing me.
I mean, I guess I can see where that makes sense. I ain't too keen to disappoint you either. You always make that face.
What face is this now?
Never mind.
I'm teasing you, Samuel. I understand. It can be difficult to relate to a 3,000-year-old being. But let us not spend our time talking about me. I am more curious about you. Let us start with some meditation.
I want to find out why Sam is so averse to dancing.
Remember your place of comfort, my friend, and remember to breathe.
Oh, right.
Well, life just ain't fair. There once was a man named John Muir. Maybe I should start a farm or something. Not Bella. Her blood tastes real fine. Wonder whether I can rent a horse. The bastards are unstoppable now. I
feel like
deserve to be punished for what I've done.
I feel like Sam would be
Ain't
would
right,
be
they
a good
don't let
horse
dead
owner.
folk vote. Wonder what's going on back home. Hope Reinhard doesn't try to teach me more German. Crimson's real cute when she scrunches her nose up. I've been a real bad boy.
Okay.
Wonder how Edmund's doing.
It is nice to learn that I don't actually.
Pretty good. Sometimes my thoughts got away from me, but that's not uncommon.
Exactly. Meditation is not a game one plays to win.
It is when you turn it into a game like this.
What sorts of things came up for you?
After our last session, I can't help but think about my criminal past and how I was pointing fingers everywhere but at myself. The universe dealt me a bad hand, but I played that hand poorly. I got abused, and then I abused other folk. I guess that's only fair, so yeah, I can feel bad, but maybe the universe was just evening itself out.
The universe is cold and uncaring.
Aha. Samuel, I know that when we both have suffered and caused suffering, it is tempting to blame the fates. But this is dangerous, a sort of cosmic control fallacy. If we expect that fate will reward and punish fairly, we are bound to be disappointed.
Karma doesn't, unfortunately, exist. For good and for bad, karma does not exist.
We are immortals, Samuel. We live long enough to see old grudges die, and the judgments of our generation replaced by another. So in the grand scale of time, how can any judge fairness?
Dang. That's a real good point, Andy. But a depressing one, honestly. I was never a man of faith, but walking in them woods for so long, seeing so much nature, so much life and death, I started to feel a kind of flow to the universe, you know?
Feeling some Full Metal Alchemist vibes here.
I understand, Samuel.
I am the world, and the world is
suggesting
me.
that you deny any kind of spiritual faith you may have. It is fairness that is the fallacy. If we cannot define fairness, we certainly cannot expect it.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean. Dang, another cognitive distortion, huh?
No one ever said being human was easy. Yes, this distortion is called the fairness fallacy by mortal psychologists.
I work hard, so I deserve to get what I want. Yeah. Yeah, that's a very personal thing. Like, as much as I am a advocate for fairness in things, trying to expect that to be the norm of the world,
Let me give you a few statements that might have examples of the fairness fallacy, and you try to find them. I work hard to ensure my club is dope, because I believe in earning my good reputation.
I wasn't expecting Andy to say dope.
Hey man, maybe it's good karma, and maybe it isn't. But I just like to put out some positive vibes. The great vampire banker Count Van Gelder has been an entitled prick for 6 centuries. It's only a matter of time before he gets what's coming to him.
I think I heard of this fella. He was one of them vampires pulling the inflation strings during that coronavirus thing, right? They say he caused the Great Depression back home, too. You're right that he's acting like a prick, but the universe ain't accidentally gonna make him fall on a wooden stake.
Would be nice, though.
You are correct. This is a fairness fallacy and a bit of wishful thinking.
You really don't like this fella, huh, Andy?
He is a 600-year-old investment banker. He's tried to summon demons, and even they refuse to spend time with him.
Yeah, and he's ugly, too.
Let us not descend to his level, Samuel.
And also, you don't... Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
For you would never reach the bottom. Why bother being kind to mortals? The universe only punishes kindness.
The universe punishes kindness? Well, that ain't nothing you can know, boss. Sounds like a fairness fallacy to me.
Indeed, Samuel. It's the sort of thing a more nihilistic vampire might say. But such nihilism is not founded in objective reality. And nihilistic vampires are real downers at parties. At the last Blood Drinkers Ball, I ended up at the same table as Ayn Rand. I cannot imagine who decided to offer her immortality. That was my longest night in thousands of years. But well spotted, Samuel.
I got all the fairness fallacies, right?
Indeed you did, Samuel. You are most adept at tracking down cognitive distortions.
I got a good tracking nose, I'll tell you that. I can't tell
That
you
name
the
sounds
incredible
familiar,
things
but I
I've
don't
learned
remember who
just
it is
being in nature for so
specifically.
long.
Hold on. I'm gonna... I feel like my voice is a bit... There we go.
Yes, you speak quite highly of this thing. This is where you discovered the concept of cognitive distortions. And you said something about a flow to the universe?
I know, blah, blah, blah. She described okay, whatever.
Oh, yeah, that.
Atlas
know,
Shrugged and The
something about
Fountainhead,
seeing
books that
so
extol
much
the values
life
of
and death
capitalism,
and
selfishness,
rebirth.
and greed.
I think it made me start to look at things differently.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I see it now.
It sounds as though it was a spiritual experience for you, Samuel.
I think it was too. My buddy John, yeah, he showed me the way. John Muir, you probably know who he is.
Yes, of course, the American naturalist. He made the entire United States agree that its nature was beautiful and worth protecting.
That's John, all right. I used to call him Johnny Christ because of the way he could make you believe. He didn't like that too much, but he had a way of making people think differently.
How did you meet?
By the late 1800s, my native friends moved west. John, he was their hero. He walked and thought, and no modern comforts. We got along well. He liked that I never got tired. We usually walked in silence, appreciating nature. He'd draw, I'd write. I think it was the first man I fell in love with. I was still a young vampire then, not even a century old, thinking I was straight.
Most of us need a good 100 years before we are ready to open Pandora's underwear drawer.
Okay. Cool. I feel like that's a thing that we should use from now on. It's like, no more coming out of the closet. It's opening Pandora's underwear drawer. I want you all to take that out into the world. Take this phrase with you from now on.
Yeah, about that. I've been wondering, are there older straight vampires out there?
No. Sexual exclusivity of any sort seems incompatible with immortality. There is a group of vampires out in Washington who claim to be straight, but they're not fooling anyone.
How long did it take you to branch out?
Oh, Samuel, death had little effect on my sexuality. I am from another era. Do you remember the 1970s? They were nothing compared to the 970s BC. The stories I could tell you. One night, my friend Heraclos and I snuck into the
I was just thinking about the time.
I'm joking, Samuel. Such a thing is not for a therapist to share in a session. I just wanted to tease the American a little.
Well, I think you're being real mean. Sorry. That's what I used to say to Princess when she was being naughty.
I am honored to share the space in your mind occupied by your...
Oh, that's actually really sweet. I love this question.
Why are we such sexy beasts anyway, Andy? Seems even the mortals know what we're like.
We are powerful, immortal beings. Our capacity to explore is something no mortal can dream of, as is our capacity to be bored.
Okay, I thought he was straight up going to ask why Andy was so sexy, which... Fair question.
Dr. Drain might say that we have dopamine cravings that become harder to satisfy over time, and that might well be true.
Wait, so the older we get, the hornier we get?
You have an interesting future ahead of you, my friend. We'll make an international of you yet.
Oh, that's my curiosity satisfied. But speaking of which, I was talking about John. I fell for him hard. He wasn't into me like that, though. I don't think his wife got much from him, neither. That man was... Oh, but he was good company. I helped
That
him
man
out
was ace as
by sharing
hell.
what I'd seen at night. I offered him my blood, but he was offended at that. He valued death and pitied my immortality. He just liked things as they were.
I wish I had met him. His mindset aligns with accepting things without judgment, as we explore in therapy.
He was an incredible fella. When he told me, Sam, I'm gonna get Teddy Roosevelt to make a law protecting all this, I believed him.
And then he did it.
Before he died, he urged me never to forget the earth. But I got busy roaming and didn't notice the wilderness shrinking. My old gang tracked me down and drove me to you. If I can't help them see another way of living, they'll destroy this planet.
How is a group of gangsters going to destroy the planet?
Right. Well, the Mystic Bastards are doing more than robbing banks and holding up trains these days. They got organized.
Oh no, are they the mafia? Or worse, the government?
And now they're called Sanguinius Health. They're a health insurance
Oh
company.
god.
Draining folks of their
Oh no,
blood
they're worse
money
than
and-
both of those things. Oh no, I didn't give them enough credit for their evil.
Well, they're big now, too. Real big. Got friends in high places in the mortal world. Nobody knows they're vampires.
I was not aware of this company.
Well, they're good at keeping secrets. Even in the 1800s, we had a code language. They'd bring on the infinite dawn if it made them money. If I can't stop them, they surely will.
This sounds serious, but remember to not let your fears distort your thoughts. When we foresee only a negative end to a complex
Okay, now
situation,
look.
This is called catastrophizing. Another extreme that colors our thinking.
Alright, hey, this is one I figured out that I did on my own. I didn't need a therapist to tell me I was catastrophizing. I knew that I did it, and I couldn't... Anyways, this one's rough.
Meaning, maybe things are rough, but I can't see every angle, right?
Hi, Delphi, welcome
Yes,
back.
Exactly. This is not to say your worries are overblown, but being able to imagine varied futures is useful in our decision making.
I think this is the last month, so I'm gonna try and finish this out today.
Let me give you an exercise so you can identify catastrophizing.
I'm an expert in catastrophizing, Andy. Hit me.
I always make sure I keep my coffin key with me when I go to sleep. It would be embarrassing to be trapped in my coffin.
Nah.
I sent my friend Bazul the Bloodborne a funny cat video, but he left it on red. He is surely plotting my demise.
That sounds like a pretty strong assumption to make. Maybe Bazul the Bloodborne was busy doing a puzzle, or
And that was
nitpicking or
and this is definitely the last cognitive distortion, because A, it just gave me an achievement saying that basically, and B, because there's no more space for things.
You are so wholesome, Samuel. I think I know what Bazul was doing, and it was not knitting. It could have been countless things, so you are correct. It is unlikely that he has left me unread out of malice. It was a really good cat video, though. I will send it to you later.
I do love a good cat video. Isn't that right, Biscuit? Where'd you go? Oh, there you are.
Oh, you never responded to that funny video I sent you of the horse pretending not to like carrots. That was a good one, huh?
Oh, I will have to remember to examine it later.
I don't think he watches any of my horse videos.
Now I'm wondering how many horse videos Sam sends Andy.
I saw a rat in my club the other night. The health inspector will certainly shut us down and expose me as a vampire.
I don't think one rat showing up at your club is going to make the health inspector take you down, boss. I mean, the
Poor
rats are some
Sam.
of the cleanest
His
things
horse
on the
videos will
face
be
of
left
the
on
planet.
red forever.
You are correct. That was some clear catastrophizing. I have not seen a rat here ever since I hired Bert.
I can't say I ain't had a rat-eating phase myself.
Oh no, Bert eats everything. He's kind of like a vampire goat. I do not know how he does it.
The more I learn about Bert, the more I love him.
I guess Bert could eat the health inspector, too.
I think they know better than to get too close. Oh no, I am trapped outside during the day, and it is the middle of summer. I shall burn to ashes.
Okay, that's not catastrophizing, that's just legit.
When I DJ downstairs, I must ensure that I do not wait too long to drop the beat, or my patrons will think I am a terrible club owner and leave.
I don't know, boss. I don't think anyone's gonna get all that worked up about dropping a beat. That's gotta be catastrophizing.
You are correct, Samuel. I am sure they will forgive me. Though, I do not let the beat drop too late or too early, but precisely when I mean it.
Okay, Andy, this tells me I just need to listen to you DJ. Just once. Like, I just want to see how it goes.
All right there, Gandalf.
Who is Gan?
Never mind.
Oh, he hasn't seen Lord of the Rings. Okay, I guess we're having a movie night.
I think I get what catastrophizing is now. It's just hard to see other angles when I see how powerful my ex-gang's gotten, you know? But I know them. Well, they're just like I was. Maybe they've gotten better at being evil, but I get where it comes from now. That's why I feel this responsibility to help them. Now, I know that's a control fallacy. Maybe I can't help them, but I do want to try.
Wanting to guide them out of the darkness is not a cognitive distortion, Samuel. It is a noble aim, truly.
I'm just not sure I can do anything. I'd probably just make them worse.
That sounds like catastrophizing to me, Samuel. I believe that you will help some and be unable to help others, or some may not be ready to be helped.
I reckon you're right. I gotta take things as they come. Just follow that flow of nature.
You are doing exceptionally well, Samuel. I have seen your clients slowly changing the way they look at themselves.
I don't know, Andy. Seems like there's a lot of work to do.
There always is. That we will have work to do is one of the few things we can truly expect.
Well, I surely hope things keep going well.
I am not a man of faith, Samuel, but I do have faith in you.
Oh, gosh.
Come, let us wind down together. Perhaps you'd like to play Settlers of Wallachia with me?
Wait, okay. Isn't...
that sounds like the kind of quiet evening I'm looking for.
Come then. I will set up the board.
Isn't Settlers of Catan notorious for being one of the most difficult and, like, pedantic, like, fucking board games ever? I've never actually played it, but I know a couple people who enjoy it.
Tonight?
Honestly, yeah. I think Dr. Drain's starting to accept himself. That's what this is all about, ain't it?
I'm excited to see Dr. Drain, because he'll hopefully have at least once drinking blood on his own, not without the synthetic stuff,
Indeed,
and we'll see
so.
how he is.
There will always be room for self-improvement, of course. None of us are perfect, and none of us are irredeemable.
I reckon so. Whoever shows up tonight, I'll give him that same benefit of the doubt.
You are a wonder, my dear. What distortions do you think you'll focus on tonight?
Okay, so we have his should statements. Let's do always right and control fallacy. Catastrophizing for sure, because it's a new one, and we're probably gonna need it. And blaming.
I think these are the ones that are likely to come up.
They all do, one way or another. We are wildly irrational beings, my friend. But I will leave you to Dr. Drain.
All right, I think I'm ready. Here it comes.
Come on, Doc.
Hello, darling.
Hey, Lord
Miss
Lourdes.
me. Oh, boy. Look, are we gonna have a civilized meeting this time, or are you gonna break them fangs out?
I'm going to do exactly what I want to do. And you know what? You're going to love it, American. So lay your cares and your underpants at the door, because Lord Luridus is here to take you away.
I guess Dr. Drain's back on the stuff again.
Why don't you ask the little worm yourself? Oh, Doctor, your master summons you. Hello, Sam.
Doc, what's going on here? Why is Lord Luridus calling himself your
Okay,
master?
I don't
Because
like
that's
this.
what he is. You've helped me accept that, curse you.
Wait,
Whoa there, compadre. How did I help you accept Lord Luridus as your master? That weren't ever a thing I encouraged.
wait, what?
You were correct. I was approaching my issue unscientifically. I thought I could restrain him forever, but I was suppressing my vampiric needs. I had to accept the scientific truth. I am not nature's master. Nature is the master of all. To fight that reality is folly.
It is sad to see this hopeless, dire stance Dr. Drain has taken.
I had to...
Now hold on there, cowpoke. That's some extreme thinking there. I'm no scientist, but ain't fighting nature as natural as nature itself?
You're just babbling now.
I ain't. Isn't fighting nature where we all come from? Why we walked out of the sea in the first place? Why anything lives?
Evolution is the inevitable result of a species' fight for survival. Those best adapted to their environment survive, and those who do not, die. It is not done with intent.
Yeah, but them species are fighting nature, ain't they? And the fighting's what makes them what they are.
A simplistic interpretation, though I suppose not inaccurate. But still, I realized that I was suppressing a great part of myself. I did as you instructed, you know.
Which is good. Like, you're bottling it up, which is why he was so strong every time he took the synthetic
I
stuff.
drank blood. Real blood. And it was incredible. I had forgotten how it was not just the taste that made one feel satisfied. It's the feeling of life that it infuses in the body.
So synthetic would be kind of hard to make.
I felt strong, confident, above the petty worries and squabbles that come with mortality. I felt like a vampire, like the base creature that I truly am. What choice had I but to welcome the truth?
Okay, he went from one extreme to another. It's like, okay.
So you see, I am his master. I always have been, and I always will be. Just as I told you, therapist. The same dark master lies within you. You know this, don't you? I can see him behind your eyes.
Nah, now you're just projecting.
Oh yes, you cannot hide him from me. You cannot hide the blood, the screaming, the power you felt when you stripped the life and dignity from those pathetic mortals. I know your thoughts, my leather-bound friend.
Mind reading.
I know what
but
you
we don't have that one.
Lie back, and I will give it to you.
Sorry, but therapist-client relations are very ill-advised.
You poor, pathetic creature. You cannot even accept my gifts, can you? You wear the American flag as your chastity cage.
No, that's not even remotely right.
I think I'll pick up one of those at the sex shop on the way home. I wouldn't want the dear doctor using my beloved equipment. You really think you can dominate him completely? That's a control fallacy, amigo. Dr. Drain tried to shut you out and couldn't. You can't shut him out either. I don't need to shut him out any longer, naive fool. He has accepted that I am his true nature, and that I will always know what is best for him. Now that's another distortion, Lourdes. You always know what's best for Dr. Drain? Oh, bullshit. You got a one-track mind and it's headed right for a stick in the heart.
He's got a one-track mind, and it's right there in his pants.
So let me get this straight. My mind is a train, yes? And it will receive a stake in its heart? Oh, now you're just being nitpicky with my words. You know what I'm saying. You can't think of anything but blood and sex. You don't know what's best for Dr. Drain.
Hi, Fluffy.
And I suppose you know what's best for him, American. I suppose it's faith in the good Lord Jesus Christ and the cold caress of a gun. I know enough to know I don't
You
have
just
all
woke
the
up?
answers.
Welcome to the land of the undead.
Oh, bravo! Thank you for enlightening me. What an inspiring genius you are. Look, put Dr. Drain back on. I want to get his take on all this. But of course, talk to him all you like. He's a good boy now and knows what's best for him.
Oh my god. I hope get some water, get some food.
Doc, what's
Wake
going
yourself
on
up.
here? This ain't you. You're maybe the most motivated fella I ever met. Lord Lourdes ain't who you are.
Don't you see, Sam? He is who I am. When I drank that real blood again, I knew it. I felt him. Every time I indulge, he will take over.
Look, Doc, you're going to the most extreme consequences here. Thinking the worst is gonna happen every time you drink blood ain't too scientific. Maybe you ain't got your intake right yet. Or maybe getting a bit more satisfaction will make Lourdes less, desperate. Him showing up doesn't need to be the end, partner.
I suppose my horror at his presence is tainting my interpretation of the data. I shall endeavor to be a little more clear-headed. It's just... I wish that Lord Lourdes were not a natural outcome of my vampiric needs. It isn't fair. I have worked so hard to overcome our curse.
I wasn't expecting the fairness fallacy from you. I'm gonna be real.
Dang, that fella looks pretty down. What can I do?
You know what? Sometimes just saying things are gonna be okay.
Hey, partner, things are gonna be okay.
Do you know that? Can you even make a reasonable hypothesis? I assume you can show the research that led you to the conclusion that things are going to be okay. After all, if you are merely spouting empty platitudes...
Okay, fine. You know what? He makes a good point. I should have considered my audience.
Well, let me get back to you on that. Partner, I gotta pass...
There it is. There's the horse noise.
Here. And that is, a horse is a horse. Of course, of course.
Good God. I think my brain just succumbed to age and rotted out of my head. If that is cowboy wisdom, I shudder to imagine what cowboy ignorance is.
I'm serious. Tell me, Doc, what is a horse?
Equus ferus caballus,
an ungulate of the family Equidae. Herbivorous parasodactyls, they... No, I didn't say classify a horse. I asked what is a horse. What do you mean, what is a horse? I'm asking just that. Don't describe it, just tell me, what's a horse? What the hell are you saying? A horse is a horse.
Of course.
Of course. I'm sorry, when is the sunrise today? I think I should like to meet it. And what are you doing? I'm a vampire. And a vampire is a vampire, of course. So what would you tell a friend who's feeling bad about being a vampire? I would tell them that it is ridiculous to feel bad about what they are. Well, let's soften that up a little. I would tell them there is no reason to feel bad about what they are. So why don't you tell yourself that?
Oh, oh my god, he's actually stunned silent.
You all right there, partner? Just give me a moment.
We stunned him into silence.
Dr. Drain, there is no reason to feel bad about what you are.
Oh, I'm so proud of you!
Yeehaw! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Sam, you're a bit... Okay.
Please tell me you did not just yee-haw during my breakthrough. I couldn't help it. I'm proud of you, buckaroo. Oh, yes. Dr. Drain should be very proud of who he is. You forget, my little gun fetishist friend. I am Dr. Drain. I am the truest part of him, and you have no idea what depravities I've been up to, what uncharted places I have explored with my tongue alone.
The world has been around for thousands of years. I'm pretty sure the tongues have been everywhere at this point.
And it's all Dr. Drain's fault. He made me feral. All right, Dr. Drain, I know you're in there. We gotta admit something. You're giving a little too much blame to Lord Luridus here. You can control this guy. But because you're blaming him, you're giving him a pass to be depraved. Oh, that's not why he gives me a pass, darling. It's because he loves depravity. The murderous little pervert can't wait for me to take over. I should be so proud of how filthy he is. You know why he loves it when I take over? Because it feels good. He knows that. Because
I feel like this is mind reading, which is interesting when it's...
It is because that...
You know, two personalities in the same brain. But still... Even two personalities can't read each other's minds.
Fuckable wretch. Dr. Drain should not be proud of me. I'm sick. I'm twisted. I am a filthy motherfucker.
Labeling.
Or I would be, if she weren't long dead. Actually, I wonder where old Mama's buried.
So, okay, this tells me a lot, actually. Because Lord Luridus is even blaming himself like this, it really is Dr. Drain putting, like... This is all my inhibitions. They can do anything and everything, blah, 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 and we're trying to get rid of it, but it means that I'm not it really is a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
You know, he thinks his mother died of old age. But you know what I think? I think she died of shame. Because she knew I was her real son all along. Oh,
you didn't even exist until 14 years ago.
You know what Dr. Drain is. No matter how great a scientist...
Okay, I feel like I'm missing a lot of these distortions, and maybe I grabbed the wrong ones.
That is the essence of his being. That is what makes me so strong. Why, I believe you've inspired something in me. I can add a new sentiment to my feelings about your little doctor. Pity. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Such a shame. Now why must you deny the poor little worm? If he loves science as much as he pretends to, he knows that I am inevitable. He should give in to me. It ain't up to you to decide what Dr. Drain should or shouldn't do. All them shoulds were the thing that made him lock you up in the first place. They're what made him afraid and ashamed. Because he was always thinking about what he should be or do. Of course, they were his own creation. But he cannot help it. He knows in his heart that he should... Lord Luridus, did I give you permission to speak, my little worm?
Oh, here we go.
I don't need permission. I just wanted to tell you something. Oh, he wants to tell me something. Well, go ahead, darling. Tell me something. I shall remember it when I'm shagging a football fanatic in a dumpster.
Why in a dumpster? I feel like there are much more comfortable places even for you.
I accept you. What do you mean you accept me? You cannot accept me. I am your nightmare made flesh. I am the reflection in the mirror you cannot see. Nevertheless, I accept you. I accept your bloodlust. I accept your violence.
Yeah, let's go!
You accept my cock. Yes, I accept even that. I will not deny you any longer. But as you are me, I am you.
I take responsibility for all your actions. I shall feed you and nourish you, and you shall live by the Hippocratic oath I have sworn.
Let's fucking go! Yeah, Jekyll and Hyde. But this is like, if Jekyll and Hyde, like, where Jekyll was actually, like, not a horrible person, and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde talked to each other, and Jekyll was like, you know what? Actually, you are part of me. I can't get rid of you, but now we can find the moderation.
Dare you to try, you sniveling? No, I do not need to try. You and I are one. I know you. I accept you. And I love you all the same.
Oh,
Curse you. Curse you both. You sicken me.
it's just all of his darkest feelings and desires just made into this amalgamation of this. It's made into its own person. But so if he just accepts that dark side of himself, then they can just kind of come back to being potentially just being one person where they have that moderation again.
You do not sicken me. I accept you. No. I accept you. No!
Help Dr. Drain find himself. We finished him. Yeah, I think this is the last month.
Dr. Drain? Are you alright?
I feel like look, even his sprite's different. Like his expression's a little different. His body language is a little bit more open.
Yes, Sam. I am fine.
You look fine.
I feel fine. It is a very new feeling.
And here's the thing, this is not going to be permanent. Like this is a thing that he's going to have to struggle with for a while. But I think this is very good.
I'm not sure I know what to do with it.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but do you want to go down and dance in the club?
Dance? Dance? Would I like to dance? Yes. Yes, I would like to dance. Let us dance.
See, he's indulging himself just like to the amount that he wants.
I was hoping you wouldn't say yes, but let's go, partner.
Yeah! I'm so excited. I'm so happy.
Come on, Sam. Let us cut rugs.
I ain't much of a dancer.
Neither am I, but dancing is what I feel like doing.
I guess we're dancing then.
Now, what the hell am I looking at?
Oh, I don't think...
Bert, you be nice. I guess that explains why Sam doesn't dance.
Crimson, most dear, have you seen Samuel? I usually check in with him after a session, but he has disappeared.
Check it out, Sugar Blood.
What is he doing?
I think he's goth square dancing.
How do you goth? Okay, look, growing up in Tennessee, I learned square dancing as a kid. Don't ask questions. I don't remember any of it. But like, how do you goth square dance?
So he is. We should not laugh.
Now circle right and do-si-do.
But then again, that is a should statement.
Oh, a very dull dosey.
The master therapist once again enters his domain. Good evening, Samuel.
Oh, come on, Andy. I'm just the right cowpoke in the right place at the right time.
A cowpoke who has a habit of disqualifying the positive. It is ungracious to deny a compliment, my dear. You are an excellent therapist and an inspiring dancer.
Okay, that second half is a lie.
All right. That's enough of that.
You are seeing Senora Deste tonight, yes? How do you feel about her progress?
I don't know. That lady can really hold some grudges. I think she's starting to think about herself a little more, though.
I'm so excited. I hope that we get to see her painting of a centaur. I want to see it.
An ancient grudge is a difficult thing to forget. It can become a part of one's very identity. Vlad Tepes only became Dracula because he was obsessed with the Turks, remember?
Yeah, I don't think the Senora's that far gone.
Yeah, the actual story of Vlad Tepes, fucking wild. I think Extra History did a good job of that, if you want to go look up a cute little animated version of that story.
Do you feel you are prepared for whatever distortions she might bring today?
Well, let me think about that.
Let's see here. So she's control facility. Okay, I think fairness is definitely one that she's going to do. Ooh, what else is she going to do? Fairness fallacy for sure. Catastrophe. I don't necessarily want to take both of them, but Disqualifying the positive, very likely. And we'll take those two. Let's try this.
All right, filled my chamber. I'm ready to go.
I don't remember people being like this about crossbows.
Well, you can take the cowboy out of the West, but you can't take the West out of the cowboy.
So it would seem. Well, good luck tonight, Samuel. I will leave you to it.
All right, deep breath, Sammy boy. Here she comes. Bonanati, Signora.
I don't think.
What?
It's Italian. I thought I'd learn how to say hello to you properly. Bonanati.
No. No, I cannot repeat it. I appreciate your attempt to speak in my language, but please do not attempt to do so again. Good evening. We'll do fine.
Sam, you're lucky you're immortal. You might actually be able to learn a language in the next couple centuries.
Good evening, Signora.
I apologize. I am feeling delicate tonight.
What's going on, Signora?
The realization that I am merely a repulsive, angry old
Okay, that's
woman
labeling.
becomes disappointingly clear. It weighs upon me in more than one way.
This can't be coming from nowhere, Signora. What's the deal? Last time we were talking, you seemed to be feeling pretty good.
You want to know why I am disgusted with myself? Here, look.
Whoa.
Oh, that's really good. I love it. That's so good. Look at it. I'm trying to see what she's so upset about it, but like...
I know. It is terrible.
This is
I
fucking...
wouldn't say that at all, Signora. In fact, I think it's beautiful. I can tell you put a lot of love into this thing.
It is an entirely juvenile effort. There is nothing redeemable about this rubbish.
I think you're being a little harsh there, Signora. I ain't capable of drawing anything half that good. It's clear to me you got some sense of what you're doing. I think you're focusing on your weak spots when there's a lot of good here.
I mean, that's what every artist does. Let's be real. But you gotta learn to see past that.
Per favore, look at his abdomen. What is that? It looks like an insect's thorax.
Well, you might have been a little indulgent with the abs, but there's nothing wrong with a little indulgence. I call it style.
And I call it...
Believe me, Signora, I know horses. You're a heck of an artist.
Then why do I feel nothing but shame when I look upon it? If I feel nothing but disgust, then it is disgusting.
Signora, that's letting your gut make up reality. You look at this piece of art and see trash because that's how you're feeling. How come I don't think it's trash?
Oh, dear Sam.
Okay.
I mean this in the kindest way I can, but you are an asino.
I'm gonna assume that means someone like a plebeian or a peasant or just someone who doesn't know.
I'm guessing that ain't a good thing.
It is a donkey.
Oh. Wow.
Well, that don't seem too kind to me. My opinions don't count.
In this case, no. Because I am never wrong about art.
Okay, why didn't I grab that one?
Don't judge your art based on how you alone feel. Feelings ain't reality, and someone else is always going to have another opinion.
You are indeed correct. But no one will see this insult to Chiron.
Now, what the heck did you go and do that for, Signora?
I did what one should do with garbage. It is better that the world never see such horrors.
Signora, if you think there's nothing good about this piece, I think you need a vampire optometrist more than a vampire therapist.
He said the thing.
Yeah, maybe it ain't your idea of perfect, but heck, what is? If you want to see real horror, ask me to draw anything other than my gun. I mean, what are you really looking for here, Signora? You looking to bring this fella to life with your brush? You think if you don't produce something completely perfect, it's garbage?
Yes. I apply the same standards to myself as I do to everyone else.
And there's your problem.
Leonardo da Vinci once painted an illustration of my city of Mantua for me. It was beautiful. Leonardo had a mastery over art that modern mortals will never understand. But it was full of imperfections. The shape of one of the windows was wrong. The clouds looked slightly unnatural. I lit the painting on fire rather than let him embarrass himself. So why would I choose to embarrass myself?
Oh, I'm in pain!
You lit a Leonardo da Vinci on fire?
I lit rubbish on fire. Da Vinci painted it, but it was still rubbish.
Dang, that fella must have been terrified of you.
He was, though he had no reason to be. All he had to do was be better. It had nothing to do with
Okay,
me.
that's blaming.
Senora, this need for perfection you've got, it ain't doing good things for you.
How can you say this? By demanding perfection, I improve the work of others. I improve the work of myself.
Like, okay, there's a difference between demanding perfection and constantly striving and improving and going towards perfection, a goal that is impossible to reach.
Well, maybe that's true, but you're doing something less useful.
And what is that?
Senora, your standards are way too high. There ain't no way anyone can reach them.
So you keep saying. But there is nothing wrong with setting a high standard. The problem is the low standards of others. It is shameful to not strive for greatness. I will not tolerate your setting low standards. You will not disgrace my...
Yes, ma'am. No, wait, I meant to say... Senora, I gotta be honest here. You're terrifying everyone. You're terrifying your artists, your family, even yourself. Failure's a part of life. If imperfection's a mortal sin to you, ain't nobody gonna let you in on their imperfections. Not you, not your husband, and not your son neither.
How dare
Oh
you?
god,
How dare
this is the
you
most pissed I
lecture
think
my
we've seen anyone in this
sister?
game.
How dare you suggest that I was anything less than the perfect mother to my Federico? You worm! Ho sputato sulla tomba di tua madre. Vi maledico alle vele più profonde dell'inferno.
Okay, I don't speak Italian. I assume she said something about wanting to send us to hell.
Federico loved me. He knew that I knew what was best for him. Pull out your cognitive distortions now and I will tear your head from your neck.
I ain't never said Federico didn't love you. All I was saying was...
Zitto! Shut up, fool! You presume to tell me what I know. You, a common murderer! You who can barely speak your own language!
I have a bad feeling we might have failed with her.
I demanded perfection from my Federico so that he would not end up like his father, a degenerate leper whose penis hung by a thread of putrescent skin. I do not tolerate imperfection! Not from myself, not from this world, and not from my son!
You know what, Senora? If you want to have that kind of control, you're gonna have it all by your lonesome. I'm trying to help you, and you're screaming at me. Why? Because you can't stand being wrong? If I'm too scared to talk to you, what the hell are we doing here? What do you want me to do, lie to you? I ain't gonna do that, Isabella d'Este. If you're looking for perfection, you're only gonna find liars, and that ain't me.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know you are right.
Oh my god, that was legitimately terrifying.
Federico, what have I done?
Oh my god. It's a good thing that Andy is listening in and is powerful enough to, like, stop everything.
Hey, it's okay, Senora.
He barely spoke to me when he came back from the Vatican. Every time I asked him how he was, he would say, "I am fine, mother." Of course he knew better than to talk to me. His father never did. No doubt it was I who drove them into the brothels.
I think that's simplifying things a little, Senora. Your boys made their own decisions. There probably were a lot of reasons they went to the brothels, but putting it all on yourself just ain't accurate. You couldn't read their minds or control their behaviors.
Perhaps not. But I am certain their whores did not criticize them as I did. I was only trying to make them demand better of themselves. Why did the world punish me for this?
Senora, you weren't being punished. The world doesn't give out rewards and punishments on its own, no matter what we're intending. And it definitely ain't singling you out.
Of course. The world does not care for Isabella d'Este. Good intentions count for nothing.
See, on the one hand, yes. On the other hand, no. Like, yes, but also no. You're...
Now, come on. Senora, you're going to extremes again. Good intentions can be their own reward.
Oh, Sam, you are a simpleton. A wonderful, kind, wise simpleton.
Look, sometimes you just need simple, but also stop being rude, please.
Thanks, I guess.
I read my Wikipedia page, you know. It was full of lies and slander. No doubt this is how history remembers me, with slander I have earned.
Nope.
I have read the Signora's Wikipedia page, and
I read my Wikipedia.
No?
I have read this.
I read my Wikipedia page, you know.
No.
I have read the Signora's Wikipedia.
Wait.
I read my Wikipedia page, you know.
I don't
There it
think
is.
a single Wikipedia page is going to determine how humanity remembers you, Senora. You're one of the most interesting, intelligent people I've ever met, and I bet loads of historians out there would be eager to know the real you.
Let us hope they do not discover who I am. They would be terrified of me, as you so deftly pointed out.
I mean, you are a vampire, but besides that.
So let's forgive him a few mistakes, huh?
I suppose I must.
I read that Wikipedia page too, Senora. And you know how I read it? The people are in awe of you. They call you the First Lady of the Renaissance, you know.
By the way, I think at least her and Edmund Keene, both real people. Both straight up just real people that you can in fact look up on Wikipedia.
This only proves that Machiavelli was right. That if one cannot be loved and feared, it is best to be feared.
I think you're a little too down on yourself today, Senora. But here's what I think of Isabella d'Este. You are so dang smart, Senora. I don't think people these days get an education like yours, and you took it seriously. You know about art, music, philosophy, religion.
Of course, I know much about physics, biology, and mathematics as well. Do not think me simply a woman of the arts.
You see what I mean? I'm only 200-some years old, and I think it's going to take me another 200 to know half the stuff you know. You should be proud, Senora. You're ambitious as hell. From what you told me, it sounds like being a woman in your time wasn't an easy thing.
Being a woman in general isn't an easy thing, but especially in her time, yes.
But you proved you were capable of anything, and people had to respect that. Hell, you even ran your own city. You're gutsier than any man I've ever known.
I am not sure I like this gutsy word very much, but I suppose I did well for my time.
Senora, you did well for any time, believe me. You know what? You come off as pretty harsh. I think we can agree on that. But you're a caring person. You want the best for the people you care about, no matter how hard it is on you. You literally gave your life to care for your family.
No one has ever called me a caring person before.
And I'm gonna be real, I kind of agree with Sam. Like, she's incredibly harsh and it doesn't seem like she's caring, but like she is legitimately trying to make the people around her like be the best that they can be. It's just that her standards of what the best is, oof.
Am I wrong? Going through death for family? Seems like you care a lot.
A little too much, perhaps.
I ain't gonna disagree with you there. Pardon me for saying so, but I see why people were falling over themselves to paint you. You got grace and style such like I ain't never seen back home, not even at a fancy cotillion. Those ladies would probably kill to have your fashion sense.
Well, thank you for saying so, Sam. It is gratifying to know that my eye for fashion is noted. I certainly know how to wear a hat.
And a hell of a hat it is.
Well, that thing looks great on you. I doubt I could wear it half as well.
That is certainly true. You have been so kind to me. Kinder than I have been to you.
Gave Isabella something to smile about.
You deserve kindness. And you deserve to give yourself some kindness too.
No one has ever spoken to me the way you do. I suppose I never allowed them to. Sam.
Objection!
Oh, shit, what are we objecting to? What happened?
I know I am difficult.
Overruled? Objection overruled?
But would you ever consider a woman such as I?
Senora, I'm here to help you on your personal journey. Let's not complicate that.
Of course. I am just being foolish. I am so used to people being afraid of me that, of course, I fall for the first person who is not.
Senora, I think if you can learn to give people a little room, they're gonna adore you.
What if they see me as weak if I am gentle? What if my bearing was the thing that earned me respect?
Okay, now you're doing your some
I do
catastrophizing.
not wish to be discarded and ignored.
Okay,
like
I don't
so
have
many
the
women of my
wait.
time.
I'm not saying you gotta be meek, Senora. I reckon that ain't in your nature. I'm just saying to start with compassion. People are doing their best out there, and they deserve your understanding when they ain't perfect. Same goes for you. Don't go ripping up your art because it ain't perfect. Nobody's expecting that from you or anyone, not even Da Vinci.
Yes, I suppose I must resign to the truth. I am
Okay,
powerless
look.
before inevitable imperfection.
Nope.
If Signora d'Este cannot dominate, she sees herself as having no power. I believe you told me of this distortion long ago, Sam.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Now don't go running in the opposite direction, Senora. That ambition comes from you. Not everyone's got it. So keep striving to be better. Just give yourself a little compassion when you don't meet those super high standards you got. And there ain't nothing wrong with holding other people to a high standard neither. We ain't gonna be gods, but it's good to have ideals.
I believe you are wiser than I, Sam Walls. It is most humbling.
High intelligence, low wisdom? Or medium wisdom?
A slow
High
person
wisdom,
can
low
still get his
intelligence.
carrots quicker
I
than
feel like
the
that's
ones
Sam
who
Walls in a nutshell. Oh god, he's fucking Caduceus from Critical Role.
And then you say something like that, and I am no longer quite so humbled.
Don't be humbled by me, Senora. I'm a simple man. Just a more honest one these days. Look, let's remember what brought you in here in the first place. You saw that Space Wars movie and all its problems, right? I want to give you a challenge. I want you to find a piece of art to like. Anything. A painting, some music, a movie, heck, even a video game. And you enjoy that thing for what it is, not hate it for what it isn't.
Video games are not art.
Do you know that, Senora? I bet there's lots of video games with redeeming value. One of my clients plays a whole bunch of them.
Me, once again, stares at the camera. Spike the camera. Video games are art. And boy, have I played some art in my time.
I do not think they are for me.
Well, fair enough. Just find something, and we can talk about it next time. You can use the internet. I hear it's full of lists of things people like.
Very well. I will do this then. Sam, thank you for being so kind to me.
Well, I'll thank you to join me in being kind to you, okay, Senora? I'll see you in a few weeks.
Yes. Well then. Goodbye, Sam. Until we meet again.
Adios, Senora.
Well, well. A confession of love from the First Lady of the Renaissance.
Oh, shucks, she ain't in love with me.
I know, I am teasing. But I am impressed, Samuel. You warmed her dead heart.
It was touch and go there for a bit. I thought she really was gonna rip my head off.
Would have been fun to see.
But you were not afraid, as she said. They make strong men in the American West.
Tough living will do that to you, sure enough.
Then let us relax. I hear you were dancing the other night.
Okay. Why are you lying to the man? You watched it happen. You laughed at him.
Oh, nuts.
Do not be embarrassed, Samuel. But let us go downstairs. The night is still young and there's much to celebrate.
All right, Andy. I think I'm game for a little R&R.
Two clients left.
Crimson
And also
Sweet
maybe yourself.
Sanguine. Tonight we are celebrating. I am pouring us all some shots. Verona Virgin 1492. A taste of a different time.
You know I don't like drinking anything but fresh, Andy.
I know, dearest. This is a rare occasion. Samuel here was able to help a 500-year-old let go of her anger. So let us toast her age. To the Renaissance.
Ugh, that tastes like dirt.
Yuck, I think mine had a clot in it.
It's not very good, is it? Ah well. Then let us instead toast leaving the past where it belongs.
I feel like blood doesn't age the same way as wine. I feel like 500-year-old blood wouldn't be quite as, I don't think it ferments the same way.
I think I've had my fill of the past tonight already.
I've got a better idea.
Oh no.
Is that so? Of course, my dearest. I am delighted for you to share yourself.
Oh, I have a feeling I know where this is going.
I'd like a little privacy. Come on, cowboy. Follow me to the kink room.
Oh, well, all right then.
Smile, Samuel. You have the favor of a very special woman. It has been too long since I tended my own bar. Go have fun.
Okay, Andy, you have a good night.
Hey, cowboy.
Hi, Crimson.
You look handsome. There's a reason I wanted to get you alone. Wanted to pick your brain about something.
Oh, so this isn't about... Okay.
I'm hearing about all these clients of yours being stuck for hundreds of years, and I keep thinking, what if that's me? I've been half dead for 20 years. But do I want it to be 200?
Oh, okay, yeah, no, this is... Okay, I see what's happening.
Have you talked to Andy about this?
Yeah, but he's 3,000 years old. 20 years to him is like a month.
If not less.
I'm getting a little jealous of your vamps, if I'm honest. They're all moving forward, but I'm stuck in the same place. I've got Andy keeping me alive, but I'm not sure I'm living. The way I see it, either I decide my time's
Oh
up,
no, this is a
or
major
I
decision.
decide to become a vampire. So I wanted to ask, what's your favorite thing about living forever?
Oh. See, the thing is, I don't think I would ever personally accept immortality. But I feel like if you had to be immortal, the perk of it would have to be the ability to maybe the new perspective. It's either new perspective or time. Like, I think it's this one.
I like the night. Mortals are so tied to the sun, they miss out on a whole nother world. The night ain't so hectic. We ain't getting messages at all hours because everyone else is asleep. We got time for reading, for art, or whatever we like, really. Crimson, in the end, this is your decision. And you gotta decide for your own reasons.
I feel like the answer I would have chosen wasn't there, because my thought is kind of what everyone did. What was happening with everyone is you get to experience so many things that a normal person would only experience just a fraction of.
I know. You're right, Sam. It's helpful to get a youngster's perspective, though. Now, are we gonna get to biting?
Oh, we're still doing that.
Of course we are. Get in here, cowboy.
Okay, where are your veins? Where's your...
That is something else.
Not bad, cowboy. But you don't need to bite. Just let your teeth sink in next time. If your partner is relaxed, they'll just slide right in.
Oh, well, thanks, Crimson. I'll try to remember that.
Bet you're pretty sleepy now, huh?
Well, yeah, now that you mention it.
Go get some sleep then, cowboy. And Sam, thank you. I'm glad you're around.
Where else would I be? I'm glad to be of service, ma'am. You have a fine evening.
We got to bite Crimson's neck. Hell yeah, I call that the biggest one of the day.
Samuel, good evening. How is my ever-impressive...
Like, yes, we helped 2 vampires with a lot of stuff, but like... Crimson. Bigger win.
Looking forward to a night off, boss. I haven't heard from Eddie, so I was thinking about a nice hot bath.
An excellent idea. A little self-care goes a long way.
You accidentally killed the Viper King? Oh no.
If you would like to
That sounds
borrow
like a bad thing. I don't know what that means, but that sounds bad.
Andromachos the Mighty uses bubble bath, huh? I wouldn't have guessed.
There is only one type of human who does not like bubbles.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Liars?
Well, I was going to say werewolves, but I suppose it is the bath part they dislike, not the bubbles.
Okay, proof that werewolves exist in this world.
Oh, well, I ain't no liar, so I'd love some bubble bath. In fact,
Oh, you did it early. Oh, congratulations.
Well, tarnation, I guess the bubble bath is postponed.
I knew it. I was 100% right.
Ready to handle Edmund's distortions? It sounds as though they will be intense.
Well, let me think real quick.
Okay, we're gonna need some disqualifying the positive, obviously. Mind reading, catastrophizing. So many possibilities. Blaming.
I think I got it.
I suspect you have difficult work ahead tonight. I wish you the best of luck, Samuel.
Thanks, Andy.
Come on, Eddie.
Sammy boy, here he comes. Hey, Eddie.
Why are you still in your Piero outfit? Hi, how's it going?
Do you like my costume, Sam?
Well, sure. Did you come right from that production you were talking about last time?
Yes. I flew right here after the performance. I had to tell you how it went.
So, how did it go?
You should have been there. You could have seen how the audience reacted. They loved me.
Okay.
Hey, well, that's fantastic, Eddie. I was a little worried when I heard you coming. I wasn't expecting you tonight.
But why would you worry? You knew who I was. The great Edmund Keene. Of course the audience would love me.
You don't seem happy.
Oh, my dear boy. How they did laugh at the great clown Piero.
Well, that's amazing, Eddie. Gave that Grimaldi fellow a run for his money, huh?
Grimaldi would have never achieved as many laughs as I clearly earned.
You don't sound too happy about it, Eddie.
Piero is supposed to be a tragic clown, but they laughed. They just laughed and laughed and laughed.
Oh, Eddie.
They laughed at my heartbreak when my wife left me for a respectable man. They laughed when I held my dying child in my arms. They laughed as I succumbed to drink, damning God for not taking me.
Oh.
They laughed as I slit my own throat when 'twas no trick, for I am already dead.
Oh, you know what? I guess that's a benefit of being a vampire, is you can kind of do your own stunts.
So you see, it was all very, very funny.
Eddie, I'm so sorry. That reaction sounds horrifying.
No, but of course it wasn't. I believe this role was made for me. It was made so that people could laugh at me. So laugh, my dear boy. Laugh.
Eddie, I know you're hurting right now. I know people can be cruel, but they ain't looking to be cruel to you in particular. That's one of them cognitive distortions. Personalization. It means,
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Don't tell me a fucking thing about cognitive distortions! Do you think I don't know what they are? Do you think I do not employ each and every one, every single moment of every single day? I am a professional liar, but no lie is so carefully constructed as that of Edmund Kean. You told me to deal with reality as it is. So be it. This is Edmund Kean. A minstrel, a jester,
Labeling.
a fool, a clown. A clown whose greatest joke is to pretend for even a moment that he is not one. But you see, my dear boy, all that is impressive about Edmund Kean is just illusion. It has always been an illusion. That is what the stage is, but it is my life as well.
I don't believe that for a second, Eddie. We're the sum of our experiences, and you bring something to that stage no one else can. Maybe if you were a robot, we'd be having a different conversation. But you're disqualifying the positive things you bring, not just to the stage, but in yourself.
Honeyed words will never be sweet enough to mask the taste of truth, my dear boy. There is no Edmund Kean, only a pile
Okay,
of
I don't
lies.
know Piero. I don't know the story. I don't know the play. But, it is just kind of a moment of, why were they laughing? Like, oh my god.
Go ahead and ask me, therapist. Ask me, who is Edmund Kean? Nay, do not ask. I will tell you. Edmund Kean is nothing. There is no Edmund Kean. I have never met the man, or even the boy. I have known Shylock, Richard III, Hamlet, Lear, Othello, Macbeth, Romeo, Cupid. The people loved all of those characters. Wherefore would they love Edmund? Edmund had to become a character as well. And I have played Edmund for so long that naught lies beneath. A hollow man sits before you. As other vampires have said, what is a man anyway? A miserable pile of secrets, a mountain of pretty lies.
God damn it. In the middle of this such a dramatic moment, you bring up the goddamn Castlevania meme. Bless your soul.
Eddie, that ain't true, and I'll tell you why. We all lie, Eddie. Deep down, we're all still scared animals who can't tell the difference between a booing audience and a lion ripping out our throats. For all the time my blood was pumping, I played a tough guy. Slaughtering Sam, they called me. I like that name. You want to know why?
Why?
Because it made me feel safe. Under that grizzled exterior, I was still just a scared little boy. But that little boy was me, Eddie.
You understand me. Though we have played different parts, the character underneath is the same, perhaps.
And the man turns to the therapist and says, but Dr. I am the great vampire. Oh no! Oh no! You never understood why that was funny until just now. Or I still did not get it because, oh.
Do you remember that I played Cupid as a boy?
That was your breakout role, right?
I learned that if I smiled and spoke sweetly, people would view me as something other than street trash.
Basically, it's like you are the thing that everyone is laughing at. Like everyone is like everyone can laugh and have a good time at your expense. Is basically the it's like, go see this clown. It's like, but I'm the one that everyone's laughing at. So what's the thing that'll make me happy? That's kind of the point of the joke. Is basically this right here.
I wouldn't have to go hungry. I wouldn't have to be sold to some bloated factory owner. Edmund Keene was worthless to anyone. Another mouth to feed, another body to clothe. So I knew I had to make him disappear. I thought if I suppressed Edmund and became the character the public wanted, I would be rewarded.
Fairness fallacy.
But this illusion, this character of Edmund Keene, he has brought me to such unspeakable depths. Do you know why I sought to become a vampire? Why I dwelt in dark places until the curse of immortality was given to me? I became a vampire because I was afraid that my son Charles would be a more successful actor than I was. I could not let his legacy overtake mine.
Oh.
I had to be sure that I was the Keene that would be remembered.
Dang, Eddie. That's a lot.
Yes, I have been monstrous. I needed to be the most beloved. I needed my every demand fulfilled. I had my own pet lion. I rode my horse indoors. I flew into a rage if anyone denied me sexual gratification. As an immortal, my fears have made me even more terrible. How many promising young actors I have killed because I felt they threatened my legacy.
Jesus Christ, my dude. Like, I'm not here to judge, but Jesus Christ. Well, he's not here to judge. I can judge as much as I want. Jesus Christ.
So many lives cut short because I, and I alone, know what acting must be.
Okay, you're still... Okay.
Indeed, the very reason I am wearing these clothes.
Yeah, we can
because I
judge. We're
could
fine.
bear the idea that Grimaldi brought something to the stage that I could not. Do you see how pathetic I am? I am battling a man who has been dead for almost 200 years. The audience was right. I am a most laughable creature. I know what they are thinking, what they have always thought. Look at the fool actor. Look how he debases himself by begging for our approval.
Me looking at the chat again. It's like, it's hitting too close to home.
Eddie, you don't know what they're thinking. At all. We've been going over this for months now. All you know is what you know. You're concerning yourself with the thoughts of everyone else that you can't even know. It ain't no wonder that you got no sense of self.
Yes, you're right. I see that now. This monster that is Edmund Keene was created for the audience, but I do not know them. I believe 'twas not my talents that earned the adoration of the public. Perhaps they only ever loved me because I demanded they do so.
You're going to extremes again, Eddie. Again, you don't know what an audience is thinking. Disqualifying the positive things an audience might see is just as unrealistic as thinking everyone thought you were the greatest actor of all time. Well, the good news, Eddie, is that you can't just demand someone to love you. If they had nothing to gain from being Edmund Keene fans, why were they Edmund Keene fans?
I suppose.
The important thing here is accept things as they are, compadre.
I cannot accept things as they are, my dear boy. How can I? How can I accept that I have forced everyone around me to confirm my lie of an existence?
Because that's not what
How can
reality.
I accept the people I defiled to satisfy my ego? The son I was relieved to see die. The blood I have spilled to sustain my legacy. The lie is all I have, and all I know. I have done such evil to protect it. So much is my poverty of spirit, so mighty, and yet with so many defects, in the vapor of my own glory smothered. No, my dear boy, what is done cannot be now amended. The child Edmund is buried, and this grim-visaged, wretched creature is all that remains.
This is dark and heavy, and so far of the three, definitely one of the darker ones.
Eddie, I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. You've done some truly awful stuff, and fear doesn't excuse the dastardly deeds you done. The shit you done ain't never going away.
Yes, go on, kick me, jeer, laugh at the vicious clown, tell him what a fool he is.
You ain't gonna play pity tricks on me or yourself. You acted like a lily-livered sumbitch, Eddie. I know that, because I've done some awful shit too. Because of my fear, I hurt scores of folks. Some strangers, some near and dear. And because of my fear, I pushed all that stuff down deep where no one could see it, just like you. I was too afraid to face myself. Once I didn't have a choice but to take a good look at myself, my first thought was that I deserved to go meet the sunrise, because I'm a coward too. But there's something else we've got in common in addition to acting like yellow bellies, Eddie. You know what it is?
What is it?
We got time, Eddie. We got time to become new people. We got time to look at ourselves honestly and say, yeah, I've been a coward, but I ain't gonna be a coward any longer. So what'll it be, Eddie? You're gonna live forever. Will you do it as a coward or as a man?
I don't know how to be a man.
So you're giving up then?
No, I cannot maintain the facade any longer. I am revealed to myself. But Sam, I never learned to be a person. I stopped being real at 8 years old.
And how old are you again? 237? So about 229 years you haven't been a person? Yeah, no, that'll fuck you up for a while.
Blood! Why did my fellow actors coddle me so? Why did they let me become a monster? They could have said no, but they did not.
Eddie, you gotta own your choices. Yeah, maybe they could have given you more discipline, but they didn't make you do them things you did. It's time to own up. If you're really gonna stop lying to yourself, it starts right here.
Yeah, like I said, this game is very extreme and hyperbolic, but also very real. Because these are very real things.
What's assigning blame to a bunch of dead folks gonna do for you anyway?
But it was at least in part their fault. Who lets a child make the demands I made?
And you are correct.
We ain't focusing on the people who gave in to
But
a kid who was too big for his britches. We're focusing on you. You did some real awful things. You killed people for criticizing you or for showing talent. You resented your son's success. These are things you gotta take in.
But you cannot change the past. The past is the past. You can only learn and grow from it.
But how can I put such things behind me?
You don't. You've got to accept the things you've done as part of who you are. You ain't gonna erase the last 200 some years. But maybe you can use them to make a better Edmund going forward.
How? How do I introduce myself as a demanding megalomaniac? How do I introduce myself as a man who was relieved to see his own son die? How do I introduce myself as a man who demanded the entire world get on their knees to satisfy his ego?
Because that's all talking about the man. You introduce yourself as a man who did all these things in the past, not as the man you are now.
Well, I wouldn't exactly lead with that stuff. How about you introduce yourself as a man who's figuring himself out?
I suppose that is a possibility. At the least, it is not unexpected for me to be so disarrayed. It is known that we actors are all by nature an insecure people.
Nope.
I believe Edmund is using his profession as cover for his indiscretions.
At the least, it is not unexpected.
Oh, blaming.
At the least,
But instead of blaming a person, he's blaming his...
Painting all actors with a broad brush so it makes you look better. You're blaming your profession, and that's a damn cop-out. Yeah, there are some real fatty arbuckles out there, actors who carve a path of destruction. But there are plenty of stage folk out there who lead humble lives, loving their craft without hurting other people. So I'll thank you not to hide behind bad actors.
Literally.
Bad actors. Now that is funny. Perhaps I need to find an identity beyond the stage. It protected me in my youth, but I do
See, I
not
think this is
that
what
it
I was
serves
saying
me
before.
longer.
He needs a hobby outside of acting.
That might be worth exploring, Eddie.
But what if I am nothing without the stage? What if I seek other endeavors, but there are none for me?
You're doing some Nosferatu thinking, Eddie. I've been roaming this earth around the same time as you, and what I picked up is there ain't no extremes. It ain't all or nothing. I guarantee you there's more possibilities out there for you between the grave and the stage. I mean, how long have you even looked for anything beyond the stage?
Not at all, I suppose.
Then let's hold judgment in reserve, huh?
The theater is all I know. It has been my protector all this time. Without it, I am helpless as a swaddling babe.
Edmund believes life without the stage is something he cannot handle.
The theater is all...
Eddie, come on. The stage is the thing you know, but you ain't helpless without it. I mean, maybe you're forgetting the whole superhuman strength and immortality thing that comes with being a vampire. And even besides that, you've learned a thing or two from all them Shakespeare plays beyond acting, I'm sure. You ain't a helpless little boy no more. So don't pretend you're powerless to do something new.
Yes. If anything, I certainly have keen powers of self-pity, do I not?
Yeah, that's yeah.
I wasn't gonna say it. However helpless you might feel, Eddie, remember that's just how you feel right now. That's the amazing thing about being undead. We got lots of time to make a better tomorrow. My mentor, Andy, he says that at 200 years old, we're basically toddlers by vampire standards. And we both got a lot of growing up to do.
That is a heartening thought.
If we're doing life right, Eddie, we're always growing up. The trick is not to think we're done growing.
Exactly. You are always changing, always growing. Things are always happening.
Spoken like the bard himself. As he said, all the world's a stage, and I am barely past mewling and puking in the nurse's arms. I should be of a more mature mind, shouldn't I?
That should statements, but I don't have those.
37 years is old enough to be out of nappies.
We got time to grow, Eddie. Let's just be glad you're a 200-year-old baby and not a 2,000-year-old baby, huh? We'd be having a real different conversation then.
But growth to me seems nigh impossible. I have allowed my fear to guide my every sad-gutted action. My fear told me when I was threatened, which was always.
Same. That's called anxiety. Pain, fear. It's constant, never-ending. But you gotta learn to not necessarily ignore it, but to understand where it comes from. I think this is the kind of thing, like, having the anxiety and the fear, it's like, okay, what exactly am I afraid of? What are the realistic expectations? And what is it actually trying to tell me? Because it's basically like, that strong fear is like, okay, it's being uncertain in things, but it's taking it to an extreme.
This is what I mean, Eddie. You're always in defensive mode, ready for someone to take you down. That ain't no way to live. When you're afraid of some young actor coming up and making a name for themselves, what's so scary about that anyway?
I'm afraid they will erase me. I will be just another child of the Rookeries, used and discarded, of no value to anyone. No history, no legacy, no record of my existence.
But Eddie, there's loads of actors out there, all with different kinds of strengths. There's legends from every era. I'm a Buster Keaton fan myself. That fella was one of a kind, just like you were. When he was doing crazy stunts on trains, he weren't no threat to Hamlet.
He was very talented. I wanted to kill him, but I never liked visiting America.
Valid.
Well, I'm glad you didn't. But you see that his success didn't do anything to yours. Not every threat means your doom.
Perhaps my time has passed anyway. There was a time when the stage awaited Edmund Kean, but my death was the end of that time.
Okay, we got some real work to do still. Here's the thing, Eddie. The stage wasn't waiting for you. Theater wasn't waiting for Edmund Kean to show up, and it wasn't waiting for you to die. You're used to making things about you, but the glorious, wonderful truth is, they ain't.
And that sounds bad, but it's actually a really good thing.
I got some real good news for you, hombre. You're dead. The pressure's off. All them fears are keeping you locked in time, and you can stay there as long as you like, or you can make some progress. What's it gonna be?
I am too much of a coward to die, so I suppose I must live.
I'm glad to hear that.
I believe I should go away somewhere cold and dark, where I might be alone with my thoughts.
I think that's a great idea. I did the same thing, and it changed my life. Oh, well, my unlife.
I suppose all's well that ends well. I only hope it does.
I got faith in you. As long as we're putting one foot in front of the other, that's progress.
I shall see you in a month, then.
You got it, Eddie. Take care of yourself. We'll get you out of that mewling and puking stage before you know it, okay?
So it shall be. Very well. Exit Edmund Kean. Stage left.
I feel like I didn't get an achievement for him.
Bravo, Samuel.
Oh, there it is.
I was taking notes. It seems the student
Helped
has
Edmund
become
realize the
master.
dark truth.
Only a master of fumbling around. I knew I was taking a risk there.
You were, but perhaps such risks are justified with such an extreme personality. He attempted to gaslight you, but you held fast and challenged him, sternly but fairly. You have a gentle nature. That must have been difficult.
I didn't want to drive him off the edge. I just saw him close to making a breakthrough, and I didn't want him to start sinking again.
Well,
Which means
you
now
have
there's
count
only
yourself
one
among a very
vampire
small
left.
number of therapists who have made a breakthrough with such a one. I do not count myself among them.
And you let me handle Edmund?
I had faith in you, Samuel. You affirmed it magnificently. Now, please, go downstairs and find a friendly neck. You deserve it.
A drink sounds mighty nice right about now. You have a good night, Andy.
Rest in peace, my dear friend.
All things considered, like, he's technically our therapist and our boss.
Dang, I'm a little
And
shaken
also
up
our
after that
friends.
one. I've never seen a man as afraid as Edmund Kean. That was tough to watch. I'm sure Crimson can lift my mood. Howdy, Crimson.
What's the matter, cowboy? You look a little paler than usual.
Oh, just had a real tough session. Watched a man who'd been wearing a mask for 200 years finally take it off, and it weren't pretty. Had to happen, though. The fella's got a long road ahead of him, but at least he's taking his first steps.
Think this'll do the trick then? I call this a bloody cowboy martini. Shaken, not stirred. I'm proud of you, Sam. Starting over is hard, especially when you've been spinning your wheels for a long time.
Well, that's the nice thing about being a vampire. We got time to start over.
Cheers to that.
To rebirth.
It seems you walk ever in the path of the Lord, my son.
I met Mercer.
Oh, hey, Kieran.
I did not mean to intrude. I noted your discomfort and wish to offer you succor in the kink room.
You mind, Crimson?
Not at all. Go drink your fill, cowboy.
Come, my son. Now then, I heard you speak of rebirth.
Yeah, it's something we vampires have to do a lot of. I was just worried about one of my clients having trouble with their rebirth.
I know it is painful, my son. When we are born again, we leave a part of ourselves behind. Like the lizard who sloughs its dead skin, or the mortal who journeys into the mosh pit.
Wait.
We emerge purer than before.
Wait, hold on. One of those things is a little less clear?
Sounds like you've got a lot of perspective on this stuff, Kieran.
I know you must have questions, my son. Please, ask.
Ain't being reborn just rejecting who we were? I wasn't a good guy, Kieran, but I don't want to erase my dark days.
My son, only in Christ do we truly receive absolution and become beings of pure light. Our darkness
What a fascinating
defines us.
character.
We cannot reject it, just as we cannot reject the Almighty. It is part of us. But do not be shamed by it, my son. Your darkness is beautiful and unique, as is your journey through the darkness.
Kinda sounds like disqualifying the positive to me.
Actually, it's liner notes from a metal album I'm fond of.
I love this priest. Best fucking priest.
Did you have more questions to ask?
From your spiritual perspective, can we ever truly start over?
My son, you know the answer already. We beings of flesh and blood are also beings of judgment. However, we do not stand in judgment of mortals, but of ourselves. If you believe you have defeated your demons, then you have.
Yeah, that's true. Reminds me a lot of should statements. And defeating demons is pretty badass, ain't it?
Yes, it is the demons who should fear us, my son. Did you have more questions?
That's why Doom is so fun. You get to battle your own demons, and also other people's demons, and also just demons.
From your spiritual perspective, how do we know when it's time for a rebirth?
An hour, a week, a year, a millennium. The answer, my son, is when we are ready. Only the Lord decides when that is. The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away, and all is according to his will.
Well, that sounds like a control fallacy, though. We can't let someone else make our decisions for us.
My son, all your trials, the world you live in, they are all his work. He leads you to the truth. When he has prepared you fully, you will accept it and join him along with the dearly departed gods of metal.
Okay, question. Who are the gods of metal in your opinion?
Did you have more questions for
Wait,
me,
no,
my
hold on.
son?
My last question didn't get answered.
Why ain't your lord the fire and brimstone type that's marked my kind for centuries?
The Lord did not do these things. That is the work of man. Even they work through him and face their own dark journeys. But eventually, we will all be blessed and return to his bosom to rock for all eternity. It is not for man to judge.
I hope it's soft. I hope it's like... It's got to be a real big bosom if we're all returning to that.
I think a few men of the cloth did her dirty.
Men will ever seek power. But I know some simply seek blood. Are you ready to receive succor, my son?
Yeah, but I really wish you'd stop calling it that.
I wish to meet my metal gods, my son, but not yet.
Dang, sorry about that. I'll try to be more careful.
I don't know why this is so difficult sometimes.
Does the demon mammon drive your fangs, my son?
I ain't no mammon. Hold on, let me try again.
There we go.
That is enlightening.
There. May you be
Like, I have a
sustained
fear of
and
needles,
fulfilled.
but like the way they always react to getting their blood sucked, I'm just like, okay, now I can see. Now I'm getting curious.
You're a one-of-a-kind dude, Kieran. But thanks for the drink and the talk. You have a fine night.
Godspeed, my son.
All right, last vampire, other than maybe ourselves, because maybe we have to do ourselves. I don't know. Is there gonna be one more session after Medi? I don't know, but we'll see.
Good evening, Samuel.
We're almost there.
You are seeing your ancient client tonight, are you not?
Yeah, that's right. I hope she's doing okay. I'm worried about her and that whole algorithm thing.
I had a little consultation with some other elder vampires. We have developed a theory, but I hope we are wrong.
Just talk to Crimson. Trust me, I'm sure she knows better.
We believe the algorithm is a demon, known to few, named Raziel. Even I have only ever heard whispers of his name.
I mean, here's the funny part. They might not be wrong. Maybe it really is an actual fucking demon.
In mythology, he is a fallen angel, believed to have recorded every action, every change of state for all things on this earth into a great book.
It's just a shitty AI. It's just like...
This book of knowledge...
I don't really know how to describe the algorithm, I guess.
But mortals were not designed to process so much information at once. They made judgments and reinforced behavior based on information they could not understand. Raziel watched as the mortals inevitably used the book to suppress free will, and he was cast down for his terrible mistake.
I mean... Yeah, that kind of sounds like the algorithm. You're not wrong.
We believe that Raziel has returned. Perhaps he believes that with computers, he can attempt to pass infinite knowledge to humanity once more.
Are we real? Demon or not, that is kind of what's happening.
Terrible things will happen if this comes to pass. I would urge great caution, Samuel. Find out what you can about this algorithm. We may have dark work to do.
We're gonna be real foolish at the end of this, Andy.
What the hell? Fallen angels? Ancient books of knowledge? What the heck have I walked into? We don't have this kind of shit in America.
I am old enough to be mythological myself, Samuel. Myth often contains truth. The important question is how much. We do not know what effect he may have had on Medi, but do not worry. Show her the same compassion you show all your clients, and that will open any doors that can open.
All right, I better prepare for this one. It sounds like it might be a doozy.
Oh my god. Okay, we're just gonna do that. Oh, thank you. Fuck. Fairness fallacy. Fucking blaming, and what's the last one we should take for her? I'm gonna take should statements. Hi, Medi.
Greetings, little mouse.
Howdy, Medi. It's good to see you. How you feeling tonight?
Not well, sweetling. Not well at all.
Oh no, what's going on? I know you were feeling all stressed about your numbers on that glitch site.
They doxed me. Do you know what
Uh-oh, that's
doxing
bad.
is, my whiskery friend? It's when mortals find out where you live, where you sleep, so they can hurt
Oh,
you.
doxing is bad. Doxing is very, very
A
bad.
group of vampire hunters came looking for me. They were really mean, but they're all dead now. I'm much happier. But it was very inconvenient.
Were they vampire hunters or were they something else?
Now I have to move. And it is very difficult to set up my lighting to make me look alive.
Have you considered a VTuber?
Dang, Medi, I'm so sorry. That sounds awful.
It's worse. I will not be able to use my computer for a week. How am I going to upload my content? My fans and zealots are all so impatient. They're sure to leave me if I don't provide them with their content.
So, how many of these followers and zealots have you got, Medi?
Perhaps 2 million zealots and 90 million followers on Glitch.
And how many of them do you think you'll actually lose if you don't upload lots of content?
The algorithm has already told me that I will lose millions of followers.
So let's go ahead and listen to the algorithm. If you lose millions of followers, it ain't anywhere near 90 million. It's doing a bit of overgeneralization and catastrophizing to think they're all gonna leave you high and dry. Heck, maybe the folks who stay are the ones what you can really count on.
What you can really count on what?
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 What's this who's on first shit?
Oh, never mind.
You said what?
I was trying to say that the people who don't mind you not uploading so much might be better folk to keep around.
It's not up to me, little mice. It's not up to them either. Even the little bloodbags who love me won't get to see me if I don't provide them content.
I don't get it. Why wouldn't they see it? Is the mailman or whatever not delivering your messages?
Yes.
You're very funny. No, the algorithm decides who sees my content. If I give it content, it will make people like me more. If I stop feeding it, it shuns me.
Medi, I gotta say, that doesn't sound like a healthy relationship.
Oh, no, it's my friend, I should think. As long as I keep producing content for it, it draws the juicy mortals.
All right,
to me.
look, no, the algorithm is no one's friend. First of all, it can't be a friend. It's not alive. Second of all, that being is pure evil.
How many mortals do you need, though, really?
Well, if I'm to feel safe, I should like to have more of them always. I gain more followers and zealots every month. I need them. One of them has agreed to let me eat him and I'll take over his flat. They're quite useful.
Okay, for a vampire, that does sound useful.
Well, let me ask you something. Do you actually like any of these followers or zealots? Or are they all just food or servants?
What a silly question, little mouse. Of course I don't like them. I always know what they're like. You forget how old I really am.
Oh, now I gotta challenge you on that, miss. I know you got a lot of followers and zealots or whatever they're called, but that don't mean you know all of them. Now, I'm sure you know a lot about mortals on them websites you're using, but that ain't all mortals, and all mortals ain't them.
It's not just them, though. I told you about how they killed me. About how they plucked my eye out. Pop!
I'm saying, can you know that you're always right about mortals?
I wouldn't like to prove that I am.
But these mortals, you're talking to them every day. You got all these folks at your beck and call. They're the people you talk to.
That's right.
But you don't have a real relationship with any of them?
Why would I want to have a relationship with my food? You really are quite a silly Whiskers.
I don't know. Have you talked to people who live on farms and, like, raise cows and pigs?
Medi, I'm saying the only relationships you've got are with what you're calling your food.
But that's what they are. They're food. Delicious, delicious food. Food that sometimes does heavy lifting and computer work, but still, food.
Medi, it sounds like you're in a bit of a codependent relationship with your food, and maybe with this algorithm fella.
Oh, but it's not a fellow. And it's not a lady either.
So it's non-binary?
No, it claims that it is entirely binary. All ones and zeros. Does speak very strangely sometimes.
Okay, that's a good joke. I do like the binary joke.
Well,
Sorry, I
wherever
got
they
quiet
are,
for a while
it
because
seems
I was
like
listening
as
to
soon
them
as they showed
talk.
up, you stopped having any real friends.
I wouldn't have time for friends anyway. The algorithm says that I should always provide content to my community.
So why do you think the algorithm has that should?
It just knows. It knows everything.
Well, let's say that it does know everything. Why does that mean that we should let it tell us what to do? Can it know everything and still make mistakes?
That I do not know.
That's a very good question, though. We need to be challenging her on why she needs to be listening to
That's
it.
what I'm trying to say. But here's the thing. This algorithm, it might have all the information, but that doesn't mean it's got all the answers.
Exactly. Yes, correct.
You don't know it like I do. Do you know what I really like about the algorithm, little mice? Unlike the ancient gods the old clans used to worship, or the Abrahamic gods that came after, it treats us equally.
It really doesn't. I'm gonna be real. It does not treat us equally. The algorithm fucking sucks. It has terrible
If we
biases.
provide content, we will be rewarded.
Even that's not technically true.
Medi, you're saying this thing is fair, but what does fair mean here? You got 90 million followers. You got 2 million zealots willing to kill themselves for you. This thing is tapping itself into the reward center of your brain, but it's giving you a hell of a lot of stress in return. That ain't a fair deal either.
I suppose it does change its mind quite often when it decides it likes a new type of content better. I often do lots of work that it ignores.
Let's talk about these rewards. You say it rewards you with more immortal souls, right?
Highly engaged mortal souls, ready to serve me, should I need them.
But you said you had souls already back in the pre-social media days, right? And you didn't need 90 million of them.
That's true, but it does make me feel quite special when the number goes up.
Number go up, make brain go burr.
Is that number going up good for you, though? Not just the stress of managing all them folks, but drawing the attention of vampire hunters. Would you be doing any of this stuff if the algorithm wasn't demanding it?
Did ask me to play a game that I did not like very much the other night, and I pretended to enjoy it.
Yeah, that'll happen.
It's called Call of Nationalism.
Ah!
It's all about men who are proud to be angry, which I find very upsetting.
Oh God. It wanted you to play fucking Call of Duty. And boy, wow, the writers of this game sure did really take a stab at that one.
See, that's just what I'm talking about. What about what you want? Did you get to that knitting you wanted to do?
No. I had to play the terrible game about insecure man-worms. I don't know what to do. I know that I spend too much time on the internet, but I can't live the life I used to live. I would live out in the wilds again, but there are no wilds any longer. I walk the streets. City folks stare because they sense my true nature.
I mean, that's mind reading, but because you're pretty, but...
The experiences I've had with mortals have not been happy ones. My pink-nosed, scrabbly-clawed, long-tailed friend.
Well, these mouse descriptions are getting kind of long.
You just don't understand what a mouse you are. It's the mortal's fault I must lock myself away in my flat. It's the mortal's fault that I have to use the internet to survive.
Well, let's be straight shooters here, miss. At least some of the responsibility for being holed up in that flat with nothing but a computer is yours. I ain't saying that mortals didn't have their part in taking away your home in the wilderness, but they didn't force you to lock yourself away. That's a should you made up.
You can be a very mean little mouse sometimes. Mice are supposed to be kind and sweet.
I ain't trying to be mean, miss. I'm just saying you're leaving out your own contribution to the problem.
And also, I don't think mice are necessarily considered friendly. At least, like, real mice. Some mice can be.
Would you be very fond of mortals who did this to you?
Well, no, I wouldn't. And I didn't say you should. But you gotta admit, you're giving a lot of time and energy to people you don't like. You're resenting them, and I can't blame you.
Of course I resent them. They're all quite awful. Any one of them would hurt me if
I feel like we're not making a whole lot of progress with her.
Mitty, I gotta say, that's some Nosferatu thinking. You've been around a lot longer than me, long enough to know there's almost nothing that's all good or all bad. I know we both spend a lot of time in nature, and nature has a good way of disavowing us of our more extreme beliefs and overgeneralizations.
I suppose that's true. I once saw a wolf and a deer having a romantic relationship. Well, at least there was quite a lot of licking involved.
I don't know, okay.
Oh, I didn't see nothing like that, but maybe I would have if I'd stayed in the wilderness longer. Let me ask you a question.
I don't know how to feel. I don't know what to think about that. Like, are you sure they weren't just the wolf wasn't just eating the deer, or maybe they actually were? Who knows? In which case, fascinating.
Very frustrating, Silly Whiskers. You keep telling me that I'm doing cognitive distortions, and then you say they're correct.
Well, I'm just wondering about these mortals the algorithm sends your way. What does it say about you that makes them check you out in the first place?
Well, I suppose it shows them that I'm pretty, and that I play video games they like. And they might get to see my body parts.
Do they know that you're clever and funny? Do they know that you've got more life experience than they could ever reckon?
There's no time to talk about that kind of thing, Silly. They scroll past streamers very quickly. I have less than a second to make an impression. That's what the algorithm...
That's true. That's why we ignore the algorithm. We just fucking do our own... We just do whatever. I say, hi, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. And then we play the game and we just be genuine. The end.
So you got all these millions of mortals following you because you're easy on the eyes and like some of the same videos?
More like easy on the eye.
Okay, I get it. But the point is, if the algorithm is sending mortals your way based on good looks and some video games, you ain't getting people who like you for you. You're getting mortals who want content, not meta. Frankly, it ain't no surprise that you don't have much respect for them.
You're very sweet, little mouse. But the algorithm knows what mortals want, and it's not me. They want my body and my video games. I don't have anything else they want.
See, for a second I thought it was going to be overgeneralization, then that last sentence changed it.
If it thinks mortals all want the same thing. Worse, it's making you say things like, I don't have anything folks want.
See, and that's the thing. You do things for you, and the people who enjoy that will appear.
You're
The end.
disqualifying the positive things about yourself they're all missing out on. Pardon my saying so, miss, but you are weird as heck. You don't sound like anyone I've ever met. You think of things in ways no one else does. Mitty, you're as interesting as it gets. Don't let this stupid algorithm reduce you to your looks and the games it tells you to play. It's insulting all that you are as a unique individual.
I understand what you're trying to say, Willy Whiskers McMouseface III. You don't know the algorithm as I do.
What is with this name? Okay, here's the thing. Great fucking name. Why am I the third? Who were the first two Willy Whiskers McMouse faces?
It doesn't insult anyone. It just collects all the information about everyone and everything, recognizes patterns, and shows me what those patterns are. What it decides is important is based on the thoughts of every human who has ever been online. It truly knows the will of mortals because it knows all mortals.
I don't think that's true.
What it's doing is overgeneralizing, Mitty. How the heck can all of humanity be reduced to formulas? It can't. So what's it doing? It's shaping humanity by reinforcing what folks are already paying attention to. It's telling you to play Call of Nationalism and rely on sex appeal. It's telling the mortals to only care about them things that are popular already. Don't explore. Don't appreciate things that are weird and unique.
That is, yeah, no, that's exactly what the algorithm is. I mean, the algorithm does a little bit more terrible things than just that, but it's a good start.
If this algorithm gets what it wants, what'll happen? Earth will be the most boring place in the universe. Mitty, this algorithm doesn't appreciate you, and it's teaching you not to appreciate yourself.
Oh, are you angry or?
You're right, little mouse. Oh, I am forgetting myself. I think I don't want to feel lonely anymore. I want to be liked.
Okay, now you're hitting the, we're just gonna attack the person right there behind the camera immediately and directly and personally. It's like, cool, thanks, great.
You ain't gonna be happy if you're being liked for being some boring idea of what someone else thinks you should be.
I really have been very silly, haven't I? The algorithm isn't nice at all, I think.
I'm glad you're getting that this algorithm is abusing you. I don't want to see it change what makes you special.
But I won't have anyone. I'll be alone.
Not necessarily. Challenge her.
You were alone already, Mitty. These relationships you've got online with all these faceless mortals, they ain't real. Those friends you had a few years ago, they sounded real.
I suppose I could send them all an email. Do you think they'll remember me?
There was something about you all that made you join that web ring or whatever it was called.
Close enough.
I don't know, but I bet they'd be happy to hear from you.
God, sometimes I do think about, like, the people that I used to know and talk to. Like, I still talk to a few of them, but, like, there are some that I'm just like, God, what would it be like to see them again? Or to talk to them again? It's like, I didn't make a whole lot of, like, online friends, but there are definitely a few that I talked with and hung out with a few times. So just like, oh boy. And then especially thinking of just, like, friends from, like, in real life, too. Like, when I was a kid. It's always just like, what the fuck would it be like to try and talk to them again now?
I think I will send them a message. They were all very strange, like me.
We're all strange, Mitty. We're all individuals. Maybe they were just your kind of strange.
You are very sweet, little mouse. I could give you some of my zealots if you like. They'll do what I tell them to do.
Well, that's okay. I'm happy letting them live their lives freely. They deserve to find out what they actually like, too.
You are very soft and squishy for a vampire. But I will message my old friends.
I like the fact that she recognizes that she had friends and that she's going to go talk to them.
And if you're going to do this streaming thing, try streaming things you honestly enjoy. Make a new account. Be yourself and see who shows up.
I think that's a good idea, is to start from scratch. Like, you can keep doing the old one and see who sticks around, but, like, yeah, be happy. Be yourself. Just
I think I will do that. I'll keep my only zealots, though. They can be very useful.
You do what's best for you. And don't let anyone but you make that decision.
You are so very sweet. Are you sure I can't take you home and let you run on a wheel all night?
I'm pretty sure. I'll see you next month then, right? I want to hear all about how you're handling your weird self.
Oh, but you are very, very naughty naughty mouse with a very dirty mouse mind.
Hold on, wait, rephrase.
I didn't mean it like that.
You are very funny. I will see you in a month then. Now I shall become a mouse too, but with wings.
Excellent work, Samuel. We cannot
Help
know for
free
sure.
Maddie from a dark
I believe
influence.
Maddie understands the source of her
Had a
discomfort.
flawless client set. Oh, wait, shit, really? That was my first flawless session? Oh my god, it took me until the very end of the game to do something perfectly. Huh.
You think this Raziel is gonna get upset at losing her?
If I understand correctly, Raziel has no power if he is ignored, but he is unusually tempting to listen to. It sounds as though he has the mortals quite beguiled, and many of our kin as well. But you give me faith that he can be defeated, one individual at a time if need be.
You know what? Sure. If we just treat it like it is an actual, real, sentient demon, algorithm's gonna get fucked. Awesome.
I ain't
Love
never
it.
defeated a dark god before.
There is a first time for everything, my dear Samuel. After all, haven't you been dancing?
You really gotta bring that up, huh?
Mostly for the reaction. Now, my friend, make sure you get some.
I think we're nearing the end now, though.
You shall not have trouble finding willing necks, I'm sure. You are becoming quite the celebrity at Immernacht.
Beating fallen angels is thirsty work. I'm ready for a drink.
Slake your thirst then, my friend.
Oh, are we gonna get to
Rest
see
in peace.
Penultimella? I still want to know what her deal is. Is she actually immortal? Or is she something else? Because my
Funny to
bet's
think
on something
vampires
else.
Being born now or growing up with the internet. We're gonna have to reckon with that someday.
Yeah, congratulations. The mortals are already reckoning with that.
I hope Maddie's realized that being herself is the best person she can be. Well, speaking of which, I should go check on Crimson.
I was not born with the internet.
Hey, Crimson, what's on tap tonight?
Take a look around, cowboy. There's plenty to drink.
Well, maybe I'll go looking for a donor. Just figured I'd say howdy to my pal Crimson first.
Well, howdy, sharpshooter. You look like you're in a good mood tonight.
Yeah, I guess I am. You know that ancient client I told you about? I think she's finally realizing that some people are gonna appreciate her for being who she is. Maybe she ain't gonna have 100 million fans, but the people who genuinely like her will be there for her.
How's your blood sugar, honey? I think you're a little too sweet.
Oh, come on now.
I've been thinking a lot about exactly what you're saying. Folks in DC didn't much like my style, but I'm not sure why I cared.
Well, because we're human, and
Beat
that's...
yourself up over it. I think we all do the same thing. Easier to do what other folk are doing than blaze a
Like,
trail, right?
seriously, we're human. Like, we're community focused, so... Yeah. It's very easy to accidentally care about a bunch of
I'm not sure
assholes.
it is easier if we're fighting ourselves the whole time.
That's some real wisdom right there.
Anyway, thanks for making me think. I think I'm done spinning my wheels.
Excuse me. I wish to speak with you, vampire, in the kink room.
Hi, Penultimella.
I think my dinner's calling. I'll see you later, Crimson.
Ciao, Tex.
You know, I have seen what you are doing. I see all.
So you mentioned Penoptobella, and what am I doing?
I see that you change people. You make them stronger, more confident, more comfortable.
I'm pretty sure they're doing all that themselves.
No, that is not what I see. I see that without you,
Okay, yeah, no,
they
you are
repeat
definitely
their
not mortal.
actions
100%.
Over and over again. Usually, I can see the future because people repeat themselves. But you make the future uncertain. I do not like what I cannot see.
Oh, okay, maybe this is a bad thing.
Well, why do you need to see everything anyway, Penoptobella? Ain't it exhausting?
To see all is to see danger and avoid it. I see that you wish to say something, but are holding back.
Well, I try to do my therapy stuff just in therapy. It ain't right to be analyzing folk without their consent.
Then consent is given. To see all is to see danger.
Okay, I guess Penoptobella's our final client.
Well, see, what that is a control fallacy. It's a kind of cognitive distortion. The future's always got elements we can't count on. You can be prepared to a certain extent, but you ain't ever gonna know everything. You can only see what's in front of you, after all.
Interesting. Then what do you believe I should do?
Well, just that. See what's in front of you. See how you feel about right now, not yesterday or tomorrow. Right now, you can see.
I see. Yes, I see that. I would like you to drink from my neck right now.
See, that wasn't so hard.
Boss fight music in a therapy session? Wow. Never would have guessed.
I see more clearly.
That'd be really funny if it
Vampire.
was more intense
I
boss
thank
fight
you.
music. That would have been great.
And I thank you for the blood.
I hope your torpor is most satisfying.
Seriously,
I shall
what?
see myself out.
Who and or what are you?
Oh, yeah. Good night, Panoptabella. I think that was a pretty successful night. Coffin time for old...
Because, like, she can see the future to some degree. But she's definitely not mortal. But
Well, if
oh, here we go.
the gunslinging guru of mental
I think our
health
last
himself,
client is ourselves.
leave
I
me
think
aside.
we are the final boss of this game. One of the fates? That's actually entirely likely. I think a fate's a good... But a fate's like... The fates generally, like, write the future, not just see it. Yeah? Anyways.
It seems you have made quite a reputation for yourself in a very short time.
It's hard to believe I've only been here in Germany for 6 months. In that short time, I think I've grown more than I have in the last 200-some years.
You are quite correct, Samuel. It is truly gratifying to see you grow and change. Of course, our mental health journeys never quite end, do they? I am sure you still have much to talk about.
It is funny, though, because, like, this is the therapy game. You're a therapist. And you're also getting therapy. So, of course, the final boss isn't you giving someone else therapy. It's you getting therapy. Let's do it.
But let us first take a moment to breathe and meditate.
That sounds like a good idea. Give me a chance to center myself.
Very good. Now close your eyes and enter your place of comfort.
Isabella d'Este. I wonder. Nah, how was Andy squeezing into that suit anyway? Is Raziel listening in on our conversation?
Well...
Princess to the rescue!
Good horse.
I sure am a lily-livered coward. Cognitive distortion left and do-si-do. What am I doing hiding out in Germany?
Oh, that's right. He's in
Why'd you
Germany
do
in
this
part
to me,
because to
Ernie?
get away from the...
You keep running, Sammy boy. You dummy, Sam. Loving your horse more than your kin. The United States needs some therapy.
Oh, ain't that for sure. I think it needs more than
Sure,
therapy,
I'm glad
but...
I don't sweat.
I think the United States needs more than just therapy, but...
Tarnation. What a great word.
You're not wrong about that.
How do you feel, Samuel?
Yeah, not bad. My thoughts are all over the place, but that ain't
Kept
unusual.
perfect focus during meditation. Nice.
I'm glad you have that perspective, my friend. What came up for you tonight?
I've still got my head wrapped up in my past wrongs. I feel like kind of a yellow belly for running away from them to come here. But dang it, there's me labeling myself again.
Why are you calling yourself a yellow belly then?
It's a pattern of mine, that's all. I gave you my history, and it's a history of my running away. I ran from my home, I ran from all the trouble I caused, I ran from my wife and into the hands of a vampire gang, then I ran from them and hid out in the woods. When my gang tracked me down, I ran off to Europe. Whenever the going gets tough, Sam Walls gets going.
The final boss could be the final boss could be light. I mean, technically the sun is every vampire's final boss. It's just one that none of them have ever been able to beat.
Samuel, this is quite...
I know exactly what you were going for, but it worked out
He
anyways.
came into my office and told me about how he should have made better decisions as a traumatized child. In each of these cases you speak of, you made difficult choices following terrible events. Have some compassion for yourself, my friend.
Yeah, well, I haven't even given you the full story yet. There's another thing I've been running from. I got kin, Andy. Distant kin, but kin all the same. See, my wife was pregnant when she up and left me. Didn't even tell me.
He's been running away from his blood relatives, his descendants.
My line ain't never been strong, thank goodness. But I've got a great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter. Give or take one of them greats. I looked her up, and she ain't living well, Andy. I want to be there for her the way I wasn't for my wife and child. But all I am's the undead man who got her great-great-great-great-great-uncle killed. If I were her, I wouldn't give me the time of night.
Disqualifying the positive.
Which I guess is mind reading, but it seems like common sense to me too. Yeah, I've tried to make amends, but as far as kin is concerned, well, I ain't done shit. Hell, I can always be confident that I'll do the wrong thing when it comes to my family. I guess that's like being always right about being always wrong.
I see you are becoming quite perceptive of your own distortions, Samuel.
This is quite fun. Anthony's not really saying anything, and like all the cognitive distortions are coming up as he's talking. It's like this is actually really interesting, and I feel like for a little while I feel like I kind of also hope that all y'all kind of take a similar kind of idea. Like, you don't necessarily have to like always remember all these things, but like kind of notice your own little distortions as you think about them and say them. Like, it's now that we know about these different techniques and all these different things, I'm hoping maybe we can. I feel like that's the point of this game, is to kind of recognize them in
Let me
yourself.
do some reflecting for you, and you can tell me how you perceive what I am saying. You consider yourself a yellow belly, a somewhat archaic term for coward.
I guess I'm still doing a little labeling there, huh?
A little. I believe you understand that calling ourselves names does nothing to improve ourselves.
That is also the other thing, is showing up as some ancient as a 200-year-old vampire ancestor. Would it even be ancestor at that point? I guess it depends. It's like, I feel like you wouldn't necessarily be able to say that you might maybe something more like an uncle, like a great uncle or something, or an uncle from like twice removed or 3 times removed or whatever, like, or maybe not even relative. Just, I don't know.
All right.
Depends on the situation.
Maybe calling myself a coward ain't too good for me.
Now then, you said you believe that your distant relative will not want to speak to you because you caused the death of another distant relative.
Sounds like I'm doing a little mind reading there. I can't really know what my my distant relation is gonna think of me.
Naturally. We vampires have a reputation as monsters, but that is not a universal reputation. In fact, I believe we are rising in public opinion.
Please don't say please don't.
Yeah, but if they don't see us as monsters, they see us as sex objects.
Okay, you know what? Yeah.
And now you are overgeneralizing. We are as capable of knowing the mind of society as we are of knowing the mind of an individual.
We got 2 forms of vampire, the Dracula and the Twilight.
Yeah, you're right. I ain't giving my relative the chance to have her own thoughts. I should know better by now. Yeah, I know that. There's another should statement.
Samuel, remember what I have told you. Cognitive distortions are a normal side effect of being human.
You can call me people. And I bet she would just look at him like, even if she does know that he's a vampire, even if she knows that he's legitimately her ancestor and she's okay with all that, she would just look at him and just go, like, again, this is mind reading, but she would just be, I imagine it'd be funny if she just went and go, I'm not doing that.
Cognitive distortion classifications are tools, not weapons to beat yourself.
Also an important reminder.
Give yourself the same compassion you give to your clients. Now then, let us continue to reflect on your concerns. You also believe that the positive changes you have made in your life are irrelevant where family is concerned.
I'm disqualifying the positive by pretending the change I've made don't mean anything.
It is your favorite cognitive distortion, Samuel. Your humility is most endearing, but it does often enter the realm of cognitive distortion.
Hand up. Hi, yes, that's also me.
There is a comfortable place between extreme humility and extreme arrogance, my friend, and that is in truth.
Yeah, I know. When you're right, and you're always right.
You believe I am always right?
I guess there ain't no way of knowing if you're always right. You just kind of give off an always right vibe.
I like to have good vibes, my friend, but vibes alone do not make the man. Most
Ain't that
of my
the truth?
existence, I thought I was always right, but that was when I was the most wrong. Don't believe the vibes, dear Samuel.
Vibe check. The vibe check says he's good.
Yeah, I'll try, but you don't make it easy. I can see where I'm making the same assumptions about McKin, though. I gotta give her a chance before I assume she's gonna hate me. I just know that if I end up going back to the States, things are gonna get complicated. Most of us vampires out west are on the younger side. We're still in that angry, insecure stage, and I know there's a whole gang of them hollering for my blood.
Are you afraid of them, Samuel?
You know what? I ain't. I just know at some point I'm gonna have to deal with them. And my gang is real powerful now, especially their leader. Did I ever tell you about my vampire daddy?
I assumed you would tell me when you were ready.
Called himself Ernie Awigdunkel. Real piece of
Awigdunkel. What a name.
blood on his
What a
hands
hell of a
than any
name.
vampire I ever met.
I know this name.
You know Ernie?
He is a part of my darker history, and a part of humanity's darker history. He is your dark father.
Oh, don't tell me that you're Ernie's dark father. Dark grandpa!
Well, yeah. Is that bad?
He does not determine who you are, Samuel, but the man is still dangerous. His real name is Heinrich Kramer, and he is no mere murderer. He has a deep hatred for all humanity, especially women. I am discouraged to hear.
Okay, this Andromahos people. Yeah, I don't know. I need to look at this name because I feel like it's probably real. Heinrich Kramer. From 1430. He was an inquisitor. Oh God. Extermination of witches. Ugh. Yep. Nope. This is bad.
Well, what this Kramer fella do?
That's bad.
He wrote a book in 1487 called the Malleus Maleficarum, also known as the Hammer of Witches.
Yeah, I just saw that on the Wikipedia
It was with
page.
this justification that the church was enabled
Vibe
to
check,
persecute,
rancid,
torture,
absolutely
and kill
horrid.
women. Its effects linger in society even today. The Pope during Isabella d'Este's time, Alexander VI, named him Inquisitor of Bohemia and Moravia. He did with his power is better left unspoken.
Well, shit. What was this guy's problem with women?
He's just an old misogynist.
They refused to enter sexual congress with him. They did not like him. He practiced poor hygiene, acted entitled, and was extremely insecure.
Proper hygiene is incredibly important.
He defended his own repellent nature with great ardor, blaming women for their predictable dislike of him. He committed himself to a life of celibacy as a Dominican friar, cementing both his virginity and his hatred.
Oh, wait a minute, he sounds like one of them incel types from the internet I've read.
I keep forgetting that this is modern day. And they're gonna say things that fucking surprise me to hear.
I am afraid I am unfamiliar with the term, but he did make his lack of sexual appeal his identity.
Damn.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Now some things are starting to make sense. How do you know this Kramer guy, Andy?
Samuel, know that I too have given myself to hatred. Mortals with a great capacity for evil drew my attention. I amused myself by indulging them.
Yep, I had a feeling.
I do not absolve myself of my actions, but it is difficult to speak of them. The Andromachos of that time was a most pitiable vampire.
I think you're labeling yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Andy. I didn't mean to dig at old wounds.
Do not be sorry, my dear Samuel. We must not erase our pasts. Pain can be a somber teacher. I must ask, what became of Heinrich?
Well, he runs Sanguinius Health, the health insurance company I told you about the last time. It's vampires from the boardroom all the way down, stealing blood, money, and hope from American mortals. Running health insurance gives them all the money they need for even more dirty deeds.
How terrible. Oh, Heinrich, what depths will you not sink to? He disappeared from Europe 200 years ago. I had hoped he was gone forever.
Do you think he can change, Andy?
Oh, Samuel, yes, of course he can change. Like you and me, however, he must desire this change within himself. But hatred is not something Heinrich Kramer holds. It is his very identity. He will be reluctant to give it up. Are you suggesting that you aim to help him?
Do you think I shouldn't?
It isn't my choice, my friend. You will do what you are going to do.
I guess I don't know what I want to do. But I know Ernie, or Heinrich, and I'm starting to get a handle on this therapy thing. If I can help him, shouldn't I be helping him?
Let me reflect for you. You are aware that you have knowledge of Heinrich others do not have, and that you have newfound abilities as a
Oh my
therapist.
God.
Therefore, you believe you should help him.
I guess that's a should statement, huh?
Maya, that is
Just because
cursed
I
and
know
hilarious.
something about therapy doesn't mean it's my destiny to try to help Heinrich Kramer.
Of course, Samuel. Your own life is your own. You make your own decisions.
Yeah, you're right. There ain't no should.
I am glad to hear you recognize this, Samuel. Heinrich Kramer is not your should.
Well, thanks for talking this through with me, Andy. I think it's been real helpful for sorting out my thoughts.
Of course, my dear. You did all the work. I am merely here to help you reflect. You have become quite adept at recognizing your own cognitive distortions. All there is to decide now is the path you choose from here. What drives you forward, my friend?
No, I need to support. No, family is more important.
I ran away from my family a long time ago, but I'm done running. I brought precious life into this world and then I abandoned it. I've got a chance to make that right.
I had a suspicion you were working up to this decision, though I hoped it would not be so.
I really like it here, Andy, and you've been incredible. But if my heart still beat, it'd be beating for home. I don't want to let my clients down, but I think they're homebodies anyway. Maybe I can get them to do sessions over video calls or something.
I think you may be the only person who could get Isabella Deste to do a computer video call.
I think that'd be really funny.
And we can continue my sessions from the internet?
Of course, Samuel. Natural.
Well, I guess that's that then. I ain't gonna run out too quickly, though. I gotta arrange for a new cruise back home, and I want to tell my clients in person. That'll take some time.
That would be most considerate. Your clients have grown quite fond of you.
We'll ask. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Once again, still cursed. Still love it. I want to see it.
Well, Samuel, I must say I am proud of you. It has been inspiring to see your command of cognitive distortions. I have no doubt that you will make your home a better place.
Coming from you, that's real flattering. Like I said when I first came here, I'm just a lonesome cowboy looking for answers.
You will always seek those answers, my friend. And that is what will ensure you continue to grow. But enough embarrassing Samuel. I believe you should go down and get yourself a drink.
That sounds great, Andy.
Rest in peace, Samuel.
So the question, I'm wondering now, what's going to happen next? Like, is it just going to be one last drink and then maybe a tiny epilogue, or is there even going to be an epilogue?
Well, that's it then. I'm going home. Once I let my clients know, I'll head back to the USA. Time to give Crimson the news. Crimson, my favorite barkeep. How's the saloon tonight?
You sound a little distracted, cowboy. Got something to tell me?
Were her eyes always this red? Am I just insane? They feel brighter than usual.
Am I that obvious?
You are. You're pretty adorable, Sam Walls.
I like to say approachably rugged.
Sure, let's go with that. What's the news, cowboy?
She doesn't know how to talk properly. And even her skin is a little bit paler. Y'all, I think she turned into I think she's a vampire now. She can't talk properly because her new fangs, she's not used to speaking with them. Her eyes are a little bit redder, are more red, and her skin is a bit paler.
Well, I've been here for a few months now. I came here to get trained up by Andy, and now that I have been, I think it's time for me to go home.
No shit. Well, good for you, Sam. I think you're right. I don't think this place is for you.
I mean, I ain't gonna learn German, that's for sure. Moving on just seemed like the right choice. I got some unfinished business back home anyway. You don't seem that bothered by my leaving, though. I figured I might earn at least a frown.
Well, it just so happens that I've got some news for you. Can you guess what it is?
I'm picking up on it just from the way she's talking. Oh, I do love... No, not that one. I do love these two, though. These are both good.
You and Andy are getting married, ain't you? Congratulations, Crimson.
A vampire wedding? You serious? Who would even show up on his side? Charlemagne?
I mean...
Well, I don't know. I was just guessing.
It's not that. Take a look at me. Notice anything different?
Well, no.
How about now?
Crimson, you're a vampire.
Newly undead and ready to bite some necks.
Well, what led to that decision?
I thought about what you said. About how vampires have got time to start over and time to do things their way. I'm going back to America too. Gonna join a different kind of bar again. The law moves slowly, but I've got time.
Dang, Crimson. A vampire lawyer. Look how we're...
Oh, that's gonna be fun. I want that game. I want that video game. Give me Ace Attorney. Give me Ace Attorney, but make it Crimson the Vampire.
Kinda sounds like a neat video game. Vampire lawyer.
Sam, I'm already a step ahead of you. I just made that joke. You cannot make the same joke. Okay, fine. Fine, sure. Where's my cowboy hat? Apparently I need to wear it.
No, it doesn't. But I think I can make a difference.
How'd Andy take the news?
He knew it was coming, like he always does. Can't surprise that man. I love him to death, literally. And I'll come back someday. I just need to go my own way for a while.
Dang. Well, this is some big news. When do you think you're leaving?
Figure I'll go with you. I'll need someone to show me the ways of the night anyway.
Shucks, well, that sounds mighty fine, Crimson. Might need your help going up against the big corporation my old gang is running.
Legally, as a lawyer, yeah!
You got a deal, cowboy.
I show you how to be a vampire. Wait, yeah, I show you how to be a vampire. You help me legally take down health insurance.
Don't look now, but dinner's just arrived.
Is it the same dinner that from when I first got arrived? Yeah!
Look, Crimson. She is now ein Vampir.
You are one of the night children now?
Looks that way. And we're in the mood for a little celebrating. Sam and I are headed to America.
Why would you want to do that?
They do have better network infrastructure.
Oh, I suppose that is true. Oh, but we will miss getting our necks
All right, how about one more
beaten by
night?
you.
If you join us in the King Room, we will have a foursome.
Come on, cowboy. We won't be in Germany forever.
They did indeed. To be fair, I think she might have still been smiling with the fangs. But also, you're right, they noticed immediately. I feel like Sam should have. There's a vampire lawyer in Mexico. Amazing.
Alone at last. My veins throb.
Who gets to bite me?
I'll let you get first pick, Sam.
Maxie, get on over here and give me that neck of yours.
Oh, du machst mich sehr glücklich.
That's the good stuff.
Oh, I am feeling woozy in the most wunderbar Weg.
Oh, we should also, because this might be Crimson's first time biting, maybe we should
Well,
help.
I could be of service.
The new vampire is not
Oh, never
so
mind,
bad
she's good.
herself.
I know my way around a neck.
You know what? Now that I think about it, how many times has she probably bitten Andromahos without actually drawing blood, just in a kinky way?
I guess I should turn in now. Gotta prepare to give my clients the big news.
You are not getting away so easily, cowboy.
The night is only getting started.
Live a little, Tex. We'll be back in the land of Puritan pride before you know it.
Ah, what the hell? You only die once.
Sure. Why not? Hell yeah! Hell of a night, Sam. Hell of a night. Good job.
Good evening, Samuel. I believe you are seeing Dr. Drain tonight. Or is it Lord Luridus?
I sure as heck hope I'm only seeing one client. I don't know how the doc's gonna take the news that I'm leaving, but I'm sure Lord Luridus would love to see the back of me.
I believe Lord Luridus likes to see the back of everyone.
He's a real sumbitch, but you can't say he's picky. I should get my distortions picked. Now let's see.
Oh god, are we really doing this? How much is left? I thought we were almost done. Okay, hold on. For you in particular? Like, I thought that we were almost done. I'm hoping that these are shorter sessions.
All right, got my chambers loaded up.
So I thought, because we've been going a lot longer than I anticipated, but that's fine.
Out of me.
I'm joshing a bit.
To cover up your very real obsession with firearms. I know you by now, Samuel Walls.
Guilty as charged.
I will leave you and your gun in peace. Good luck tonight, Samuel.
Hello, Sam.
See, look at how he's so much more open and happy, and it makes
Evening to
me...
you, Dr. Drain. How you been this month? Seems like you had a big breakthrough last time.
Yes, I think I did. I have been feeling a lot better ever since.
Well, you look great. Like a new man.
Or perhaps the same man, but whole.
I wonder which one that's...
Well, you look a lot more at peace than I've ever seen you. Why don't you fill me in on the last month?
I can scarcely believe how the last few weeks have gone. I didn't do a single hour of work. I let my scientists do it. They couldn't believe I backed off. They thought I was dead.
But you are dead.
They don't know that, do they? Regardless, I thought I owed myself a little space. I actually stayed here in Germany the entire time.
Really? Here in Leipzig?
I went to Berlin. I heard you can do whatever you like there, and no one cares. I went clubbing, Sam. I bit mortal necks. I really had quite a nice time.
Oh, look at him. He seems happy. And not like
yeah,
you...
I remember you were a good dancer.
Oh, I sometimes danced for several nights in a row. They keep some of these places free from light, so I was free to party day and night. I did end up doing some pharmaceutical research, though the more recreational kind.
Hey.
Sounds like you were living it up. You're keeping safe, I hope.
Oh, Sam, I'm 430 years old. I don't have mortal fears.
And did Lord Lourdes show up at any point?
I dare say he was there the whole time, in some fashion. He's a much more agreeable chap when he's with me, though. Oh, and Sam, something else quite interesting happened.
Oh yeah? What's that?
I engaged in coitus.
No shit.
Oh, goodness, no. I've got Lord Lourdes under control. Not to say that it wasn't exciting, though.
No shit involved in your
I
coitus.
was a little nervous at first. I haven't had sex since I died, after all, not counting whatever Lourdes got up to. But riding another human being is like riding a bike, I suppose. It just comes back to you.
You know what? Proud of you, Doc. I'm glad that you're feeling good.
Well, dang, Doc. I'm just thrilled to hear you're letting yourself live a little.
Yes, it's been a satisfying month. I'm headed back to Berlin tonight to meet my paramour again before I fly back to London.
So is this some kind of serious thing?
Not at all. Having a conversation with him makes me want to yank my hair out, so I just yank his curly locks instead.
You know what? Sometimes that's all you need.
Who the hell are you and what have you done with Dr. Drain?
It's funny, isn't it? I would have been disgusted with this person 6 months ago. Now I find I quite like him, and others seem to as well.
Well, maybe this is a good time to give you some bad news then. I'm headed back to America, Doc. I reckon I can do more good there than I can here.
Truly? But you're all so repressed there.
I guess you'd know, huh?
Touché. Well, Sam, I'm sorry to hear that you're leaving, truly.
Oh, I ain't gonna leave you high and dry. We can still do our sessions over the internet. It just won't be in person no more.
Technically, you're only licensed, well, here in America, at least, if you're licensed as a therapist, you can generally only do it online if you're in the same state. You are legally, but they're vampires, so who the fuck cares?
Well, that's all right then. To be honest, I'm not sure I even know what I'd be looking for in therapy now. But then, I didn't know what I was looking for from therapy when I first flew in either.
Well, I appreciate your keeping an open, scientific mind, Doc. Is there anything you wanted to go over tonight?
Honestly, no. I suppose I should snap back to reality at some point and tend to my research, but not now.
Well, remember, them should statements are what got you to lock up Lord Lourdes in the first place. Think about what you could be doing, or what you want to be doing. It's that intrinsic motivation that'll take you where you want to go.
Yeah, I'm very bad about should statements still. It's like, I should be doing work. I should be doing art. I should be doing this, that, and the other. It's like, I want to do it, but saying I should do it makes it,
Of course. I'm a vampire now. I'm the master of my own destiny.
Attaboy. You got any strategies for what to do if you want to get into that plasma stuff again?
If I desire to go down that road, I am surely denying myself my vampiric nature again. Perhaps it is best if we maintain our sessions. I think I know what I want right now, and that's a spot of blood and dance. What do you say, buckaroo?
Oh, sure thing, old chap. Come on.
Oh yeah, these are much shorter sessions. You should be cleaning the lounge, but the thing is, you want to be cleaning the lounge is the way it should be. Wait, hold on, that's still a should statement.
It's a big night tonight, isn't it?
Oh yeah? Why's that?
You are breaking the news to Senora Deste that you are leaving, are you not? Against her nature, she has grown very fond of you, my friend.
Oh yeah. Who the heck knows why, right?
Are you fishing for compliments or merely disqualifying the positive once again?
What if I said both?
Let's say fishing for compliments.
Very well. Samuel, your disarming charm and compassion undoubtedly make you an attractive vampire to our kind. Somehow, at a young age, you possess a natural wisdom that...
Okay, I was really disqualifying the positive again.
You are so easy to embarrass as well, which has its own charm. Very well, Samuel.
Sometimes teasing someone, as long as it's not taking it too far and everyone's okay with it, can be very good.
Good luck with Senora Deste, my friend.
A little teasing is very nice. Okay, so let's take that one, that one. We'll give... We'll take that, and, like, there's really not much to do with them, but just in case.
All right, got what I need. Here comes the good lady herself. Evening, Senora. It's good to see you.
I am pleased to see you as well. You have been on my mind of late.
Oh, why's that?
I wished to apologize for my behavior during our last session. I let my monstrous side come out, and I addressed you in ways most unseemly. You have been kind to me and did not deserve this treatment.
Oh, think nothing of it, Senora. Therapy's kind of the place for them big emotions to come out, ain't it? I didn't take it personally.
Oh, but you should, Sam. I called you some terrible names. I disrespected you. You should be quite angry with me.
With all due respect, Senora, I ain't gonna be upset with you just because you say I should be upset. Maybe that's your perspective, but it ain't mine, and I won't be bound by it. All truth, I'm glad you let yourself get properly worked up.
Yes, that is exactly the problem. I allowed it. I allowed myself to insult a man who was being kind and patient with me. I lost control. I should not be so careless.
I don't expect you to always be in control, Senora. Like we've been saying since you
Got
walked in,
20 distortions
you gotta have
correct
some
in a
compassion
row.
for yourself
Jesus.
when you do lose that
I'm getting
control.
better at this. Apparently, I am becoming a master therapist. In the video game and not in real life. Do not count on me for any therapy advice ever.
No one's saying you should always be in control. I think you're a superhuman, Senora, but you ain't superhuman.
You are, of course, correct. I fear I shall always have this tendency. But I am becoming more aware of it, thanks to your guidance.
That's the absolute best we can expect of ourselves. We ain't never gonna be perfect. Being self-aware is the closest we're gonna get. I ain't surprised at all you're making a ton of progress, Senora. You're a lady who likes to do things properly.
But let us say, not perfectly.
Exactly, you're getting it. I ain't worried about you, Senora. How have the last few weeks gone?
Have you drawn any more centaurs?
A little. It can be a little frustrating for me to paint when I am so unpracticed.
Oh, ain't that a goddamn mood.
I think I have always been better at recognizing and cultivating talent in others. The problem has always been that my artist cannot stand dealing with me. Poor Leonardo used to tremble whenever I said his name. I would like to try being a more patient benefactor.
I think that's a fantastic idea, Senora. Maybe the next great masters are out there waiting to be discovered.
Yes, that is my thinking. There will always be rise of the spacewalkers. But I can complain about the state of art today, or I can do something about it.
Hey, I'm so proud of
See,
everyone.
now that's a great direction for your
Like,
frustration.
I know that this is
Don't let them
a very
folks be the only
scripted,
ones
it's a
making
visual
art.
novel, this is the way things are just gonna be. But my brain still has the dopamine of proud, hooray.
That is my thinking exactly. I'm starting a foundation for the arts, specifically for talented, living women.
Yeah.
I aim to spend about €1 billion each year.
Jesus
I
Christ.
believe that should be enough to create art worthy of attention.
How much is €1 billion? That sounds like a... Yeah, I know. My microphone's acting stupid again. I'm so sorry, microphone. I don't know why it is. It's just sometimes it just randomly decides to be weird. How much is €1 billion in USD? USD. Slightly more than $1 billion. 1,081,900,000, blah, 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 thousand, whatever. Point is, it's a lot. Still about $1 billion. Jesus.
$1 billion a year? Where'd you get that kind of money?
My children's children intermingled with the Habsburgs and Medicis. My dynasty is full of blood-sucking investment bankers I can exploit.
You know what? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, you mean they're vampires?
No, they're just mortal leeches. But they will do what they are told.
What about them artists you're funding? Are they gonna do what they're told?
I shall not hobble them, as I hobbled the great masters. I will let them share their own dreams. But they must be dreams. I will not fund a rise of the spacewalker.
Seems like you got a good game plan, Senora. This sounds like a real touchdown.
What on earth are you talking about?
Oh, never mind.
Sports.
Just saying, seems like you're on a good path, Senora. Maybe this is a good time to tell you I've got some news too. I'm going back home soon. To America.
Why would you ever want to go back there? Are you trying to get away from me?
I feel like you're mind reading.
No, it ain't nothing like that. I've got my own reasons. Stuff at home that's waiting for me.
I know I can be a little intimidating sometimes.
It doesn't have anything to do with you, Senora. It doesn't mean we have to stop doing our sessions. We'll just have to use some of them internet video chat things.
But I do not know how to use such things. Can't you stay here?
No can do, Senora. Besides, you gotta admit, I don't exactly fit in here in Europe.
Perhaps we need more men like you.
Oh, well, trust me, Senora. I ain't that special. I got my problems just like anyone.
The popes of my time would have hated you, dear Sam. They would feel naked before you. I suppose if you must go, then you must go. Will you at least teach me how to do a video call before you leave?
We can take a little time now if you're willing.
I would like that. Very much.
Come on, Senora. I'll show you how it's done.
Aw, so sweet. Do you think they use Voom instead of Zoom? It's the same thing, just with the V.
Samuel, my dear, so lovely to see you. How are you feeling this evening?
Oh, all right. A little nervous, I suppose.
About Edmund?
Yeah, he didn't seem to be doing too well last time. Feel for the guy.
I think he's gonna be a lot happier this time.
You had empathy and compassion for him when not many would. If you continue this approach, I am certain that all will turn out for the best.
I ain't so sure, I gotta admit. Maybe Eddie would have been happier living the lie.
In the short term, I believe you are correct. Inertia is always the easiest option, but inertia can also lead to a certain decay of spirit. Edmund, as you so astutely pointed out, has time to grow as a human. He will find his joys once more.
I sure hope you're right, Andy. I don't think I'm gonna see the same Edmund tonight, though.
It sounds as though you have difficult work ahead tonight. I wish you the best of luck, Samuel. Choose your distortions well.
Okay. We're gonna go ahead and take disqualifying the positive just because it generally works for him. Mind reading for him. Fairness, and I'll take emotional reasoning. I feel like it hasn't really come up much, but maybe that's just me.
Do you plan to engage in therapy with Edmund or fill him with holes?
I was planning on therapy.
Then try not to refer to cognitive distortions as ballistic weaponry, my friend.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Andy.
I'm teasing you, Samuel. Do have a good session.
Howdy, Eddie. It's good to see you.
And you're not in the clown costume.
Can it be good to see me if you do not know who I am?
Eddie, whoever it is that's sitting in front of me, it's good to see him.
Well, I'm glad you think so.
You're not feeling too good, are you?
Not very. I've spent much of the last weeks in bed, in silence, pondering the only question that matters.
And what question is that, Eddie?
To be or not to be?
You know what? That is the question.
I've said the lines so often, but I never understood them. They were just pretty sounds I used to make the people cheer. I said them with conviction, with emotion, or simulacra of such, so full of sound and fury, yet in the end, signifying nothing.
But now you have a chance. But now you have a chance to, like, really learn from it.
Now I know that the answer is not so simple. To be, indeed, or not to be.
Well, maybe you can walk me through it, Eddie. I never was much of a theater guy.
Of course. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. This part is simple enough. Do we accept our troubles as they are, or do we take the effort to address them? The bard continues with some more pretty speech, and then that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others we know not of. I have borne those ills of my own making. My undiscovered country is the true Edmund Keene. Who is he? To be or not to be, indeed.
Here's the thing about that question, about, like, who am I? I feel like the answer to that question is constantly changing, and even if you don't know what the answer is, there is an answer. But again, the answer's always changing, and you're always kind of discovering yourself.
I have feared that undiscovered country with all my still heart, and now I have arrived there, not to be. Where is the place upon this cursed orb that was made for Edmund Keene?
That sounds really heavy, Eddie, but I want to help you with a little perspective. This idea that there's a place made for you ain't true. You gotta make that place. There ain't no cast list with roles to be filled. You gotta make your own role.
Perhaps I have taken all the world's a stage a bit far.
Well, maybe a little. You're a clever fella, Eddie, and you're still a human being. You're just dealing with a lot right now. Give yourself some compassion. It ain't easy starting over after 200 some years. I'm proud of you for soldiering on, hombre.
I do not understand why. What does the world need of me? All I have ever done is play the clown upon the stage. I am as unnecessary a man as ever there was one.
Eddie, you're disqualifying the positive about your time on the stage. You changed things up. You came in like a wild stallion and said, I ain't gonna do things your way. There's another word for change, compadre, and that's growth. Don't deny yourself that victory. And now you're changing, and that already puts you ahead of most folk. You could keep playing that character of yours for another 200 years, but you decided, no, I ain't gonna do that. You're a rebel, man.
You are kind. And I suppose it is true that facing the slings and arrows of righteous fortune is a virtue in itself. But the future is now all undiscovered country, and it will be a hard land to navigate for a swaddling babe such as I.
But you're not doing it alone. Isn't that the important bit? And you can find friends. You can find other people to navigate the future with.
I can scarcely crawl, but at least I have you to help me.
Do you know how to use the internet?
About that, Eddie.
Oh dear.
I'm heading back to America, Eddie. I've got growing and changing to do myself, but we can still do our sessions over video call.
Oh no! Oh no, 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 you cannot leave, you must not! I will be all alone! The mortals wait for me to stumble, and when I do, they will fill my mouth with garlic and cut off my head!
Eddie, come on, you're going from thinking the world's waiting for you to get on stage to waiting to destroy you. But the good news is, just like they ain't waiting for your triumphant return, they ain't waiting to kill you neither. You'll be fine, Eddie. Nobody's chasing you down.
Oh, my dear man, you must not go! You cannot do this to me! You cannot turn me into a shell of a vampire and then abandon me!
What makes you think I'm doing this to you, Eddie? I've got my own concerns that don't have anything to do with you. I'm going back to the U.S. for myself. Now I know you're coming from a vulnerable place and all, but I'm making this change for me, and you've got to accept that.
I know. I'm sorry. Just don't leave me, please. I could come with you. I could go to America. Yes, a fresh start. I know America. I performed in Canada and in New York City.
Well, Eddie, I ain't much of a city slicker. I'm headed west.
I could move in with you.
Okay, that's a bit much. You're pushing it just a little bit. Like, going to America on your own, not the worst thing that you could do, but that's a bit... They're all the same.
Eddie, no, that ain't gonna happen. Look, I think there's something to what you're saying about that fresh start. But my role in your unlife is as your therapist. We gotta stick to them boundaries. Now, I'm happy to meet with you as your therapist, but you gotta be content with that, all right?
Yes. Of course. Yes, well then. That's settled. I'm going to America. I shall go home and pack my things immediately.
Now, take your time, Eddie. I need a little more time to wrap up here. I'll let you know what my schedule looks like over Vmail. Now, you gonna be okay?
Yes. The idea of a new start is rather exciting. I have something to look forward to.
Watch out, Broadway. I think a new old star is coming up. Don't be alarmed if it's a bit of a weird one.
All right, Eddie. I'll talk to you soon then.
Of course, yes. Oh, my country. My country, 'tis of the sweet land of liberty.
You know, you don't have to act all patriotic. It's fine.
Eddie, we're vampires. We don't have countries. Don't go trading one problematic identity for another.
Yes, of course. Well, goodbye, Sam.
Adios, muchacho.
Well, a new companion, is it, Samuel?
Oh, it ain't like that, Andy.
I know. I am very pleased with you. You maintained your boundaries well and gave Edmund a lifeline. Well, an unlifeline. You are the future of vampire therapy, my friend.
I feel like we don't necessarily have to say unlife all the time. Like, we know that we're dead. We know that we're vampires. It's the same fucking thing. Hydrate will do. Hi, bye, beast. God, we're still fucking going. I could have made this 2 streams. I'm postured, I promise. I was postured the whole time. And that's mostly not a joke.
Then the present is a fortuitous. I believe you're owed a drink.
I'm good. Man, the good news is this isn't like Ace Attorney where I'm doing all the voices constantly. Otherwise, I'd be exhausted. And we're almost done.
Oh, yeah. After that, I sure as hell need one.
Then go downstairs and enjoy.
I was expecting this to end like an hour and a half ago.
Your last client. Enjoy Crimson's best while you can. Rest in peace, dear Samuel.
So no, I'm doing just fine. A little bit tired, but when am I not?
Greetings to you, my dear Samuel. It is, as always, a pleasure to see your face.
Oh, thanks, Andy. You got a nice face, too.
You have a very nice face. I love your hair. Like the salt and pepper. Mwah. Perfect. Beautiful.
Why, thank you. It has served me well. I suppose tonight's meeting is bittersweet. You are saying goodbye to your last client, yes?
Yeah, that's right. Meddy should be showing up any time.
I would like to give you something then, before she arrives.
Thanks, I guess. What is this? A piece of wood?
I know that there's something written on that, but I can't read that.
From a barrel. One that once contained a naked man whose wisdom I was not ready to appreciate.
I have so many questions about what you're talking about in Drama Host.
His name was Diogenes.
Oh.
He would scream at people as they passed by, telling them to break out of the realities they were so comfortable in. He questioned Athenian society, no matter how sacred, and emphasized the return to the beauty of nature. He saw somehow through the constructed reality we have all created and understood the miracle of the individual. You, my friend, through your rebirth and death, your travels in the wilds, remind me so much of the man. Thus, I give this part of the barrel he lived in to you.
I have a feeling that this is a more historic artifact than I'm really giving it credit for.
Wow. Dang, well, thank you, Andy. What's it say, though? Some great insight about what it means
Okay,
to
the
be
fact that
human?
you're saying that question specifically tells me that what it says is probably not that important.
It says Diogenes was here.
That's really funny. I love that.
Well, all the same, I love it. Thank you, Andy.
It could have no greater honor.
It's worth... Jesus.
Now then, I will leave you to tend to your client.
Okay. Meddy, we're going to do some disqualifying the positive. Some fairness fallacy should... Nope. Mind reading. And... blaming. I'll do that.
Got my ammo at the ready.
We really need to talk about this gun stuff sometime. Whatever this thing is, it is very old.
Yeah, I know. We'll get to it, I'm sure.
Do not worry about it for now. Please take a moment. She comes.
I love that only in the final month as he started using...
Hello, little mouse.
Oh, look at her! Oh, she looks great!
Oh, hello, Meddy. Interesting clothing you're wearing tonight. Have you been?
I bet she made that herself. I'm so happy.
How have I been? Or rather, who
I
have
love
been?
cosplay. I'm so happy.
Oh, sure, how about who have you been?
I've been a halfling druid.
Please, no, a halfling druid. Please tell me that you've gotten into D&D for the love of all that is good in this world.
You've lost me.
That's all right, sweet cowboy manling. I've had ever so much fun as a halfling druid. My name is Bulgo Fraggykins, a halfling of Tuckland. When I was a child, I saved a tree from being burned by a group of nasty orcs.
She's playing D&D. I'm so...
The trees gave me magical...
Oh, I love her
powers,
even more.
which I now use to cleanse the land of evildoers.
Oh, she's the best. My favorite client. Hands down.
Hold on, is this a thing that actually happened? I know you're real old and things were different back in your time.
What are you talking about, my sweet? It's happening right now. Me and my companions, we're a fellowship on a noble quest.
What's this noble quest you're talking about?
Well, in the city of Balin's castle, there's a philanthropist mage named Durgan the Munificent, who keeps the people happy and content. But my fellowship and I have discovered that he's actually a warlock serving Anne Calgon the Clean, an ancient dragon who seeks to purify the land.
Ah, I see why he's called the Clean now.
Durgan is cutting down trees throughout the realm, which upsets me very much as a druid. We're going to defeat him.
Oh, I bet it's her friends from her role-playing days, quote-unquote role-playing days with the forum.
Okay. You never told me you were a druid. I know them types were all over Ireland back in your time, right?
A druid is a servant of nature. We protect all things that grow from the forces of evil who aim to corrupt them. In return, nature gives us certain magical powers. I, for instance, can turn into a squirrel and a wolf.
Oh, I love that so much.
Well, dang. Seems like there's a lot about the world I don't know. But then I'm only 200 some years old.
And you're very silly.
I bet she knows that. Oh, I didn't. She's like, no, it's about D&D. It's like, are you being silly or do you not actually know?
You said your name is Bulgo now, not Medi?
That's
Yeah,
right.
microphone, please.
My name is Bulgo Fraggykins of House Fraggykins. My family produces the finest pipeweed, Fraggykin Kush, but they're always burning leaves to get high.
I love this so much. Also, I love the goddamn Lord of the Rings reference here.
They don't approve of my becoming a druid, so I have to leave home and live in the woods. That is, until the trees started to disappear.
So, I gotta call you Bulgo from now on?
That is my name.
Well, alright then. Bulgo. Okay, I gotta admit, I have no freaking clue what the hell you're talking about, Medi, or Bulgo. Are you doing
Microphone,
all right?
please. Why?
I'm LARPing, silly.
Oh, that's even better.
I don't know what that is.
Live action role playing. My friends and I get dressed up and we pretend to go on grand adventures.
Basically, I love this so
Your
much.
friends? Who are your friends, Bulgo?
I did what you suggested. I emailed all my friends from the web ring and they were some of them live in Ireland, so we decided to get together and play games. It's been ever so much fun.
I love this so much. This is my new favorite thing.
They're all mortals, but they love that I'm a real vampire. They share their blood with me as part of our role playing.
Oh, that's sweet.
It's how I summon up enough magic to turn into a squirrel.
That's incredible. I'm so happy to hear that, Bulgo. You got blood, you got friends, and what about the algorithm?
My friends and I performed a mystic nature ritual to clear my mind. Nature provides what I need, not hyper-intelligent monsters. The algorithm only wants boring things anyway. I close my glitch and Only Zealots accounts.
Oh, she even closed the
Like
Only
that
Zealots? I
I
thought she was
like
going to
friends
keep
better.
that.
And how do you feel?
I feel happy. You were quite right. There are kind mortals. My friends have lots of mortal problems, but I have lots of money, so they don't need to worry about mortal things.
Okay.
That sounds like a pretty decent exchange, Bulgo. Sounds...
Well,
Oh.
almost. I have one problem that plagues me.
What is it?
Orcs. I hate them.
Orcs.
Orcs. They're all awful. They cut down trees for fun, they're always saying dirty words, and they like to kick halflings.
Now, come on. I haven't met any orcs, but I know you haven't met all of them. You don't know their stories. Maybe they're that way because they were raised in troubled households and they don't know any better. Maybe some of them act that way because that's what you expect. Show a little compassion, the same as you'd show for yourself, and maybe them orcs will surprise you.
But the rule book says all orcs are evil.
Since when do you follow a rule book, Bulgo?
He makes a valid point, and also, this is a very good point for slightly older versions of D&D.
Perhaps you're right, little mouse. I have been a bit harsh on the orcs. I shall be kinder from now on.
You do that. I gotta share some news with you, though. I'm heading back to America. I've got my own orcs to deal with. Of course, we can keep doing our sessions over video chat. The time zones are a little rough, but I can talk just before dawn.
Oh, that's all right, little mouse. I would rather not do a lot of computer things. And I'm feeling much better now.
Are you sure? I'm happy to talk, and I don't want you to think you're all alone.
Little whisker face. Don't worry about me. I have what I need now.
Well, if you're sure, if you ever need me, just send me a V-mail, okay? That ain't no social network, more of a digital Pony Express.
Perhaps I can tell you about my adventures and how I will exact my bloody revenge on Durgan the Betrayer.
I'd love to hear all about your adventures, Bulgo. I guess this is goodbye then, huh?
Nay, 'tis not a goodbye, but a farewell, sir. And may the light of Malone shine upon your path. Walk with nature.
I genuinely, fantastic. Love this. This is all amazing. And like, hopefully I do hope that she still gets, to talk with a therapist, even if it's Andy or Sam on a visit or something every now and then.
Well, I hesitate to say any client is ever cured of cognitive distortions, but perhaps Bulgo is.
Yeah, I wonder. She's been pretty free of all this human society stuff for a while. Maybe she knows better than any of us.
I do think it's a good idea for her to kind of avoid temptation. Oh, the
Perhaps.
algorithm.
The Dark Angel Raziel ensnared even her, however, so we should be aware of his influence. Well, that was your last client. I suppose you are now free to leave whenever you like.
Oh, I ain't no rush, Andy. I'm still dealing with the cruise line to get some space for my coffin. I'll be here a little while yet.
Then I shall endeavor to enjoy your company a while longer. Come, Samuel. The nights grow long. Let us enjoy ourselves.
Is it time now? Is it? Oh, here we go. Epilogue? Ending?
Hey, Crimson, you seen Andy? I wanted to have a chat with him before we leave.
He slept in tonight. We had a long night yesterday. Had to say our goodbyes, too.
Woo!
Poor guy acts like everything happens for a reason, and he's got to accept it. He was a little quiet.
Oh.
Why don't you check his office?
I'll do that. Thanks, Crimson.
Oh, so he's sad.
Andy, you around? Crimson said you were acting a little
Oh, all the
strange.
fire. Oh, look, all the fires are out.
Andy? Oh, dang it, where the heck is that guy? Oh, he left the window open. It's freezing in here. I'll go close it. Ain't like Andy to be like this. Where the hell's he hiding when it's almost morning anyway? Wait a minute. Oh, shit, there he is. I don't got time to pick my distortions. I'll just have to use the ones I know best. Andy, what the hell are you doing out here? The sun's coming up.
I did not intend for you to find me, Samuel. I had said my goodbyes already.
What are you talking about, Andy? There's no need to be thinking like this. Come on inside and we can talk.
Oh, boy.
Do not fear for me, dear Samuel. I do not leave out of
Nope,
despair.
nope, nope.
There is no distortion. This is simply a choice that I have decided
Have you
to
at
make.
least talked to Crimson about this?
How can you say that?
Samuel, I have walked this earth for more than 3,000 years. I have watched civilizations rise and fall.
Andy,
I
you're
have
not allowed
witnessed
to.
horrors
Look, I
and
can't.
wonders you could not comprehend. I have been hated, and I have been loved. And I have hated and loved. I am a creature of myth, Samuel. A fragment of another age. My time passed long ago.
Andy, these things are only true from your own perspective. You're doing some labeling and you know it. I know you ain't a mythological being. That's a cognitive distortion.
You're literally right here in front of me.
My friend, it is not. This is a world of computers, of technology. But I was here before the name Jesus Christ ever existed. I was here before civilization. It is not labeling to say that I am from another time, and indeed older than most myths.
Okay, you're definitely not older than the Egyptian ones, though.
This distortion does not apply to me.
Well, who cares about that, Andy? I think it's great that you got all this experience. You got perspectives most of us couldn't dream of having.
But Samuel, my perspectives are alien. The humanity I was born into is not the humanity of the modern world.
The fact that we lost our labeling button is a bit disconcerting.
My value is like that of a history book, and the perspectives I have, while well earned, are of their time. Do not look to me for answers.
Andy, now you're disqualifying the positive. You compare yourself to a history book, but history books don't talk. They don't reason.
Of course, my friend. But I do not disqualify the positive, not in the slightest. I merely ask you, and indeed humanity, to look to itself for answers. This is not a cognitive distortion, my dear Samuel. You give me such hope.
This
That
hurts.
is why
No.
I must leave this earth to you, and those you will help cultivate and grow.
Have you at least talked to
I have
Crimson?
had my place in this world for a very long time. I have done much good.
Like, I know you all said
committed
your
great
goodbyes
evils.
last night, but
These
still.
things I accept. But it is time for me to stop having an influence on this world.
To be fair, you're never gonna not have an influence on this world, because that's how history and legacy works.
When you told me that Heinrich Kramer still lived, it proved to me that I have had too much influence. The small choices I make change the fate of the world.
Andy, that ain't something you can know. Heinrich Kramer is his own man. He's made his own awful decisions. It's a control fallacy to think you caused what he's done.
It is not a control fallacy, my dear Samuel. My point was that my decision to support Heinrich Kramer had a lingering effect on this world.
I mean, yeah.
Like the wings of a butterfly, my actions have consequences for good and ill that cannot be predicted. But even butterflies die to support the natural order. This is not a control fallacy. Samuel, do not mourn me. All things must pass. It is the way of nature, a way that you know well. It is this way that
I
brought you
know,
to
but
my door.
like, again, could we not have this conversation, like, maybe with some time to prepare, like have a funeral service before you go walking into the sunlight?
We have talked much in our time about the value of change and growth. Death is change, my friend. Nothing good can come from my having an eternal existence.
Now that's Nosferatu thinking if I ever heard it. Nothing good can come from your having an eternal existence. You're doing plenty of good all the time. Think of the people you've helped. Think about Crimson. Think about me.
I did not say that I could do no good, my dear Samuel. I have been honored to be a companion to you, to Crimson,
Like,
and to so many
it's okay
others.
if he decides that this is the end, I guess. I can't really stop that, but like...
It is the eternal that is incompatible with nature. My thoughts are clear. This is not Nosferatu thinking. I know you look for the best in everyone you meet, Samuel. You see potential where others do not. That is why you seek to rescue me. But I do not need to be rescued. And that is why I am honored to leave the future in your hands. I confess, I did not have hope for Edmund Keene. Rarely can such men be aided, but you persevered.
That's true. When we first met Edmund, he was like, there are some people that you won't be able to help. And we helped him.
I would not hope to help Heinrich Kramer either, but you dare to hope. I should leave and allow this hope to flourish.
Andy, pardon my saying so, but that's a load of horse shit. Where's that should statement coming from, huh? Just because you don't see the same potential I do doesn't mean you should leave. That's Distortion City Population Andy.
There are certain shoulds, however, Samuel, that are inevitable for the world to keep turning. The sun should shine, whether we like it or not. We should drink blood, whether we like it or not. And all things should die, whether we like it or not. It is not a cognitive distortion to think. Please, Samuel, do not make this difficult for me when it need not be. Go, face your blood father. I believe you will succeed in turning Heinrich, and that will bring me peace in death.
But, Andy, I don't want you to go.
I know, my dear Samuel, but I must move on, just as you must. I have had my time here. Too much time. Too much blood has been spilled on my account. I have done much to atone for this, but for good or ill, my time must be over. I have a confession, Samuel. Perhaps it will make.
I know you're going to say to Heinrich Kramer that you sired him, and we know that. Who cares?
I am Heinrich's bloodfather.
What?
How did you not know that?
Vampire.
Wasn't that obvious?
In my hatred for humanity, I empowered him in his dark work.
But that means that you also influenced. That means that Sam is a vampire now. But that means that he's also a therapist for other vampires.
It is my choice that brought the Malleus Maleficarum into existence. My choice that fueled the deaths of so many. The beating of my wings 600 years ago killed your brother, destroyed your family, even caused the death of your princess. I am so sorry, Samuel. But
nope, that's still a control fallacy. That's still believing that you are the cause of everything.
There is no cognitive distortion that clouds my thoughts. Only the clarity of seeing the long arc of history formed by my hand.
I don't know what to say, Andy.
Then say nothing, Samuel. Go back downstairs. Live your own life. I have accepted my influence on this world, but that influence is over now.
Can I at least say that I don't blame you?
Crimson is now a vampire. She needs me no longer.
Again, does she know?
A last word of advice, my friend. Remember your strength. Approach every client with the same mentality you always have, and it will serve you well.
Wait a minute. Approach every client the same way. I know what Andy needs.
Now, I wish to see
compassion.
The sunrise one last time. There is nothing more you can do for me, Samuel.
That's where you're wrong, Andy. I do have something to offer you, and that's compassion. I know you've done some awful things, and that must weigh mighty hard on you. I can imagine the pain you feel at seeing someone like Heinrich Kramer running around reminding you of the vampire you used to be.
I appreciate your empathy more than I can say, Samuel. You are right. It is painful. But my decision is about more than pain. I know my presence is unnatural. My world has died so many times over.
I know it has, Andy. I watched my friends and family die out a few times. You've done it 100 times at least. If you didn't feel that, there'd definitely be something wrong with you. I'd say that pain is more natural than anything. But you don't have to feel that pain alone, Andy. You've made this world a better place so you don't have to.
You are kind, dear Samuel. Too kind to an old relic like myself. But I do not wish to see the history I have created. It is darkness that builds upon itself, regardless of what I do.
Andy, I forgive you. A lot of them decisions you made were terrible ones. Now, that Andy was a hateful asshole, but I feel sorry for him. Nobody who feels content and peaceful does things like that. I'm sure he hated himself as much as you hate him now. I know what it's like to look in the mirror and see a murdering sack of shit. But you're a person, Andy. You got needs, joys, regrets, and sorrows. You're deserving of love. And I love you, man.
Oh, look at his face.
Damn it, Samuel. Don't you know crying is dangerous to a vampire? It is fluid we cannot stand to lose.
Well, let's go get you something to drink then. Come on, Andy. Let's get back to the darkness.
Thank you, Samuel. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. We saved an ancient vampire. I thought almost for sure.
Poor Andy. I think he'll be okay, though. Being human.
Oh
means
my
we're gonna
god,
keep
that
making
was
mistakes.
intense.
We'll have to accept them and forgive ourselves.
Oh, I just noticed he Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, he was straight up about to die and we just said no. Oh my god. Also, look, we have Isabella Deste's Chiron picture. I love that. But Jesus Christ.
I'll keep an eye on Andy before we leave, but he seems pretty eager to help me with Heinrich now. That ought to keep him going. He gave me this here coffin as a gift, and I'll definitely think of him whenever I'm resting in it. Now then, I think I'll do a little reading from my favorite book. Something to inspire me for the challenges ahead.
I really want to
I learned
see
this, at least by my experiment, that if one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with
How long is
success
this?
unexpected in common hours.
hold on, baby. I'm trying to figure out how long this is. There's only one achievement left. And that's completing the game. Or at least one more story achievement.
In proportion as he simplifies his life, the laws of the universe will appear less complex, and solitude will not be solitude, nor poverty, poverty, nor weakness, weakness. Yeah, you got it, Henry. I'll just keep walking and everything will turn out okay. Now, time to watch Mo yank Larry's hair out. Oh, there ain't nothing funnier than some good old slapstick violence.
And while I agree with you,
All right, I think I'm nice and relaxed now. Time for some good rest. The real journeys are still to come.
the problem is this isn't a guide that just shows what the achievements are. I'm just like,
It's the night. Time to hit the dusty trail back home. You ain't gonna take any sunrise strolls, right, Chief?
I am fine now. It was a momentary lapse of self-awareness. I have much to regret, but much to live for as well. I believe that you can turn Heinrich Kramer, Samuel, and I wish to help you as much as I can.
You better, Sugarblood. You know I can stay if you need me.
No. I cannot hold you or Samuel back. We all must continue on our paths. On my honor, I will continue as well, as I have for the last 3,000 years. You are already packed, and I would not see you delay.
I guess this is it then. Last time I'll see this bar for a while.
Immernacht shall not be the same without you, but it will be something new.
Oh, if you're looking for a new snack, there's this fellow who's been roaming around. Name of Kieran.
We have met. I should very much like to know him better. But do not worry for me, Samuel. A vampire is always comfortable with a little quiet. Regardless, I have my cats to snuggle. Now then, let us go
I do love
outside.
cats.
I
Cats
shall
are
see
good.
you-
Biscuit, you were just here like 2 seconds ago. He's around somewhere.
Well, here we are. Guess this is it.
Samuel, my dear, this is not an ending, but a beginning. Do not think that I have nothing left to teach you. We will speak over the internet. I do not release you from therapy.
Reckon I got plenty of work to do still anyway.
We all do. Now, Crimson, come. Embrace me.
Very intimate sounds.
Gosh.
I'm gonna miss you, Sugarblood.
We will see each other again before long. And when we do, I will give you all the pleasures that you cannot conceive of. First, I will lick your... There's the American I know so well. Very well. I bid you both an exciting journey. Now get out of here. Tears are unpleasant to our kind.
Growls agitatedly.
Oh, hey, Bert. You wanted to say something.
I think he wants to see us off.
Go on, my friend. Speak your mind. Have fun, mate.
Oh, Bert. You always know what to say.
What a good teddy bear. What a good guy. I like Bert. I wish we had more Bert. Growls disappointedly.
That's it then. In the past months, I've learned more about myself than I did in the last 2 centuries. I got reasons to hope that I can put my skills to use back home, and that I can help anyone who's ready to be helped. For the first time in my life, I got real friends who can't die. And together, we can be better vampires than we ever were alone. I was lost once. I didn't know what I was put on this earth to do. I didn't know why I died. I didn't know who I was. I may be a vampire, but I can reflect now. Now I know who I am.
Are we going to get a title drop? You know what? Close enough. Finished the game. We did it. It took an entire extra... I could have finished this next week, but I thought it wasn't going to be that long. Oops. Thank you all so much for joining me for this extra long stream. Went on longer than anticipated. My bad. But you know what? Oh. Yeah, historical consultant. Cool. Yeah, there's Matthew Mercer. Oh, and he was Reinhardt? Oh, I didn't even notice that. I can't believe I didn't notice that he was Reinhardt. You're playing Digimon on Discord? As in watching Digimon? Do that? Oh, playing. What Digimon game is that? I don't know. Anyways, doesn't matter. Thank you all for joining me. Hope you all enjoyed this. We'll be back on Thursday for Soma, and we'll start another game next week. Salmon Crimson will return in Vampire Themperatures 2, hopefully. Hey, there's also some other stuff going on, but I'm not really going to worry about that. Thank you all for joining me. I'll see you all later. Y'all have a great rest of your night. I'm hungry. Yeah, I'm oh my god, it was a lot. Bye, y'all.